Welcome, predecessor people! On this episode of PCC, we have the epic conclusion of the EU Fall Series. It's indecisive. It's Nightshade EU. The last time these teams met was in the upper bracket finals, which resulted in a 2-0 victory for Indecisive. It's been a few weeks since then, and Nightshade EU has showed us yesterday how much they've grown. This grand final series will be a grueling rematch, and I hope you are ready for it. To guide you through, it's the best combination of good looks, wit, and insight. HD Philly B, Lance Cecil, and Falcon on the desk. Falcon, we know these players well. Is there a matchup that you're looking at specifically? Any players that you're looking to go at it here today?
I feel like you can look at every single role in this game and have some sort of story or some sort of matchup because they have just played each other so many times before, not just in this tournament, but in previous tournaments, in different team names as well. But to me, I always enjoy seeing Morose and Bondru play off because I think they're two of the best offlaners in this game. I think that the laning phase can be a bit boring sometimes. They just want to farm up a lot of the time. But when it comes to those team fights, when they're just trying to impact the other team as much as possible, it's so interesting to see how they play.
For sure. And Lance, the PCC Content Creator Cup 3 champion, you know what it's like to play in some of the toughest situations. Are there nerves going into these matches, or do you think these players are battle ready?
So you would say that there would be nerves going into this, but if you've been following the EU scene over here for Predecessor, these are the players that are very consistently and consecutively making these finals appearances and coming to this point. If Neft is nervous, I have no idea how. This is like his 20th grand final of all time. I want to jump back to what Frog said. I'm really glad that he went with offlane so that I can talk about the duo lane. Yeah. Two hands versus Neft, for my money, head and shoulders above the other, maybe not every other ADC in EU, because shout out to my guy Zagu, but like, these two going at each other is such a treat to watch every single time that it happens. I got to see it live and in person at LAN. I'm excited to watch it again now today.
Absolutely. And, I want to hearken into a little bit of what heroes we might see here, Falcon. Is there any standout champion that we expect in Sanctuary today?
You got to think of the Rampage. I think Rampage is on that cusp of being permabanned to being perma first picked. So whoever gets that first pick in the draft is always going to be looking towards that character if the likes of Krang isn't banned. I think Grux is another one. We didn't really see it much yesterday in the EU side, but Morose is a brilliant Grux player. I know that Nightshade is going to be aware that Indecisive probably wants to pick it up, so it might be banned away, it might be picked away. So I think that's going to be an interesting pick to see how it goes.
Lance is the gadget, right? That's your favorite character. We've been seeing a lot of it. Shin, one of the best in the business. You think we see the gadgeteer here today?
I don't know why you wouldn't see it here. If you want to guarantee a win, if the game goes 28 minutes, you lock that hero and it's free and easy.
All right, we love to see it. Now we get into the P's and B's. It will be Indecisive who has the first ban and first pick in this one. Falcon could be that Rampage, right? Could be, we've been seeing a couple of other things, not necessarily the Yin here on the EU side, but I would love to see it. But it's the FaZe to come out first. We didn't really see that too much yesterday.
It's just a massive target ban on the Penguin. Nightshade did play it yesterday against the side of an event, and it was just annoying. It was just tilting. It was just don't want to play against it. It's not entirely strong, but it's a character that you don't want to deal with. Neft as well played Revenant both times yesterday, did amazingly on that. So that's a bit of a weird target ban because I think Neft is liking the Murdoch as well a lot. So I think you can just pick that anyway. But Indecisive already focusing the duo lane. Nice save. They're going a bit standard though. Got Howitzer Bang, got Wukong Bang. Krang is available, which is going to be a very high priority pick here.
Yeah, Lance, what do you? It's the Greystone. We've been seeing that in the offlane. A big resurgence here for the Knight. I don't know if Morose usually plays the Greystone, so very interesting choice.
I don't think it's fantastic, but you can put it in jungle as well. I wouldn't expect to see Conte on that. It is semi-viable because just of
it's
how
Morose.
Yeah, you are right, Falcon. We're just trying to be a little hypothetical here.
Not gonna work. Not gonna know.
Overlord stacks a lot faster in the jungle is all I'm trying to say. On the other side here, we do get the Rena into the Rampage. Good little wombo combo. You hit the rock, you hit the mez, the people are probably dead.
But could it go support? We've seen that a few times as well, Dorena. It's a possibility. Falcon hates when we go theoretical here, Lance, but I love it. I'm always trying to craft what could be different. Go ahead, Falcon.
Penguin has played it in support and scrimmage. He's played it 2 times, 50% win rate, so 1-1, lost 1. So it is possible. The Rampage, though, is 100% going in that jungle role. Penguin isn't really a big Rampage player. The Narbas is interesting. We didn't see that at all yesterday, but pairing it up with the Grim, just having that extra movement speed into the Mach allows you to run down the side of Nightshade. So already Indecisive just looking full on W key in these team fights, just run down anything that's going on. So that is a play. I don't know if it's going to work. It depends on what Nightshade picks up forward, but we can see the Murdoch there, as I was alluding to earlier. I think mid lane is going to be targeted by Nightshade here.
So at least, Lance, what's the ban? What do you think it's going to be?
Well, so they've got the howitzer off already. I think that there are a lot of things that you can play into Rena that are scary. I high-key think they should ban Gadget here. Gadget matches the scaling, ends up outscaling Rena once you get towards that like 27-28 minute mark. There it is. I'm a prodigy.
There you go. Just laid it up for you. You slammed it down, friend. We do love to see it. On the other side, Falcon ban, what do you think it's going to be? And it's the Muriel. Sorry, didn't even get it out there.
So the interesting thing is that Indecisive thinks that this is going to be a Rena mid. So Nightshade, seeing that Muriel ban, can just pick another mid laner if they want to reduce that pool even more. The Argus is available, the Fae is available. There we go. Argus is available. So Rena support being probably traded into that support role once they saw the Muriel ban. I don't think that was the original plan. But that means Indecisive now have to think of another mid lane. There is a few that is possible, but it's getting very low.
Lance, you're shaking your head.
That's Argus support, like almost. I would say like almost guaranteed. Argus does a silly amount of damage, to put it lightly, right now. The poke that Murdoch can get through as well with that piercing augment, and then you just all of the range that Murdoch has as it is. We will get an answer with the Zarus and the Gideon, which this team, they be having circles, right? We got the Colosseum, we got the Black Hole, we got the Crash Bang Boom, we got the Stoneforge Soul, and then you just got Grim slowing everybody with auto attacks on the outside of it as well. I like the way that this team fight is being set up for Indecisive early.
And we know for EU, they kind of build up, and then for one epic clash in a pit, they win it. You could get everybody dead, and they run it down. So they have the composition to do it. To round us out here, though, Falcon, it's the Sephiroth.
I like the Sephiroth pick here. It gives you that colossal blow. It allows you to knock away the likes of Azarus, who has that Colosseum, instantly break that. Same with a Greystone if he comes in. Same with the Narbas if he comes in. So that's going to be a great disengagement tool, or an engagement tool if you can hit it onto the Grim. Obviously, that's going to require the timing on the spell shield. My only worry is that he's not going to have a great time in the lane against that Greystone. It is going to be a struggle to get those stacks, but it's not the worst matchup in the world. And if they go 25 minutes, then that Serog is going to be a raid boss.
Falcon, I'm maybe a little concerned here for this draft for the Nightshade EU. It seems more of like a pick composition. Taking these big team fights is going to be a struggle for them.
They've got 2 or 3 answers for Black Hole until True Silver is online. If they decide to go True Silver there on Mikey, which I think he traditionally does when he's playing the Gideon, so yeah, we'll likely see that. I think that if this game goes long at all, I think there's no way that Nightshade can lose this game with the composition that they've drafted for late game.
Okay, so they're scaling. That's the name of the game, but can Indecisive stop them? There's only one way to find out. We're going to send it to the epic caster duo of TNT, Tang, and TJ. Take it away.
HD Philly there, and Lance and Falcon. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome everyone to the casting desk here. Grand finals. It's time for the TNT cast to crown another PCC Fall champion. I'm TJ DJ. I got Tang alongside me, and honestly, Tang, this should be an absolute doozy of a finals. 2 of the top 2 teams in the region clashing it out in a best of 5 series. I can't wait.
I don't think anybody of us can. Like, we watched the games yesterday. I think Nightshade EU, a lot of question marks, right? Very good players coming together, forming a new team, and then seeing if they mesh well, if they don't mesh well. Didn't get the first seed, didn't stop them from absolutely demolishing Manimans yesterday. And yeah, they're coming here today with a vengeance because they have a revenge to get from the game 2 weeks ago.
Was in that winners finals. It was 2-0 to Indecisive, who really turned up the heat. It was a controlled game 1 victory in 25 minutes. In 34, a little bit of a slower burn, but of course, that was over 2 weeks ago. A lot has happened since then. A lot of preparation. But one thing that hasn't changed is the Sanctuary map. Although, granted, not until the 15-minute mark, as we crashed down for game 1 here, Tang. And honestly, I just want to maybe start to pick a brain about these drafts, of course, because what we saw from Nightshade yesterday is that they really favored the later game drafts. Found a lot of success against the many men's here. And looks like for game 1, they've gone for the same sort of plan.
Yeah, I mean, they did the thing that they've been known for in EU for quite a while. It's just draft hard CC wherever you can, right? We have the subjugate on this Sevarog on that right-hand side, but we're really looking at import with the boulder, together with Penguin, together with this arena that Shin is piloting in the mid lane as well. So their game plan is always going to be just try to get those picks. And yeah, I mean, the later the game goes, the more damage there is as well. So obviously, it scales pretty well if you have a lot of hard CC.
Really leans into how they want to play. It is all about the setup. They can just kind of start fights very much when it's on their terms, at least. If most likely, we'll be starting here with a man in the mid lane, Shin, on an absolute tear on this tournament on something like the Renner. Has to scale up, but the Stupor, combining to Subjugate, combining to Boulder Toss, could be near instant death. Not even counting about the Dread Nova. So much to talk about, honestly, between these two teams and their histories together.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about Nightshade EU being sort of this mixture of teams. We do have some members of Manimans, right? We're looking at Bondroot right there. We also have them consisting of the old Team Immune duo laners. Bond actually gets a really bad trade. Morose, 2 more basic attacks, 1 more, forcing the blink away. That's going to be followed there by Morose. But yeah, Bond already struggling early game, of course, on that Sevarog. Not really having the most early game impact, but definitely not faring well when you're already blowing this important summoner. But back to the point, yeah, duo lane from Team Immune and then the mid jungle duo from the old Sin team.
I mean, at the end of this series, we are going to have some returning champions. Team Immune, PCC Summer Champions, are present in this entire series, just split across the both teams. Of course, Indecisive, Morose, Conte, and Mancu's there, adding Mikey and Two Hands to their composition. Honestly, these teams know each other so well, very familiar with how each other plays. On that right-hand side, of course, the blink being burned from Bondru, quite used to playing on that weaker side. I can say, he's been having a pretty strong tournament, but the desk spoke about it. Probably two of the strongest offlaners that we have in the game clashing here in the grand finals.
And I think stylistically it's a very interesting matchup, because I would say that Morose is probably better on the lane itself, but Bond has been making a name for himself, not only with a giant champion pool, but also being able to impact those team fights later on. It's just a bit more consistent, being this Wallace team needs when he is on one of these more tanky characters. So yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how this is going to shape out. But I don't think the offlane is necessarily going to be where our eyesight is going to be in this game, because I'm looking at Shin and Mikey in this mid lane and then on those junglers as well.
The mid-jungle duo is so important here in Predecessor, and we have 2 of the top ones duking it out. Conte and Mikey versus Import and Shin, as we look respectively across the boards here. Honestly, when I have a look in the preparations this one time, I notice some interesting similarities, but they do contrast a little bit here. Especially Conte kind of feels to me like the pop-off jungler, with Mikey being that more supportive mid lane, and then on the opposite side, Shin's been absolutely popping off. And Import more of a facilitator here. So we have a very interesting dynamic between just those 4 players.
And I think we can see it in this draft as well, right? With Import on this rampage, that with this rock augment is not going to go for any tiny titan rampage that we did see when it first came out in 1.4, I believe. So yeah, meanwhile on the other side, Sarah is of course Conte's piloting that one, has a lot more agency, a lot more chances to get into the backline himself and actually deal the damage. Meanwhile, the Gideon, more of a facilitator. Mid lane, forcing out that Stupor. Good trade coming in by Shin.
And just able to play with that safety as well. Mikey, of course, got that torn space available. I feel it would be very difficult to really impact this mid lane. Although Import going forward as well, Dread Nova Stun will land combined with that boulder toss. Manq trying to body block as best he can, content with the blink away. Shin leaps forward and there's going to get the first blood of the grand finals. Big collapse from Nightshade EU.
And it's just so clean, just seeing where the advantages lay. They have the Renner gets the better of the Gideon in the mid lane, and they immediately rotate Import onto the 2 camp, able to get Conte low, and then with the rotation by Penguin as well from the left-hand side. The Argus is just more impactful than the Narbish in the early game. Get the frag onto Conte, force 2 blink aways, and now easily gets this objective as well. And yeah, that is already one of those set plays that we know Import for, right? Especially on that Sin squad, they managed to win that LAN back in the days, and it was off plays like these so many times. Shin and Import linking up, finding the advantage over their opposite duo.
It was that duo that really took apart the many men's. It's been a consistent win condition for them, and honestly might have to rely on it once again to try and overpower Indecisive. Dare we say probably the favorites actually going into this one. They haven't dropped a single game all tournaments, and when they play, much like Nightshade EU, when they control a game, it's very difficult for them to let go of a game state. But Nightshade drawn first blood, first move with that set play. Shin, once again, going to be the target, stunned into Black Hole. There's no blink available for Shin from that first blood. Takes the full duration of the Black Hole, and Mikey will cash in. Answers back with Conte being the man making it.
Oh, Morose on the rotation as well. That is going to be the 2 camp stolen away. And TJ, that is exactly why Indecisive are our first seeds coming in. Yes, they lose the first play, but they're just going to try it again. They know Renner, no blink up and no chance to escape from this black hole. And I can hear Conte in my ears scream at Mikey to just engage on this guy because he has no way out. They're able to leverage the strength of Morose on that right-hand side as well. Get this mini prime in their pocket, and now they're back in an even game state, able to pick this one up. I'm not sure who actually picked this one up. Looked like it was Conte taking this one.
Normally we have been seeing that mini prime often given over to the right hand side. I mean, we did joke about it yesterday with Bondra. He got MVP performance because he did get 2 mini primes donated to him by Import, at least. Yeah, but you know, it's the same play, but literally just the opposite side of the map, resulting in both neutral objectives falling. Both ceilings fell either side. It's a kill on the mid lane. It's almost a dead heat here. It's those micro advantages at the moment from the first blood gold, and just taking away some of that camp from Import as well.
Yeah, I mean, that last 2 camp is actually pretty big. The Ceres never wants to be behind the Rampage. Otherwise, Imports can just do whatever he really wants inside of this Lizard's jungle. So yeah, definitely good to be able to punch back there. This dual lane is also very interesting. 2 hands against Neft. 2 of the best ADCs we have in Europe. It's a bit of a rough lane though, I think, for Indecisive, with that Grim and that Narbish not having the strongest lane against this Argus Murdoch. So it's a bit of a weird one. The early rotation by Penguin and Manq made this lane a lot more volatile than it needed to be as well. Import Conte both hovering on the left side. They know where everybody is. It's really hard to make a play. I think they're just sort of biding their time, waiting for those camps to spawn back.
They're posturing, because as we highlighted with Nightshade EU, they have so many means of just getting the picks. Those long-range engages, Dread Nova, Boulder Toss, already resulted in a first blood. And Indecisive just playing around the terrain, posturing here, kind of shadowing each other as well. Needling on that left-hand side. Another potential avenue for these junglers to try and look for, but Conte with that mini prior buff, feel a little bit stronger than Import. Not linking up though. Dual lane is still deadlocked, neither of them are really able to rotate.
Yeah, but Conte's kind of wasting his time, right? With the mini prime, you really want to make one of these plays, try to get a pick on one lane, and then help your laner push in, buffing up those minions. Make sure to get as many platings before the 12-minute mark, where it does fall left-hand side. Conte once more looking for the gank.
It's got level 7. All team available, but Neft and Penguin sense something is up and we'll just back away, concede. Fangti spawning in about 30 seconds. At the moment, control is over the left-hand side. We're having just a few little technical difficulties on my end with Heat at the moment here, but you know, approaching about that 10-minute mark. Tang, we all good?
Yeah, we're all good. Gank does not succeed. It does look like Import just barely sidestepped there by Gideon. Good movement coming out of Mike here that has made his return on this indecisive team. Was part of Team Immune at the very beginning as well. Left side, Penguin goes in a bit too deep, forcing the Colosseum blink away. Should be able to escape, but Two Hands might be able to catch it. Neft playing bodyguard and just with one more hit, not able to connect. Conte a bit further out now. Shin forcing out the blink, is gonna go in with that ultimate Soulstorm channeled, but it's not enough as Mikey with the black hole. Import is there as well. Behemoth is still not enough. Two Hands free firing. It's gonna be the pick being secured there by Indecisive. That leaves them with the fast track towards this Fangtooth objective as well. Blink forced by Neft. Manq, one more hit could seal the deal, but it's not gonna connect quite yet. Penguin forcing them all out.
Links coming out all over the place. Import leaps forward, is able to get the rumble down, secure that kill. An absolute bloodbath tag. I'm sorry I wasn't able to track a lot of it here, but honestly, man, you're absolutely killing it there. 2 kills for free, but Conte starting up the Fangtooth on that left-hand side. It's a dual lane, has to retreat. Import could potentially go in towards the pits. But Incisive going to secure his import. Simply leaps back.
Yeah, look at this play-by-play, TJ. Like, if you have not seen this, this is a treat to watch. The Black Hole on top of the Soulstorm, the Behemoth forced by Import, but he's not able to do really anything there in that team fight. And yeah, ended up being the advantage for Indecisive. They get one extra frag, they get the Fangtooth on the exit as well. We're just looking on the minimap, right? What was the result of that? We see 3 platings now secured on the right side on the Savrock.
That is definitely a huge benefit to Bondru, taking the Cyan camp as well. We did notice before as we were chatting, Bondru just yeeted Morose away with his colossal blow. Confirm that Cyan buff. And left-hand side, not actually taking a tier 1 tower. So even though they lose that first Fangtooth, and one even up here for Indecisive, with the turret platings, the solo gold being picked up here, still kind of even things out. 2 kills to 3. Competitive game so far. Neither team really finding that clinical edge just yet.
Tier 1 secured on the left side. A lot of gold into the pockets of the dual lane of NiGHDU, Neft and Penguin. If there's a team you can rely on, it should be those two, but Penguin too far forward. Conte still as the Colosseum. Neft is now stuck in a bad spot. Manq with those drums is gonna seal the deal, and Two Hands, the one picking up the threat.
It's just such a clean play to punish the tier 1 tower, but also Conte pulling the trigger. Colosseum locking in Neft. No way out. Doesn't have the book shot. There's no way the French ADC is going to get out of that one alive. No turret platings to claim though from Two Hands. Just a fair amount of damage onto the tier 1. Fast. But Indecisive wants to move up here to 5-2, and they're already on the mini prime on the right hand side. This game, tempo starting to turn up a little bit here.
I mean, I'm just looking at the minimap, and Conte immediately reset, walking right side, just immediately goes for the mini prime with Morose there as well. Get another objective in their hands. The pacing of this game has been insane. Like, the early game was sort of like, yeah, we get it. We get it, Twitch chat. It's an EU game. It is what it is. But yeah, it's slow, methodical. But then at some point, the flip switches. The switch flips. I think that's actually English. But yeah, I mean, they just turn up the tempo. We can see it right there. Secure another mini prime for themselves.
I mean, you say that the switch flips. Honestly, I think everyone might have just leaned a bit further forward in their chair, to be honest, realizing that we can't just, you know, dilly-dally around the map here. It's a grand finals. We've got to put on a bit of a showcase here. And just like that, of course, everyone gets their quota of 10-minute snooze fest. But as this game has started to open up, say, quick resets, action starting to happen across these objectives. Another mini prime falling. Thank you for about 2 minutes away. Import top ropes of the mid lane, looking to link up here. Indecisive. I think to expel a little bit of ahead there as they're starting to move with a 2 neutral objective lead.
And with those offlaners being able to move across the map wherever they want to go, this game is going to get faster quite soon. Left-hand side once more. It's going to be Penguin falling. Neft still in a bad spot as the mid lane turret falls.
Altos is going to connect on towards Mikey. Import a little bit too low. Bondru rotating over. Import doesn't even get a chance to pop the ultimate as Conte's on a double kill. Takes down Neft, engaged in the mid lane. Shin having to open up the Abyssal Rift to try and get away, but Morose leaps forward. Rocks the slows. A stone for a soul. Timed perfectly to stop the Epoch, and Shin is down. Bondroid hits free with the subjugate, but it's not enough that the offlaner can do here. It's another collapse indecisive, find more kills left side and on the mid lane.
I have no idea how Import got absolutely deleted in this one. I think we do have Mikey with that cosmic, with those cosmic meteorites, just shredding him through and through, and now the Shaper also being picked up at the end of it. Left hand side, Conce went for another gank, another Colosseum stack picked up for himself, and now the Shaper allows those seedlings to walk through the map. We see the map transform. More meteorites coming down. This next Fangtooth about to spawn, and it's gonna be really awkward to defend this with those lanes pushing against our NightShade squad.
This is where NightShade you start to feel that they might falter. The game is starting to slip out of their hands a little bit. Indecisive, a very strong few minutes here in the mid game, coming into their stride, the #1 seed, showcasing how they are able to dismantle a team like NightShade EU. And a good opportunity here. Import walking forward, but without the tier 1 tower, he doesn't have that same safety. In with the Soulfire, he's able to at least try and get him out, but everyone jumps over the top. Boulder Toss not going to connect the Mach. GTFO chunk damage on towards Neft. Fangtooth started up once more.
Fangtooth started up. Import already half HP, and Manq zoning so well.
Going to be moving forward here. Import can't afford to be picked up here once again. Fangtooth has gone. He will blink and able to keep himself alive with the Behemoth. Bondroid though blinks forwards. He's 2 hands low and will stack him. Penguin gets the kill confirmed. Conte hit by a Stupor. Eyes onto Shin. Bondroid on the hunt. Nightshade looking to take down the jungler for Indecisive, who is able to escape at least, but the chase is not over yet. Subjugate combining with Dread Nova. Morose able to leap once more. Nightshade EU grouping up. Safety in numbers, but Indecisive are just 1 step ahead.
Look at the right wave though. They're losing quite a bit for this. Mikey also able to clear most of the wave. 1 siege minion is gonna allow them to get the tier 1, but not much more. Prime has not spawned yet either. It's gonna be this 1 kill, this 1 tier 1, and this 1 frag traded out for the second Fangtooth. That's gonna grant them that extra out of combat movement speed. It's gonna be really nice for some of our Indecisive members, especially on Morose and Conce. It's just so fast to walk around the map. Make sure that you're always there where NightShade EU is not expecting them. 18 minutes in the game, 3-9. This early game, very slow, very methodical, but after this second objective spawn, it's been pretty fast in this one.
It has, and honestly, you'd really feel that Indecisive don't even need that 8% out of combat movement speed. How fast they've been able to reset, get back on the map. Now it's going to help them even more here. Grouping up now into the red side jungle, trying to target Import. And this time, when we think back to the winners finals, was a recipe for success for them. Import did not have good games against Indecisive. They were able to completely diffuse and almost make him invisible, and targeting the jungle once again, trying to make Import a non-factor once more.
One of the strengths of Conce is that he is just so confident in his own play. He does not care about nameplates whatsoever, and Import has been on the receiving end of Conce just playing exceptionally in this jungle beforehand. Just always there to match him, never giving him a free angle, and really exposing those blink timers when they are actually down, right? This Ren in the mid lane used it to secure the frag onto Conce. Conce's like, okay, awesome. I can just gank you twice in the next 5 minutes and get 2 kills on the board for ourselves. That's one of the strengths of Indecisive. Always on the same page. Always making sure to link up. Import, Shin, Penguin, so much hard CC.
None of it is actually able to connect. Manq finally gets hit by a Stupor, but he was able to avoid the Boulder Toss. Can't avoid his death though. Neft getting a kill credit. Brought down. Mini Prime available. Will be despawning very quickly. It had to be a very quick start by Import, and they do recognize that everyone on towards the Mini Prime, but Indecisive still 1 member down. Conte potentially go in towards the pit, but not going to do so. Mini Prime secure just before the despawn time, as a Mini Prime available in 15 seconds. NightShade EU, pretty good start for them to at least try and answer back and put a halt to Indecisive's momentum.
Good pick in the mid lane. Good pick on to the Narbash. We did see Bondroid on that Savarog playing distraction duty, forcing the numbers advantage in the mid lane. And then, thank you, honestly, he sidestepped 2 of those stuns, but I mean, there's a third one coming in as well. So that is, of course, the problem facing off against this Nightshade. It definitely is. That's like the problem facing off against so much hard CC. It doesn't have to hit once, or like you don't only have to dodge once, I should say. You have to dodge twice. You have to dodge 3 times, and yeah, it's just really hard for him to get away, especially him going more of an enchanter build, right? He is not one of those Narbashers that loves to stack armor. Instead, you can see it right here, right? Going full AP, going full for this extreme healing, where he can try to make sure to keep his team alive.
That's going to be so important as well, because we've spoken quite at length here, both on the cast and also on the desk as well. The late game that Nightshade EU have Indecisive. Their late game's not too shabby either, but I think eyes are going to be on Mancu, that Narbash, when we do get to the late game fights. If they're able to siege here, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Nightshade EU to break it, with Mancu just hitting the drums a few times, providing those heals, providing that move speed to get around this map very quickly. I think this is definitely a draft of field that epitomizes how Indecisive want to play. Third Fangtooth, Primal spawning on the left-hand side, all Prime already on the map here. More opportunities for these teams to fight.
The only problem I see for Indecisive is it's really hard for anybody to really focus Bond. I don't think the Greystone can hold him on the side lane either, so I think Bond is going to scale more and more into a problem. The Gideon, the Mage doesn't really do much damage against the Zavrock. The Greystone barely able to contain him in the side lane, and then obviously you have the Grim as well. Shaper starts it up, and see Import not wanting to give this up.
Got Penguin with him, and there it is, just the Holy Trinity. Colossal blow from free Bondrude with the pincer forces. A number of blinks out, Shin with the Abyssal Rift moving forward. Import blink forward as well. Conte counter engages with the Colosseum as the black hole open up from Mach. Indecisive wants to start this fight, regrouping, focusing down the members, and Shin is down. Bondrude finally gets focused down. He is out. Neff blinks away from Morose. Well, deal with Mike. He has to reposition. Penguin looking to loop around. Long arm the law. Not going to find the killing blow as Import now regroups with Neff moving forward. But actually, you start that fight. Felt so confident with it, but Indecisive landed decisive counter punch. 2 for 0 is their response.
Neff at least able to outplay there towards the end of the fight, able to stay alive. Otherwise, this Prime, this Fangtooth, both of them would have gone into the pockets of Indecisive for sure with no contest. Now they still have a chance to play for one more team fight. A good Colossal Blow starting the fight by Bondrude, but he takes so incredibly much damage. And then big shoutouts to both Mikey and Two Hands in that fight. They stayed so safe. They were able to free fire this entire way through, and nobody was able to touch them. So they just lived through all of this. Shaper started up. You see everybody walk in close again. Import close by, looking for the smite.
Rose trying to body block that boulder toss. Import going to be hits there as Conte does secure it. Import moving forward. Bondrude as well, frontline. He takes a lot of CC Colossal Blow to get away and finally escapes. A little sliver of HP.
Two Hands.
The Obliterator moving forward. Two Hands. Split though from his team as he moves in towards the All Prime pit, trying to get help from the Purple Guardian. Will at least answer back. Bondrude taken down by the All Prime 1 for 1 as Two Hands still loses his life.
Take count of those seedlings though. Shaper was secured by Indecisive, so all of these waves are gonna naturally push against them. Indecisive, they could use this timing to start up the Fangtooth, but it's so awkward. You don't have the Grim, you don't have this big DPS dealer on your team, so even with those seedlings granting them that wave priority, they're not able to leverage that to go for this Fangtooth. Yeah, we could see it right there, right? If the backline gets attacked for Indecisive, then those fights look really scary. The Grim has been able to free fire so far in every team fight. This one was the exception. Bond was able to get on top of him. Of course, traded out 1 for 1. Neither team is going to be too worried about this one. But I think it sort of shows us how these fights can go.
Absolutely. It's just a slight adjustment now. It's diving onto the backline. Mistakes can be punished. Not these teams not making very many. It does take a good team to recognize even the smallest of missed positions. Why both of these teams are able to make it through to the grand finals. Primal Fangtooth started up. Hands once again isolated, but Mancu's able to rejoin. Conte Heals back
damage.
off of the aggro. Colosseum lands onto
Hunter.
Shin and Neft as well. But now the fight, Abyssal Rift opened up. Neft's still the target, but he's able to stay alive a little bit longer. Black Hole stares otherwise. Big collapse and a big combination inside of the blender from Indecisive, who simply need to pick them off one by one. Shin is down. So is Import. Penguin will soon be ran down as he's not able to get the distance from that Ether Crystal. Two-Hand stays alive. Indecisive keep themselves on the map. 5-0, the first ace of the grand final.
Conter.
Oh, okay,
He is feeling him. Okay, right-hand side should be able to seal the deal anyways. 24 seconds. They have a siege minion as well. That one should be it. But what a team fight that was. They did see that Sevrog was busy on that right-hand side. Bondroid was nowhere close. And Manq immediately pulls the trigger. Conter as well, blinking forward, getting the Colosseum. And this is going to be the game.
I mean, Indecisive just completely doing the opposite of their team, to be honest. One team fight, one ace. There I say, decisive victory for the Dust side there. They go 1-up here in the grand finals.
Still not beaten yet in this autumn tourney. The third win against this Nightshade EU roster. Remember, on the upper bracket, they already beat them once. But it's not over yet whatsoever. It's just the first punch. Indecisive. Striking, not necessarily fast, but very methodical, giving Nightshade EU not a chance to come back in this one.
Say it's just clinical from them, just to recognize an advantage, see to have a bit of. They definitely could have been cleaner. I'm not going to lie, Tang. It looked like you were going through a roller coaster of emotions there. Two Hands and Conte trying to take down the Primal Fangtooth and Conte having to back away from it. But he's at least able to make it back to safety, finish off the game. Game one going towards them, still a best of 5. A lot of predecessor still to play in this one. But that's going to be it for game one. It's back to the desk. The post-game breakdown.
My goodness, what a game one here for the EU Grand Finals. It's HD Philly B and the gang back for you. Lance, it was the Conte show. He was just running everybody down.
It's Conte's world, and we're all just trying to invade his jungle and getting killed on his 2 camps. Really impressive performance out of Indecisive. I would say that game. I know that my guy Frelkin here had some doubts about that Gideon pick. I did too coming into it. Black Hole's had pretty big impacts on it as well, but I think that the credit goes to Conte for this game in particular. He was everywhere, just ganking, getting impact, got both of his mid lane and his dual lane ahead early, and the snowball rolls. It looks like Nightshade's coming back for a short period of time, and then boom, team wipe, core falls. It's textbook from Indecisive.
Absolutely. And for me, Falcon, it was Shin. They just didn't have the impact in this match. Abyssal Rift was your big team fight ultimate, but he was shut down time and time again.
Yeah, what I loved with Indecisive is obviously you can't, once the Abyssal Rift starts, you can't really do anything about it, but they just spaced Shin out. They stunned him away from the team, made sure that using Manq's Narbas, they just used movement speed to get away, and then there's nothing that Shin could really do. Yeah, you got the E-Pot, you can try and just dive onto it. I think they had one good ult around that second Saper, but that was about it. So Shin's presence in that game just kind of invisible come that late game.
That's what you needed. That was one of your scaling champions, right? One of your big team fight ultimates just didn't come to fruition. It seemed like in this replay right here, when they had the advantage, Nightshade EU didn't come out on top. Lance,
I agree. It feels like the scaling just never really got to the point where they could get it online. I think that's a good eye by Indecisive to realize when that wipe comes out later that they have to try to push for that core. Because if this game goes another 5-10 minutes, Bondroid and Shin become even larger problems than they already were. And I don't know. It's tough, but I think that Indecisive deserves a lot of credit for the way that they played this game.
Perfection, right? Their macro is really good. The way they moved around the map to take those objectives in due time. Fantastic for them. They had better timings, better tempo. Let's see if Nightshade EU can change the story here for game number 2. But before we do that, we got to go to a short break. Welcome back, Pred Heads. You are tuning in to the PCC Fall Series EU Grand Finals. Indecisive. They took Game 1 in a decisive fashion. Now it's time for Nightshade EU to try to turn it around. Falcon, we were talking in the green room. What changes would you like them to do?
So I think there's two things that Nightshade EU have to look at. But maybe three, depending on how you see it. First is the Greystone. I think taking that off of Morose is going to make that solo lane a lot easier. I think the other picks that Morose has, the Crunch, the Grux, are a bit more counterable, or you can deal with them a bit easier than the Greystone, who is just a walking, talking, massive tank. And the second is the Zarus. I think Conte is just too comfortable in that character. I would say even ban it away at this point and just makes him play something else.
And Lance, the costume change, love to see it. What changes do you want to see out here?
I think that we need to see a Kwang picked up somewhere in here for Nightshade. I think that Import just pilots that hero to too much perfection to leave it off of either of these drafts. Somewhere around here, it needs to be picked up. We need to try to be seeing these tethers either like banned away by Indecisive or picked up by Nightshade, wherever it goes, right? I also think it's time to move away from the scaling. I think that we didn't see the results that we wanted to. A lot of the times you're able to end games a little bit sooner. So hopefully Nightshade goes for a little bit more raw power.
Yeah, so a shift in tempo, right? Their timings were further into the match and they couldn't get there because of the earlier timings that Indecisive have. We're seeing these Enchanter supports here, Falcon, being taken off the board.
Narbass is an interesting one. I'm just assuming Nightshade thought it was too much of an issue in that mid game. To be fair, Manq did play it really well with that press bang boom and all of that healing, so it is something that they don't want to get rid of. Wukong, we didn't mention this because normally it's been banned away this entire time, but Wukong first pick does an absolute menace, basically unkillable if you play your cooldowns correctly, and can solo basically any objective come that mid to late game and also do the split pressing. So Import does love this character, is going to be very proficient on it, and it is going to cause some chaos with Indecisive. It's not the Krang that Lance was looking for, but it's going to be the same level of power in this game.
Lance, yeah, we're seeing the fist bump. We're seeing the mid laners come through. I know you have some thoughts on the Rena in terms of her level of priority in these drafts.
I just think that the nerfs actually put Rena to a state of balance and like maybe on the bottom side of balance, honestly. Gadget 100% outscales that hero at this point. I'm very glad that Nightshade picked this up. I know that like the last time I opened my mouth, I said they need to move away from scaling, and then I get excited when they lock in Sephiroth and Gadget, so like ignore what I said beforehand. I actually really like what I'm seeing out of Nightshade right now. I think that this draft looks a lot better, but I like Indecisive side a lot more currently. That Greystone pick, it's ridiculous, and Morose is going to do silly things on it again.
Yeah, they couldn't even touch him. He got 3 items and he was unkillable. He was a true tank, and he's just kind of easy to pilot, helps Morose kind of stay there in the off lane, go toe-to-toe here with Bondred. Seeing more of these Enchanter support again, Falcon being taken off the board.
This leads me to believe that this might be a Rena support from Manq. He has played it once in the play-ins and he did really, really good on it. And I think that dual lane is going to be pretty strong. Never mind, it's a Decker. So I think that's kind of the last support that you would say Enchanter is. I'm just trying to think of another one, considering there's 4 support bands plus a Decker pick plus a Rena pick. I mean, Argus is still a possibility. You can go that, you can go Bellico if you want something like that, but realistically you've only really got those tanky frontline supports that are the norm at this point for Nightshade.
Yeah, very interesting choice here. Lance, Shin took a brunt of the damage in game 1. How are they going to protect him here in game number 2 when it comes to the draft?
Well, one of the nice things about playing Gadget is she's very easy to protect herself with. I do see a lot of peel for both of the carries as they lock the Skylar in as well now, though. They've got the Colossal Bull, they got the Subjugate, they got the Raw. They've also got, I don't know what the ability is, but where Wukong pushes
Force
the
push.
person with the pull. It's called what? Force push?
Force push, yeah.
That sounds like a Star Wars ability. I'm down for that. That's super cool. So there's lots of ways to protect this. One thing that I am noticing is they don't really have any setup for Testadome on the side of Nightshade EU. There's no like hard, long-lasting CC that's going to hold those people into place.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but maybe more of a splitting tool to then allow them to find the stragglers of the fight and then eliminate them. And ooh and ah here from you, Falcon, the Grux, the last pick.
Yeah, I mean, that just gives me advice of it most likely is going to Morose, and this is going to be a Greystone jungle. I think that makes more sense that way around compared to the Grux jungle. Obviously, when you're looking at Nightshade EU, there's not a traditional support. Rampage is going to be the highest priority on that. I can't see a Sevrock support or Wukong support as much as people try and make it happen. It's not happening. I'm just going to put a foot down on that one
so
there.
Good.
So, no, it's terrible. Don't do that to me now. Thank you. Go back to NA with that. And I think that in terms of scaling, they're pretty good, but I am still worried about that early game. I think that Rose is going to have just an easy lane. I think that the Grim and the Deco is going to have a pretty simple lane in that dual lane as well. I think the mid lane is going to be a bit more spicy, but with both of them being scaling picks, it's not going to be that much of an issue.
Okay, so it sounds like indecisive for you, Falcon. Lance, who you got in this one?
You can't put a monkey in a cage. He's just going to climb the bars and get directly out of it. Wukong works very well into Decker. You can cycle break or stasis ball. I can't pick a comp, or I can't pick against a comp that's got Gadget on it. I think Nightshade evens the series out.
Okay, it's a split desk, and we'll see what happens. It's time to head to Sanctuary.
Thank you so much, Desk. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 here in the Grand Finals of the EU PCC Fall Series. TJ here on the mic. I've got Tang alongside me for Game 2 between Indecisive and Nightshade EU. Quite a cracking Game 1 performance we had. Both teams, Indecisive edging it out in the end. Nightshade EU a couple of things up, but you can still see very much the same flavors of what got them to the Grand Finals in their Game 2 draft.
I think the core kind of stays the same, right? This Rampage Sevrock, this big beefy front line that can either play front to back, or can go for this dive is still available. They just swapped out the rest of the members, right? We have the Rampage now in the support, we have the Wukong in the jungle, the Sevrock still in the off lane, and then of course the Skylar being picked up. Honestly, Skylar, I really like this pickup, because for Indecisive I was really expecting actually this Yin to be picked up for the jungle, because I thought, okay, this Wukong suffers against the Yin, same with the Rampage, so I think this could have been a good choice, but with the Skylar being picked up, I think it's recognizing this and already picking an ADC that is good against this Yin.
It's able to keep moving around, just be annoying. This is what I think I want to see a Wukong on the map. We've got the scaling mid laners as well, but also a note on the supports as well. Maybe this is going to be a bit of an indication. Like, it starts at game 1, very slow, very methodical. It was only mid-prio leading into invade, into objective. Both teams kind of had the same set play. And we're wondering, Tang, behind the scenes here, kind of, with the lane priorities, how that is going to lead into it here. And honestly, I think we're taking something like a Rampage. I think we've got to talk about, early support rotations potentially.
Yeah, but also like losing the 2v2, right? You're playing this against the Grim Decker, one of the most lethal lanes we have in the game, and we did see it, as you mentioned, right, in the first game. Small laning advantages can lead to big jungle invades afterwards. Conte was the recipient there on the 2 camp at the beginning, but he just did it back to import after he got that frag onto the Renner. So just losing one trade doesn't look like it's the end all, but if you sort of enable the enemy jungler to just do whatever he wants, that can go into misery quite fast. Left hand side import goes for the gank.
Well, that first play after they tried to go for the goal buff there, but two hands caught between a rock and a hard place, locked against the wall. First blood secured by Nightshade EU. Clean gank coming in from Dawn's side.
He was just so greedy, not actually using this blink to get under the turret. He thought he could outplay it, use the movement, but no, the Monkey King can lock him down long enough for the Rampage to make his way over as well, and that is just a free first blood, not expecting the Wukong to actually just path towards this red side that he knew had nothing up there. So small advantages already gained by Nightshade EU, and really smart pathing coming out of import.
So maybe this is what the play's got to be, look for the counter punch at least, because it looks like from on the minimap how that dual lane was going as we expected. Skylar and Rampage just pushing the tower. They've indecisive think, okay, we can just go for this gold buff. Not to fight off over there, but Wukong comes in, body blocking there. Of course, question marks to two hands, not utilizing that blink at least, but a first blood to Nightshade earlier in game 1 here, but it's not been able to translate into much. Saw Conte hovering around the mid lane, but just not in an opportunity to really capitalize on that.
Morose has no mana. We see Import on the rotation as well. It's going to be one crush invested. Import should be able to lock him down a bit longer, and good respect blink coming out of Morose. There could have been another stun coming in afterwards as well, so definitely needed that. And I really love this, right? The wave was pushing out. Import just ignores the 5 camp, ignores the 2 camp, immediately goes onto the wave that needs him.
I think it's just good adaptation coming in as well. I think Bondred as well probably didn't have much mana, but burn the blink regardless. Just respect the play, come back to lane a little bit quicker, at least without that cooldown. Seedlings, it can buy both of these junglers as well, but Import already being much more proactive than he was on that rampage. At least Nightshade EU, it's a solid start for now.
It definitely is, and that is what you need to do on the Wukong as well, right? Abuse the mobility, abuse the verticality, jump over those walls as we did see at the beginning on the left side, and then also you don't really scale up as well as other junglers. The level 6 does not give you your ultimate ability, of course. You only have 6 of them, but you already have them from level 3, so yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that Import does so well, right? He recognizes what kind of champion he plays, and then he actually just adjusts his pathing to that as well. Mikey, bit of an aggressive play in the mid lane, has the level 6, so it could be a moment where Conte and Mikey decide they want to break the stalemate, break sort of the bleeding at the moment with Import making all the plays so far.
Absolutely. I mean, Conte on the Greystone kind of feel like he's got to do it all, really. He doesn't have doesn't have the barricade, doesn't have the Colosseum. He's going to rely on his lanes, but a Decker, the Renner, and also a Grux as well. They've got options, but he wished to decide to go for the gank. He's going to look towards the mid lane again. He does have level 6. Stupa is going to connect, but a really good speed gate comes down. Conte jumps forward. A few more ticks there. Shin, still feeling confident, keeps the blink, keeps a big team fighting ultimates available.
Yeah, keeps it available. Also is able to clear out the wave in a second. Knows that Import is on the way over. Conte channeled the recall. We're looking for the Fangtooth. That is one of those objectives. Still don't have the level 6 for the Greystone. Mike in the mid lane is going to get traded on. Import just wants to make sure that Mike is not healthy if any potential team fights happen around the Fangtooth pit. That's why he's so annoying in the mid lane. So wants to make sure to stop the recall if it happens. Make sure that the tempo advantage is in Nightshade's hands.
I think that's what they kind of understood here, is they can't allow Inside to get comfortable as Penguin is going to move forward. Containment Fence comes down, but that is a big trade onto 2 hands. The play in the mid lane. This is a really good setup, I think, from Import. And look at that, straight on the Fangtooth. Nightshade really turning us up here in the early game of Game 2.
Yeah, and Conte on the Greystone has not been finding any opportunity to make a play. Now finally, level 6 is a level up on Import, does not have the dual lane advantage. Import still respects it, recognizes that Conte is close by, so it's just gonna run away from that Fangtooth. That is gonna be started up again in a second, now that Shin is here as well.
And also 2 hands it's about a third HP. He can't walk in towards this pit, and Fangtooth secured, and they have so many ways to even get out of the pits. Holy Nightshade EU, clinical performance here in the opening 7 minutes. First Fangtooth secured, only taking them 1 kill.
Yeah, just no response coming in from Indecisive as well. Conte tried to contest it, had the level advantage, but not the lead on those lanes. That's what we were mentioning at the beginning, TJ. Like those small trading advantage, getting this blink in isolation on the left side, getting the HP advantage in the mid lane. They just cascade into those objectives. They cascade into the jungle lead. They cascade into extra time that you can invest into taking the Fangtooth, into taking this mini prime. So Indecisive so far has not been getting any frags, has not been getting any objectives. Does look like they want to change it though. Rampage on the left side. We see Decker on the right, starting up the mini prem with them. Import also on the left side. This could be one of those avenues to dive 2 hands on the Grim that does not have a blink up.
That would really just solidify that dual lane lead. I gotta say, though, I like the response from Indecisive. Well, it's like rotating Manq out. It's like, okay, left lane, like the left side of the map, without the Fangtooth, there's nothing to fight anymore. Let 2 hands weather a bit of that storm and let Manq start to roam. But there's that dive tank you were talking about, and 2 hands has just got no way to outplay that. Manq arrives on the scene. Too late. Import, though, behind the tier 1 tower. Manq might have just walked into his own demise. Force push in towards Penguin. Containment fence, not going to buy a little bit of time. Tower still taking damage. Import, though, tanking the
What?
tower. Manhu outplays under the tier 1 tower. That might be enough to call off the dive.
It was an execute though, didn't get the kill assist. Still a few more platings now secured by Neft and Penguin on the left side. Big power play, so much XP lost on the Grim as well, and Import's dying. Looks a bit funny, but honestly it does not matter whatsoever. He gets a faster recall, he doesn't even give over kill credit either, so in the end NiceJDU extending the lead. Bondrewd on the other side might be getting dove though.
Let's try and get rid of that mini prime. Conte pushing forward. He's tanking the tower, but Moreau's second guess is having to back away. Both teams looking for dives. Not quite the result they want. Cyan will at least be taken away, but Moreau still keeps that mini prime to himself.
Yeah, but he's not getting any platings for it. Once more, NiceJDU are the ones able to abuse the lanes. Mike in the mid lane, Stupor not connecting. Force push, pushing him against the wall, but not towards this gadget that does not have any long range lockdown. Of course, the speed gate, relatively short range. Yeah, this is a rough one. Left hand side once more. Import, he really loves to punish this dual lane.
And this is what we're seeing Import, one of the best junglers we have in the game. Vocal as well, the shot caller for NiceJDU, really running the show. Think about yet another play on the left-hand side of dual lane, just winning. Atomizer from Neff takes down two hands. Import just there if he was needed. Gets the assist, walks away, but this dual lane is an inferno for Indecisive right now.
Didn't even need Import there, like he was there just to make sure that if the jungler comes, it doesn't matter. But yeah, the 2v2 already so lethal. Penguin and Neft showing up a big right there for NiceJDU, getting those 2v2 advantages, whether it's the blink, whether it's the solo kill, whether it's the tower dive, they can do it all, and now they secure the rest of those platings before the 12-minute marks where they expire. Conte though, close by, wants to punish them.
And Indecisive need this. They need this collapse onto Neft, who just burns the blink. Penguin, boulder toss into the back of Conte's head. Might be his death, though. Blast Flower gets him some distance. Displacement Orb jumps the stasis bomb. GTFO channel. Behemoth comes down. Not enough to keep Penguin alive. He soaked up so much time for Neft to get away.
That was so greedy out of Penguin. Like, he just did not want to use the Behemoth. Fengsu about to spawn. Wanted to save the cooldown for this objective fight, but in the end it's him not only falling but also giving over this objective, this big cooldown of himself. So just overestimating his HP for the moment. Grux on the rotation. Bond is going to be able to pick up some more damage on that right hand side, but Indecisive, they really want to get this.
What we saw from game one, they pulled the trigger on the objective, invite the fights. NiceJDU have got the wards down, but they've not got the members in position. And with Morose rotating over from that right-hand side, Fangtu should be secured. We'll go the way of Indecisive and a clean getaway. So Indecisive, even though NiceJDU have been reaping the rewards of a stronger early game, Indecisive still keeping in this one.
That is what we see out of the best of our teams, right? They get one small advantage, but they're not only getting the frag, they're also getting the objective, they're also getting some platings on those turrets. They're able to get those neutral camps, whether it's off an invade or whether it's cyan or gold. So it's always one frag, not as much gold as the result of all the cascading action afterwards. NiceJDU, so much lockdown though. Again, mid lane Renner, Stupor invested, is gonna be able to hit onto Import. Buy herself a bit more time, but Penguin there as well with the rock. There's a there's a celebration in the mid lane.
Bit of a party here. Everyone just naturally, like the entropy of the Heat Death universe, just inevitably coming through into the mid lane at this point here. Penguin still trying to look for the play here with that boulder toss. Throws it straight on towards Mikey, but as we've already highlighted, Shin's on a gadget. Not really able to help out that much though, but Penguin steps forward, takes a stasis bomb, takes a stupor. The range coming out from Mancu there, matching the rotation from Penguin just to diffuse the situation. But look on the minimap, Morose and Conte start again. Target Import, take away his red side jungle as NiceJDU group up as 5. One subjugate would be the play. A dive. That's a big grouping up here in the mid lane from Dawn's side.
Look at Bondrewd. One colossal blow could open up this fight so fast. We still have the Renner walking back from base. We have the Grim on the left side. This would have been and a numbers advantage for NiceDU. Next objective is going to be this mini prime on the right side. Fangtooth has been taken just beforehand. Everybody still being around this left side. Grim under so much threat, right? He just has to be in the vicinity of the rampage. One behemoth, one jump, one rock is all it takes to get rid of two hands.
He's been on the receiving end of a gank, 2 dives, and lost his life twice as well. Actually, you that's with that dual lane, Neft and Penguin. So many plaudits, so many grand finals between them. They meet up in game number 2 with Import running the show. A much stronger start as in the opening 15 minutes here. Now, Indecisive, only 2 kills down. The neutrals are very even, at least here, as both Neft and Two Hands duking it out, but the hyper phase and the pacifier comes out from Neft to get that kill. Meanwhile, Penguin chases Manq out the red side.
I mean, it is definitely, though, really, really close between them, right? It's a big advantage in terms of gold for Neft. It still looked very, very close. Morose against Bond as well. Import making his presence known as well. Blink away.
As both junglers starting to move towards it. Import force push, able to disengage, but Blinks coming out though from Morose. Cooldown to be punished here. We have got Shaper on the right hand side. We got a mini prime. Well, teams jockeying for position. Penguin once again rotates, follows Manq around. Both teams itching for a 4 versus 4. Morose doesn't have a blink, but what's he doing at the Scion camp? Import says thank you very much.
And that's going to be this mini prime. Starts it up. Skylar on the rotation over. Grim on the left side is like, okay, we can't contest it. Just give it up. Greystone might have an opportunity to go for a hero play, but honestly, for a mini prime, that is not worth it. For the Shaper, it would be a different story though. Has spawned on the same side of the river. Import has so much damage. Does not want to start it up quite yet. Does not want to open up the game. If it's a 50-50, right? It makes sense. Greystone, really good smite with that Stoneforged Soul, and Conte starts it up himself, forcing Indecisive into the river together with NiceDU as well.
Colossal blow on towards Conte. He's able to leap back though. Bondru's still frontlining, dashing forward. Conte throws out the Stoneforged Soul. Fortunately, as Mikey able to blink away, but a very low here. Neft joining the fight with that mini prime buff as well. It'll really hurt if he's able to get a lockdown onto over these members. And there it is, subjugate into Boulder Toss. Now Hyperface Beam rips through Morose as well. Rifties just in case Morose is able to get out of that one. But another collapse. Solo Laner is down for Indecisive on his right hand side.
Question is, can Shaper be started up? Doesn't look like it. Neft picks up another one. Manq falling there. That should be either the tier 1 falling or just the Fangtooth take. And Import wants to get this second reps of the game for himself. Make sure to get this lead early. Make sure that there's no funny business happening. Two hands close by to the Shaper. Bond is there as well. Should be super safe though. Catching this Sevarog at the moment seems nigh impossible.
I mean, he's a level 13 Sevarog. Bondrewd on one of his signature picks as well. Feeling so comfortable at this point here. He's been able to weather the storm. Going against Grux's Morose's Grux, shall I say at least. Another one of his signature picks. He's been playing that when he's not been playing Crunch this tournament as well. So confident on it. Right now, Bondrewd getting slightly better edge of that match here on the right hand side. Important Penguin now into the red side jungle. Abyssal Rift will be thrown down from Mike. He's trying to get away. Tesla Dome also comes out by Shin. A lot of ultimates being thrown here. Red hand side as NiceDU want to evict Indecisive from their own jungle.
Yeah, just slapping them around with their wallets. Red buff secured, all of the other camps as well. And there's just no fighting back for Indecisive. They are just getting pummeled and they don't even get a chance to respond. NiceDU so strong at these elites, able to capitalize on them. Take those turrets down, take those structures, and don't give Indecisive any breathing room, whether it's in their jungle or on their lanes.
This is just a very typical NiceDU game, honestly. I'm getting flashbacks to yesterday, Tang, when we watched them dismantle the many men's in that lower finals to get into this grand finals. Indecisive, the number 1 seed, the favorites to win this tournament, not drops a single game right now. I should say, Tang, are just having to just move out their own jungle, concede so much pressure and are playing into Nightshade's hands because there's only so much you can give up before Nightshade take the core. Tier 1 tower might be the next target here to truly open up this map.
Looking at the Shaper as well, right side river is controlled by imports, by our Nightshade squad. It's really awkward to walk into any pockets of vision for Indecisive. Realistically, Conte can walk in. We did see Morose get caught on the Grux quite a few times there. Not having the mobility, not having those life-saving abilities to make it out alive afterwards. But it doesn't look like Nightshade EU wants to do anything fancy, right? They're just getting those incremental leads. They don't want to blow up the game quite yet. That being said, though, I think Import wants to get the Shaper.
Import going to be starting this one up. And still has control over the river as Penguin is in the red side, just hovering over Conte, making sure they know where that Greystone is at all times. Going to be backing away though. Constantly, I like this. They're just kind of baiting the Shaper, just trying to invite pressure towards it. Force Indecisive to maybe think about contesting. The Nightshade EU can play around that vision control they have to look for a flank, look for Bondry, look for Penguin. Maybe find an avenue around here, but both teams are just going to dissuade. Can't say this about Nightshade either. Don't overforce things,
left
honestly.
side.
If they're not happy, they are just going to simply back away. But left side might not be
Blink
able to be
forced.
avoided so much here as Blink's having to come out. Left and Two Hands both fighting out once again. Tier 1 tower still alive.
Two Hands already having to blink away. Penguin is, of course, aware of it. Knows Conte's in the vicinity, though, as well. Is gonna make sure that Two Hands should be able to escape. It's just so awkward. It's so awkward. Waits
Blink.
for it and jumps in.
They're going to use that displacement orb already. Good stun from Manq. Takes Neft out of the sky. Iron Strike down as well. Manq trying to take it down.
What?
Shut down from Two Hands.
What?
They're able to get the kill on towards Neft. This Penguin will finally take down Two Hands. But signs of life from the Indecisive duo lane. Manq hops the wall. Going to be joined by Morose. Wall launch challenge has been issued
Oh,
as
no.
Info gets
Oh,
CC'd
no.
to high hell and back. What a response from Indecisive.
How did Neft actually fall there in the 2 versus 2? It looked so good for Penguin, for Neft, but in the end, it's Manq and Two Hands coming out ahead, having their teammates close by to make sure that they are able to respond. That Import jumps over the wall, tries to catch onto this elusive Decker, and just falls in the end himself with the lockdown of the Grux. Mikey still evading Bondroot. So tanky, just has to itemize. Bit more AP, bit more magic resistance, I believe, against Mikey, against this Grim. Bondroot can still fall. But Indecisive, striking back, getting some kills on the board.
Sometimes it's not just about the kills, it's the response, it's the manner of which you do it. It's Two Hands losing that duo lane, getting that 2v2 win's gotta feel so good. If they could take down Bondroot here, who's still frontlining, Colossal Blow utilized onto a Rose, throws him into the Orb Prime pit. Bit of a high five, walks out the other side at least there. Nightshade grouping up in the river. Indecisive still letting Nightshade EU know that this is not going to be an easy game. They still need to close this one out.
And I feel like I've not seen Conte in many of these teamfights quite yet. On the Greystone, has just been power farming so far. You can see he did not, is the same level as the Greystone. As the Wukong, did not fall behind quite yet, but at the same time, has not been able to make much happen himself. Duo lane has been punished over and over again. Two Hands on the Grim, still so lethal in those 1 versus 1s. That's one of the reasons why we love picking this hero so much in EU. You see it right there. The damage coming out of Two Hands is kind of insane.
One tower winner drop. In throws down a Tesla Dome, but there is a pincer coming in from Nightshade EU. Import and Bondroot moving forward as Two Hands gets hit by the Subjugate and split apart from his team. Fortunately, the Grimm's days are numbered as the fridge does get taken to the scrap heap. And Nightshade EU play around the numbers advantage. Primal Fangtooth is here. That's exactly where they're heading to.
We can also see Bondroot playing distraction duty, making sure to keep track on where Conte is. That is the important member. Primal Fangtooth already started up. I think Nightshade EU, they just want to fight though. They don't want to start it up.
Mikey hit though by the boulder toss and the rest of the damage going to follow up. Morose pulls free in, but Mikey's still the target. Atomizer will take down the mid laner as Neff jumping forward, bunny hopping with the Liberator, leaps forward, able to take down 3 members at the cost of only Import. Double kill for Neff. Objective still on the map, but one jungler down. Still be a bit dicey.
They don't have vision on the Shaper. Conte is alive, does have the smite, does not have any knowledge on where NiGHDU is. Could be on the Fangtooth, could be on the Shaper. No wards on either one of them. Prime has also expired now. Still trying to get into the river.
He's moving forward. Shaper going lower and lower, immediately dropping the aggro. Conte now the target. NiGHDU play this one patiently. Blink out from Bondru. Neff still keeps the aggro and secures Shaper for NiGHDU. Penguin goes a little bit low. Eyes still on Conte. Penguin just looping around as Two Hands comes back from base, gets the jungler out, but NiGHDU, their mission accomplished. Seedlings and the map finally changes.
I don't like this Olaf Conte, I'm gonna be honest. He has a blink up, he has the ultimate up, he's always playing backline in these team fights. Like that, for example, like he just needs to be the playmaker, because honestly, like even if it's not a 50% chance of winning it, NiGHDU, they're so far ahead. Take a lower odds play, try to open up sort of a possibility for a comeback, because at the moment it just does not look good whatsoever for Indecisive, because those seedlings, they force Two Hands to respond, they force Morose to respond on the right side, and that gives NiGHDU more than enough time to start up this Fangtooth for themselves.
I mean, I completely agree with you, Tang. It was Neff that had to finish off the Shaper in the end. He wasn't even in the fight. Conte just seemed to walk forward, press the hunt, and walk away. There was no secure. Import was not on the map at the time, but that's not how it played out. NiGHDU take the Shaper, take Primal Fangtooth for themselves. Neff, 7-1-1, 4 items deep onto the build. Skylar is really becoming a problem, able to match Two Hands on the Grim as well. It's just a tale of the ADCs in this game, game 2 of the grand finals.
Yeah, but the tail has all been left so far, as we said, right? Only this one response kill by the Grim. Still so much gold behind. Now, as you said, third Fangtooth secured. This temporary buff as well in their pockets. This Prime on the board could be taken at any moment. Penguin support Rampage is not as tanky as he would be if he was in the jungle himself, so needs to worry a tiny bit. Still gonna escape from the stupor. Good usage of this mobility as well. Right hand side, Morose trying to defend the tier 2 is gonna be able to do it for one more wave.
Aikido, the next target. Two Hands going for a bit of a Two Hands moment, ganking the mid lane from the left side Shadow Curtain. Enough for NiGHDU to back away. Although they're looking for a fight here. Morose able to pull Bondru. Tezzadome comes down. Mankiw low. Bondru with a colossal blow. Straight back into the Tezzadome. And Mankiw is going to drop Conte. Stone Forward Soul gives him a new release alive. But NiGHDU want to snuff that one out. Neff gets another killing blow. Morose, the next target, as Neff hunts forward. Another hop. Another kill. That's 2 for the ADC. Atomizer connects them. We got Blink away because Two Hands definitely has hands ready to eat for everyone. Neff backs away. But NiGHDU finding 3 kills. And the Orb Prime started up.
Yeah, this Orb Prime is gonna go down super fast. They still has this Primal Fangtooth. Are gonna pick this up with Import on the Wukong. Still, the entire map still stands for Indecisive, right? All of these tier 2 structures have not been claimed yet. This Primal Fangtooth has now expired as well in a second or two. So this next push is going to be enhanced with this Prime buff, but not with the second one. No double trouble for our Indecisive teams there. Gold lead very much in the hands of NiGHDU.
It's 10k gold in the items and also the buffs, the gold worth that All Prime buff is going to give, and the Primordial Blaze as well. Even though they are not a team to be trifled with, and Indecisive, we really are seeing them on the back foot. I mean, Tang, I don't want to put this all on Conte, honestly, but this feels like a very different Indecisive team when Conte is targeted out this one. This Greystone is just not like that Zaras from game 1, although it feels maybe a bit harsh for me to start the post-mortem already for game 2 here for Indecisive.
It is very fitting though. Import wants to get onto Morose as well, but yeah, Conte not able to find those plays on the Greystone, does not have the lockdown, does not have the playmaking that he wants to have, and has just been outplayed over and over again in this game by Import on the Monkey King, just pretty much everywhere he needs to be, and now those inhibitors are getting sieged.
NiGHDU just moving forward again. not over forcing their hand. I think I want to emphasize this so much, that this is still comfort for Nightshade EU to move from the left to the right side, edging up on the tier 2 inhibitor, which will drop. Andrew looking for subjugates, looking for boulder tosses here. Indecisive just can't miss position once, as they will fall. Bondrude's found a colossal blow onto two hands. It's from his team. Got to deal with Penguin and Bondrude. They'll try and shred through two tanks. Two hands focusing down on towards Penguin. Able to stand his ground. The rest of the team arrives though, but Atomizer downtown. Neff will take him out. The Abyssal Rift open from Mikey, but Penguin, immediate boulder toss. Epoch will come out. Mikey jumps back into the air. Stupor, Soulfire, throw everything and the kitchen sink. But you cannot stop Neff on another double kill. And they turn their attention to the remaining indecisive members under the inhibitor. Conte, another colossal blow. Another one into the meat grinder. Triple kill. The ace for Nightshade EU. And now the core to take game 2 in the grand finals.
Nightshade EU managed to win those teamfight, managed to get the core, explode the game open, and honestly, they looked fantastic doing it as well. Import was coming in with a sense of revenge after this first game, just absolutely on fire with the Wukong, finding those picks, abusing the mobility, the verticality of the map, jumping over walls, being there when Indecisive were not expecting him to be, and able to get Neft ahead. And if Neft is ahead, I rest my case.
I mean, sometimes it is maybe as simple as that, honestly, but it was a massive dual lane here. So, of course, Neft, double kill, triple kill. Didn't quite get the quadra or the penta here, but honestly, what a stats coming from him. Penguin as well on that Rampage support. Fantastic game to set him up. Shut down the Indecisive composition. But Tang, this is a big moment for this tournament. Indecisive have dropped their first game of PCC Fall. They can bleed. It's quite a statement victory from Nightshade EU.
Yeah, it's time to overreact. Indecisive are washed. Nightshade EU all the way. They have fallen. Yeah, no, 1-1. This is as close as it can get. I told you in the break, this is going to be a 3-2. What way it goes, I don't know.
Well, Tang, I mean, based on what you said, I think I know where you want it to go at least, but honestly, I'm here for 5 games. Honestly, still so much more predecessor. Minimum of 4 games coming up. Before we get there, time for the post-game breakdown. Back to the desk.
TNT, another dynamite performance from you all, and what a great series we have on our hands, knotted up 1-1. Lads, we were talking in the green room, and Lance, I know you got some thoughts.
My big thought here is just, why take Morose off of your Greystone there, right? So, like, we saw the performance that he had in game 1 with it. At the end of it, the end of that draft, they've already got Greystone on it. Zarus is available. Conte played his butt off with it in game 1. Why not just pick that Zarus up, put Morose back onto the Greystone, let him win the lane again like they did? I think that it's just a small adjustment that we need to see from Indecisive, and that game could have gone completely differently for them.
For sure, and sometimes the draft is, you know, the make or break point in this, and I'm curious to see how it evolves moving forward. Bondrude here, Falcon, an immaculate performance from him.
He did what he needed from his overall, just scaled up into that late game and then became an absolute tankly monster. I mean, we just saw that as soon as two hands made a misstep around Ocean Inhibitor, got ulted out of the area. We got that double ult right there. And yeah, Bondrude played that several how he expected it in the game 1. I don't think it's going to be to the high enough point where they're going to ban it away. Morris doesn't like the Sev Rocket himself, so I see Bondrude so remaining on the Sev duty, but we have to talk about Wukong though, because that was a outstanding performance from Import in that early game, and that just won them the entire game for me.
Yeah, facilitated that dual lane, got Neft ahead, and more importantly, put Two Hands behind, because we saw in game 1, when Two Hands was ahead on the Grim, he shredded through Bondrude on that Sevrog, so then he couldn't get what he wanted to do done. So there's that adjustment in the game plan to make their composition work just that much more. Lads, this has been a fantastic series so far, and I'm excited for even more predecessor. But before we get to that, we got to cut to a break. Pred Obsessors, welcome back here to the PCC Fall Series EU Grand Finals. We're in game number 3. Gents, we were talking, this one probably going to go the distance, and we're seeing it here now. Nightshade EU, they're going for the first pick, first ban again here, Lance.
And I think that is a good strat.
Never mind.
Oh, choice. Don't do that to us, bro.
Still it stands there, Lance. Indecisive. Now they have first ban, first pick. You wanted to see them make some adjustments.
I just want to make them put the right heroes on the right players. I believe that what we saw out of Morose in game 1 on that Greystone never justifies giving it to another player in game 2. That's my final stance.
For sure. And the foot down, Greystone, maybe not the best jungler. We were talking about some of the advantages, but then it has some weak points as well. We're seeing this phase just prioritize. It's that anti-dive, right? That pull's so good, Falcon.
They just don't want Penguin to play it. They don't want to have, not say have the opportunity to make Neff basically have a second life, allow the Penguin to pull him out of those team fights, as well as the Hyperflux just steroiding him to Kingdom Come. The Revenant is the other ban. So I expect the bans to be basically the same. Wukong is going to be removed away. Conte is not going to be allowed to play that like Import did in first game, because that would have been a first pick either way. So there is a few things. Narbas is going to be available though, because it was banned away in game 2, not banned away in this game. Mancu going to be piloting that once again. Grim maybe lined up with it.
Lance, that's the biggest smile I've seen from you like in a long time.
Yo, put this dude in jail. Why are we picking Narbatch first? Leaves open the Greystone and the Gadget on the opposite side. That's two pretty high impact heroes that we've seen throughout this series so far. I think that Nightshade got a good first rotation of heroes here. I'm a little surprised why you would go with first pick and then not pick something that is like overtly on top of the meta and strong here. We're also going to get Grutos for Morose here. Rena locked in as well. We saw how that mid lane matchup went in the last game. I'm a little confused by Indecisive so far early here, I would say.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're like a step behind, because these characters both got hit with the nerf hammer in 1.8.3. Not as strong as they normally were. I mean, that Abyssal Rift Falcon in those last team fights were just tickling people.
It just did no real damage at all. To me, I feel like Indecisive first picked Narbas because they knew that Nightshade was aware of how high priority it is. They was going to probably just pick it away otherwise. But that does allow the Gadget, allows the Greystone, and the Greystone being removed away from Morose is a big loss for the side of Indecisive. Yes, he's got the Rux, so that is still going to be a pretty strong pick. But Bondrude is no slouch either. Now that he's got an actual character that can play the laning phase, it is going to be different in that area. Rena, I agree with Lance. I don't think it is the pick here. Obviously, Hout's just banned away, Gadget's been picked away. So, you know, you're in that third, fourth slot, which Rena is around. But I feel like you could have probably picked something else instead. Maybe your ADC if you wanted Grim, which obviously has just been banned away from Neft. Nightshade EU probably going to pick up the Murdoch, I'd imagine. Scarlet is on the board as well, but you know, they have the Rampage. They could go that run it back with Penguin and Neft. Scarlet and Rampage.
Like it, but it will be the Murdoch here, the police officer making his presence known. Lance, as the draft is kind of, you know, parsing itself out here, where do you think is the Greystone going in the offlane? Hopefully not the jungle, but Rampage is on the board. We saw Import play that in game number 1.
I would be pretty surprised if this isn't an offlane Greystone. I believe Import is wise to the fact that Greystone has like next to 0 actual gank potential. And Import, you know, just likes to have higher impact in the early portions of the game. Here's this Quang. We've been looking for a Quang here amongst the 3 of us for all 3 of these drafts now. We're finally going to get it locked in. I kind of wanted to see it on Nightshade's side. It's going to be Indecisive that picks that up, but I think that that's going to be impactful. I also think that they're probably, I guess they have Morose here, so it is probably Crux in the off lane, but I really like Quang into Greystone.
Yeah, I like it too. That magical damage can kind of just chunk through some of the armor he likes to build. We might have to change his build path a little bit here. We're rounding out the draft. It's the Zinx last pick, Falcon.
Zinx kind of the same way that FaZe has played. Just give your team an extra life, get the heals onto Neff, gives you a bit of priority in lane as well against Narbas. with that extra poke on your auto attacks. I do like this pickup. We have seen Penguin pilot it already, and it has been a very very good. But when we got both of these teams now fully lined up and looking at both sides, my question marks is on the Renner really still. I don't know if it's going to be impactful. I don't know if it's going to be really set up. With the Grux and the Krang in the front line, you haven't really got that full tank, that pure tank on the side of Indecisive like you have with the Rampage on Nightshade, and even the Greystone, you can kind of count him with how tanky he can get in those games. So to me, Nightshade EU, they have a more rounded comp, and I think they're probably going to take this game.
Okay, Lance, I just want to get your thoughts real quick on the Wastelander, the Drongo. Haven't seen too much of him, but he's making his presence right now.
No, and he will have a decent impact to your right. You can potentially stop the Stoneforge Soul from Bondrewd here on this Greystone, but they do have a 3 health bar Greystone here. I think that Drongo is probably the right pick to be able to try to cut through these tanks, but you're gonna have to cut through Greystone 3 times somehow.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough in the Rampage too, right? Can get kind of tanky. Yeah, you have your shrapnel cannon to shred through some of that armor, but still gonna have to be pumping a lot of damage. Well, lads, it sounds like we know where we're at here. I think I'm liking the Nightshade team as well. Zink's very strong. Really, there's a Chanter supports. We saw him banned out in game 2 there. But Lance, your final thoughts here on which team you're liking?
You're almost never going to see me pick against the Gadget team. I'm going Nightshade again.
Okay, and then I think, Falcon, you said Nightshade as well. So, 3 for Nightshade, none for Indecisive in this draft. Let's find out. Back to Sanctuary with TNT.
Thank you so much, Desk. Welcome everyone down to the Sanctuary map for game number 3 here. The PCC Fall Series Grand Final matchup between Indecisive and Nightshade EU. It is 1 apiece. It's TJ on the mic. Tang is alongside me. And Tang, honestly, we heard a lot. I would say a lot of you from the green room there as this draft was coming through. I think first of all you said is a non-zero chance of an Arbash jungle, but then you really weren't a fan of Indecisive's draft going into this game.
Yeah, so starting up, I think we had it on the desk as well. This Narbash first pick is a bit weird. Granted, Manq is the Narbash merchant in EU, and also there's like a few things that are always consistent, inevitable, one might say, in EU, and that is good games, good storylines, and of course the Narbash making the resurgence in the grand finals. It doesn't matter which patch it is, we always seem to see the green orc come out. Whether Manq can make it work once more, remember this first game they already picked up for themselves, is gonna show in this one.
Yeah, it's just it's one of those things, right? You know, Tourney Day Narbash rolls around, gets slept on the entire time, then gets rocked up. There's a Tang completely agree. I don't think anyone was expecting it to be first picked here for the Indecisive draft going into game 3, where they really needed that response, especially with how Nightshade EU kind of played this game. I know we have a bit of a joke here behind the scenes about watching EU games when they feel like stomps in slow motion, to be honest. If you just look at like the stat lines, if you look at the score, the objective control of game 2, you're like, oh, this is a stomp. Here we are 29 minutes in. Just a question of when the game just taken out here. But, you know, they have changed it up. Wang is in now. The Drongo comes in. Does that change much?
I think it could explode the game open quite a bit more, but honestly, it's really hard to say. We're a bit too early in. Shin in the mid lane has to dodge Conte's tether. Just gonna respect it. Gonna blink away. Conte going a bit steep. Gonna take a bit of damage himself. I really don't like this. Taking this one extra turret shot, it comes back to what we talked about earlier, right? This now allows Import to just walk into his jungle, not respect him whatsoever, and start contesting space.
Yeah, just fighting over this free camp here. Import just rumbles it away. I'd say a half HP shield is going to be pops though, but it just allows Import the freedom to do that as well. Also looking at the map there, Manq is in position, almost like they're expecting Import to go for an invade play, moving forward onto the mid lane, where Manq could still get involved with a Funk early on. So Import still playing around that boulder toss. Everyone's going to back away for now.
Making sure that Shin gets a good back. That's always been Import's focus. Making sure his laners are enabled to do what they do best, which is win lane, win game. So Import, using a bit of time, is a bit behind tempo compared to the Kwang, I believe. So that is going to be a bit invested there to make sure that Shin is able to get the reset. Make sure that Shin is able to match the Renner. The later this game goes, right hand side though, once more, it feels like a replay. Morose again suffering from Import's wrath.
Doesn't have any mana, and once again, it's another blink blown Bondrude. Is that one to perfection there? I think I just saw Morose tick out to level 5, wondering why is Bondrude still sticking up? But of course, Import waiting in the wings and gets the reward. The blink cooldown, free camp taken away. Import carrying on the momentum from game 2. It's another strong start.
It's a very strong start. It also, look at the lane, right? Greystone, Bondrude able to freeze it on the right side, deny a lot of XP from Morose that was winning the matchup in isolation. But of course, there's never a real 1 versus 1. There's always this guy in the jungle there to foil your plans, to make sure your life is a misery, and to make sure your own offlaner is gonna have the advantage. So far though, no kills happening. Kwang getting the blink out of gadgets. We did see Import get the blink out of the Grux.
Sealing started as well, and Indecisive do have first move. Sealing not starts on the right hand side. Potential for a double seedling play. Here as Conte will get the hunt, secured it for himself. Import drops down into the river. Boulder toss connecting on towards Conte. He's got the Seeker Destroy to provide a dual lane in a great position here. Two hands to at least get over the wall, but as a blink expended as Two Hands nearly caught out in a river, but now might be caught out on his way back to lane. Import blinks after Two Hands sees an isolated Drongo, tries to make it to the blast flower. Bonatos says no, stunned. First blood secured by Import once again as Manq blinks to safety on his tier 2.
That was the most two-hand stuff I've seen in my life. Knows there's 4 people, walks there regardless, and dies. I mean, that was crazy. Not even having the blink up to get away with the Import. So patient, knowing that Drongo has no way out anyways. And yeah, no idea what Two Hands was thinking there. No, Fang Chief starts it up. Conte makes his way in though.
Is very far forward, surges towards the pits. Mikey opens that Abyssal Rift. The Reference team arrives on the scene. Two Hands with a vengeance. Able to take down Import, but it's just a trade of junglers. Conte pulling the trigger a little bit too early there, I think, Tang.
They get the return frag onto Conte, so both junglers fall just a bit too early, as you said. So much damage coming out of this Tesla Dome together with the lockdown of the Rampage Rock, making sure at least get the Kwang down. Of course, Import falling himself there, so no objective take from either team. We still see both of them on the left hand side. Conte taking the red buff. We see Rampage about to take his blue. They're on out. It's going to be interesting to see where they want to position. The Fangtooth is not out of their mind quite yet.
I think it's maybe waiting for another small advantage, a good trade, good recall, a good reset. Let's just spin the tables, or maybe it's rotation. Once again, seeing Bondru just in the river on the right hand side, Seedling spawning on the right hand side as well. I don't think it's actually been taken on the first rotation. At least Conte now moving towards the left hand side, but Neft and Penguin, something's up, just backing away. All eyes again on this Fangtooth play as both teams looking to get another pick. Import level 6 to Conte's level 5, moves into the red side jungle.
Yeah, Import knows everything he needs to know now. Knows he has the level leads. Can bully Conte there on the stairs. Forcing him away over and over again. This level 6, super important. Conte should try to steal some XP from his dual lane. Just make sure to equalize this as soon as he can. Since there's no minions in the jungle anywhere on the left-hand side.
He's going to get level 6 though. He did tick over from the wave. Now meeting Import, hit by another boulder toss. Behemoth popped. They're looking for a tether. Gag Grenade comes down from Two Hands as well. Import's just waiting off the Behemoth duration.
Clean.
Gonna look to back away there as Indecisive just show up and do enough forced the Nightshade squad away, and now they're the ones who start up the Fangtooth themselves.
Look at Grux, right? This rotation out of Morose, making sure that this Fangtooth fight is going to be uncontested. Greystone, too late, not even able to push in on the right-hand side. So he's going to deny some minions away from Morose, but is not able to pick up those falling platings for himself. Still, once more, we see Morose leverage the advantage he has on lane to make sure his team gets those early objectives.
It's just clean, honestly. Tang, he said it yourself, just looking at that play come out is like, damn, that's just actually really clean predecessor coming out there. Yep. Literally no kills required, just one body, one bit of movement in the river is enough to completely diffuse a situation. Nightshade at least going to get the seedling on that right-hand side. Something back. The mini prime is also available to them. Not finding a window there, but yeah, maybe this is a good avenue to talk about Morose there as well on that right-hand side. Greystone and the Grux waiting for both of them to get involved.
Yeah, Grux had his blink forced at the beginning, now has it back up, so managed to survive the lane even after this earlier gank there by the Rampage before all of these shenanigans happened. But Bond, slowly but surely winning out in these trades, does not have Tainted up quite yet, does not have the augment that grants him the Tainted on his alternate ability. Instead goes for that extra ultimate damage, knowing that Grux has no way to really escape it whenever he channels it. Hunter showing on the right side. Import took the seedling just beforehand, so he does have a bit of a timing advantage. It's just gonna force the Greystone to recoil.
Very much getting shades tang of game number one, how this early game played out. It was slow, to be honest, very methodical, moving back and forward as he gets another slow pace 10 minutes to this game. We did have that action in the jungle, the only real blip there. Go against it, wards coming down, imports gank on the left hand side. Dual lane, no, not quite exploded in Nightshade's favor just yet. And Q and two hands need to try and find something. Funk is going to connect into Gagrenade. There's a big chunk on towards Penguin.
Look at Mini Prime though. They see the play on the left side, so they kind of know that Conte has to be somewhere around the left side. So they immediately start up this Mini Prime, but Grux off the reset, Conte is there as well.
Conte's moving forward, but they did drop the aggro. Another boulder toss connects. Everyone repositions. Burrow's going to pull two, but it's smashing grab two with the skull as well. And now Testo over top Bondrude with the Stone Force Soul crashes down for that bonus damage. Long arm with the law with the hat, and Shin gets the kill credit. Morose bites the dust. Nightshade EU combining in a cross map play.
Conte might still not be done yet. It's a bit more damage onto Shin. That is super healthy still regardless. Mini Prime is not started up. Rampage backing off, does not want to take the risk, knows that Conte is still in the vicinity. Grux about to respawn. Respawn time is really low at this point, right? We're only 11.5 minutes in this game. Only one objective has been claimed. That was the Fangtooth that Nightshade was not able to pick up, and instead it was indecisive. Picking this one up, almost traded out by the Mini Prime on the right side.
Another thing that we're seeing that was different from the previous games is just the health of these towers. I mean, tower plate seems to be dropping in about 1 minute 10 seconds. And they all look pretty damn healthy to me, honestly. I mean, we've not seen rotations being punished or massive waves being crashed in. Only really the tier 1 on the right-hand side taking the most damage as the 12-minute mark elapses. Platings have now dropped, so a lot of gold not taken up here, resulting in quite still a very tense mid-game as the Mini Prime started up now indecisive. And I don't think Nightshade are even aware of this.
Two Hands needs to worry about getting Dove again, right? That was the play just beforehand. Dive the Drongo, make sure this Mini Prime does not matter too much. Bond also getting some more damage on the right-hand side. No tower platings available any longer. So getting tower damage now is actually not as impactful as it would have been 30 seconds ago. So Mini Prime secured. Indecisive. Give over one tier 1. Honestly, I think they take this trade.
It's fine, and it's also very inconsequential tier 1 tower on the right hand side. Not really much of an issue for now, especially the lane is moving over. Mini Prime now given over to Conte, has got the ability to utilize it a bit more, maybe look towards the tier 1, maybe look towards that left hand side, or maybe look towards this fight though, for the second Fangtooth that has spawned. Nightshade are here. They are going to start this one up, but members arriving, 5v5 potentially brewing here.
But it is indecisive, having to walk in.
So moving forward, takes a boulder toss. He's able to get around though. Avoids the most of the damage as in Nightshade EU being very clinical here, deciding when to start the objective and when to pull back. But Conte's still in a very dangerous position, can't afford to be hit by that ricochet. Able to get round and avoids the boulder toss on the hunt to Nightshade EU, and Bondrewd chunked out though in the mid lane. Stone for Soul keeping back alive here, but a few micro advantages for both teams here.
I mean, I think in total, Indecisive come out ahead of this one. They were able to push in the left side, so a lot of minions lost for Nefta on the Murdoch, and also the Greystone, no reliable way to regain that HP. Only has its own Forged Soul, of course. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mankey on the Nabish, able to keep everybody topped up, just together with Conte, sticking together as a squad, making sure they are able to control the space. Grux thinking about going on the right side, just immediately pathing back to the mid lane. Morose knows his team needs him.
And Morose is going to move forward. Not going to find a smash and grab onto Bondrewd, forcing him back yet again. They can keep Bondrewd out of this back line. Indecisive, I'll be feeling confident about this fight. They finally have an entrance in towards the pit. Conte just sweeping at this point. Morose now joins. Thank you, Conte. 2 hands left hand side. Mikey isolated. Renner does have that ability to get away. Import hit by a tether. But still has Behemoth available. Not enough to force Import away. Another boulder toss straight in towards Mankey, looking for an engage. Penguin throws down a ricochet, but there's a lot of CC on towards Import's got to be careful. Neurogenesis has to be utilized to get Import back alive. Behemoth still available. Stupor over the top. On connect though, Neff throws out the long arm to Law. Not going to find the damage though. It's now Nightshade look for the fight, and Conte is down. Morose falls in the backline in a 1 versus 3, but Import arrives for a 1 versus 4 that Morose will never win. Indecisive lose the top side of the map, and Nightshade EU back to the Fangtooth.
Oh, such a strategic fight. I love this out of Shin as well. Tesla Dome splitting the fight. Long arm of the law from Neft connect as well. And we can see in the picture the strength of this Nightshade EU squad. Grux tries to do whatever he can, but Penguin with that ricochet augment able to keep him locked down long enough for Neft to finish the deal. They pick up this Fangtooth. They get another bit of damage towards this tier 1 in the mid lane. And Nightshade EU looking strong, 5-1 the scoreline.
And looking pretty damn good as well, and Indecisive. The first 15 minutes of this game, before that point and after that point, feel like 2 very different stages of this game. Actually, you have an advantage. Indecisive, and now they'll be on the back foot once again. UK is the gold lead, at least here, but we're seeing advantages though. Advantages in dual lane, advantage in the solo lane as well for the Nightshade boys. Feeling good. And Tang, you know, we spoke a bit in game 2 about Penguin on that support Rampage, Penguin on the support Zinx as well. That Neurogenesis thing justified the pick in one go. That was clutch.
That was super big. Rampage Import falling down to those red rounds by the Drongo, getting revived by Penguin again. That is now caught out. Finally does fall.
Sorry, Penguin, my bad.
Caster curse was happening right there for sure. That is the numbers advantage now for Indecisive. Grux still 1 HP. Morose can't even show his face anywhere close by.
I gotta make some very sad rhino noises behind this tier 1 tower as Bondrewd gets to get a little bit more damage and eventually take it down with the help of Shin behind. Tier 1 tower taken down, opens up the map for Nightshade EU. Move around pathways into the red side and the blue side jungle as well. Shaper still on the map to be taken. I believe it is on that left-hand side of the map. But no team able to find an opportunity yet for now. But after a very prolonged dance around that Fangtooth player, I don't think I can blame everyone to going back to their lanes. Just farm up and get ready for that next fight.
Bondrewd is so strong. Morose had to give up a lot on the right side. Made those rotations. Made sure his team picks up this first Fangtooth, but what does it result in, right? Suddenly he is a level down to Bondrewd, make it 1.5 levels, and he is just, yeah, I mean, you said it best, right? Doing sad rhino noises as he watches Greystone take over the map, has the tier 1 secured for himself. Yeah, and Morose not able to walk up anywhere close by, knows in the all-in, it's always going to be Bondrewd that is favored.
That's why Morose is looking for those smash and grabs plays. I mean, he's still a Grux, of course. He's got the CC. He has got that very potent engage. if the Grux is able to all in on his players. But as Nightshade EU start to expand their lead a little bit, I mean, we saw what happened last time. Morose found 3, and he soon found himself looking at the store in the spawn, and he's wondering where it all went wrong. 5 kills for 2, 18.5 minutes on the clock. Paper in play, Mini Prime still available. Have a team looking at some just yet. Nightshade EU once again getting in control, not overforcing the issue just yet.
Level 14 on Bondroot. Left hand side, Penguin. Trying to defend the tier 1. We see those rotations coming in as well. Shin is going to have first move from the mid lane. Rampage close by as well. Don't love this out of Mankey on 2 hands.
Gateway also taken by Bondroot as well as Import connects the Boulder Toss onto 2 hands. Blink will be utilized, but here comes Shin. For the speed gate, Testadome, 2 hands able to reposition with that ultimate, avoids the long arm of the law, but Bondroot, fresh from the right-hand side, hacks him down where he tries to run. Big rotation, big collapse, ADC down for Indecisive.
And just so unnecessary as well from Mankey and 2 hands. They try to get a bit of a trade onto Penguin that has everything up. No reason for them to over chase down the left side. They know that Mankey is off a reset. They know that Morose is struggling on the other side and Bondroot is looking for the gateway. And they just get collapsed on. Give over the Shaper. Give over to this mini Prime next to Indecisive though. It's going to be Bondroot trying to get something back, but still. All of those seedlings now pushing down the wave.
Andrew still has to be careful. They smash and grab into a funk. I mean, he's fine at least. He's still walking forward. He's now got the Zinks behind him. The lands though, Bondroot forced into the Stone Forward Soul. There's still all that CC. Morose pulls him back in. Wildfire gonna come down. Bondroot able to leap away. Crashes back onto the map just like these meteorites as the Cataclysm will be approaching here. All Prime spawn. Bondroot is down and Indecisive pull the trigger.
Mankey has the healing, has the Narvish passive as well. That should keep him relatively topped up in terms of mana. Rampage is on the other side and Bondroot force.
And 2 hands able to get that killing blow, but they drop the All Prime aggro. The game is up. And Mankey loses his life there, so they have lost that portable health package as Import, Neff, and Penguin arriving on the scene. Conte moving forward. Bad Medicine slow. Not able to find the Ricochet, though. Is able to at least get them out, but Indecisive still willing to go for some incredibly gutsy plays to try and get them back into Game 3 of the Grand Finals here.
That last hit from Prime actually getting Narvish there at the back end of it. Not able to out-heal it. So in the end, it's him falling. But I love this out of Rampage as well. Import was on the Fangtooth, was like, okay, you guys are doing monkey business on the right side. I'm just going to solo this real quick. Sees that Bondroot gets caught and immediately goes off it, right? He's like, okay, I almost have this done, but it is just so imperative that I make it into this pit in time. Otherwise, it could have been Indecisive picking up this Prime. So even though this game has been slower, even though this game has been very much in favor of Nightshade EU, Indecisive, they're not out of it quite yet. They're finding small ways back into this game, but honestly, TJ, I think the guy that needs to do a lot in this one is either Mikey on the Renner, or it's gonna have to be 2 hands on the Drongo.
This is what the desk were talking about there with this Renner pick coming in. We just didn't feel like it's really seen the value for the priority here. I mean, maybe there was still an avenue for that to be the Renner support being played by Mankey. We know he has brought that out previously in his tournaments, especially in the series against Ronin, the upper bracket semi-finals. Right now, on the mid lane here, so maybe they need to step up because the Stupor, I mean, everything's still going for them. I mean, Stupor can be combined with that Gag Grenade, with that Tether, with Morose. They've got tools available to them right now. Not able to find a fight, and I just say, 2 hands. Last time in the upper finals, it was 2 hands getting the better of Neff. This time, though, Neff seems to be getting the better of 2 hands.
Definitely. Right hand side as well. Another tier 2 falling. It's gonna be almost 3.5. Almost 4 items complete by Neft. And it's just gonna get worse. One team fight after the next. Conte trying to catch onto Import. Good jump away. Running to the safety of his dual lane. We can see everybody coalescing on the right-hand side. Greystone and Grux on the other side are gonna join it momentarily as well on the pathway.
Ultimate did come out from Morose, but he's not able to pull Bondroot back in. There's a cooldown to be exploited, at least, yeah. But also on the right side, also notice as well as we hovered over towards Neft as well, he's even got himself the Eviscerator crest just to deal with the tankier members, Morose and Bondru now duking out once again. Morose to combine the CC, cannot trade it up. Blink gets away from a long arm of the law, and there is that man again. Shin was waiting in the winds, although Penguin now sees himself isolated, hit by the Funk, by the Tether, and the kitty cat gets deleted in the river. Advantage to Indecisive.
They didn't even invest too much for this. Starting up this Prime, Morose still on the left side is gonna come from base. They have Manq to provide all the healing. We're just looking again for those wombo combos. This Tesla Dome shredded them in that previous team fight, but now it's not gonna be Greystone. He does not have the Stoneforge Soul. Neft does not have this long arm of the law, and Indecisive, they wanna go for this play.
Needs this play to work. Tether's gonna land. They turn away from the Orb Prime. Looking for Import, just jumps back. Neft in the red side jungle. Bondrewd here as well. Still a bit bruised from that fight on the left-hand side as Morose is here. But sees himself picked off there. Blink will come out. Radround's explosion, not enough to take him down. Two hands. Just single-handedly with that revolver finding damage, but Nightshade EU once again delay the Orb Prime and force the reset. Indecisive will go back to base.
And the big point is Manq is out of mana again. He's not able to sustain through these team fights, running out of mana in all of them. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to stop this Indecisive roster from pressuring, since they're always able to win out in the health economy as long as Nightshade EU is not able to pick up one of these frags. Just so much health regen that the green orc provides for them. And the turret secured now on the other side. Prime still the main target. Fangtooth still away for another 20 or so seconds. Penguin, the guy that has been getting caught the last two frags, has been him overplaying his hands, not respecting the lockdown of Indecisive.
I mean, I will take a bit of credit. I did shout at Penguin a little bit, and then he gets caught up almost immediately. You just can't write this in the script, to be honest, Troy. So know how you're handling here, at least. But a Boulder Toss connects on towards Manq. I really get the sense that Indecisive kind of lost that almost that cutting edge, that surprise of the All Prime fight. I don't think Nightshade were ready for it, to be honest, which is why Penguin was just doing supporting role, just taking down the vision. It weren't setting up for it. Indecisive, that felt like the play to get them back into this game, and Nightshade EU just doing what Nightshade EU have done all tournaments, where it's not necessarily, well, getting control of these games, it's actually just diffusing situations as well, just forcing full resets.
Look at Neft on the left side. Grux takes the portal over. That is gonna be known to Nightshade EU. There could always be a play for the Fangtooth. That one has spawned. We have no wards anywhere for Indecisive. They're playing around the right side, playing around Bondrewd.
That's not Stoneforge Soul available. Manq movement speed will get him to reposition. We're fighting for the Shaper. Bondrewd, though, gets some damage on towards Mikey. Morose pulls him back. Mikey able to blink over the wall. Does have utilized that ultimate, though, and Bondrewd moving forward as well. Import look for a Boulder Toss. Penguin throwing bad medicines around, and just like that, evicts Indecisive from the blue side jungle. Morose,
oh no,
isolated from his team. Have to go for a bit of a great escape. Boulder Toss hits the terrain. Morose has got to deal with the rest of the team. He's got to heal up. Tesdo will be committed by Shin and will be enough to take down Morose. Advantage in favor of Nightshade, but Penguin once again caught out in the gag grenade. Could not use that ultimate one-for-one support for the offlaner.
Look at Bond in the mid lane as well, jumping away. Has the Stoneforge Soul Import, tries to turn the fight.
Oh no, the Manq nearly gets lost in that melee. Bondrewd, Stoneforge Soul, Behemoth comes out there. Two hands to target. Import blinks on two hands, and with the boulder will slam down and take out the ADC. Boulder Toss looking to connect on towards Conte into the Epoch. Gets under the tier 2 tower, but Neft, that passive shot, the extra range takes him down as Indecisive lose 4 as Nightshade only cost Penguin for that play, or Prime started up.
It's all about the ADCs in these team fights. Two hands gets caught there in this mid fight. Meanwhile, Murdoch is allowed to free fire. Neft does it all in this one. Doesn't matter how many tanky members there are when the Murdoch with the Eviscerator is just able to chow through them. We've seen Neft sort of make the change. Usually we do see people go for the Liberator, go for the Pacifier, but Neft has been loving this Eviscerator, has been playing it on almost every carry, every game, and we can see it pay off in this one. Has the sinks theoretically for zoning duty to make sure that he is safe. Doesn't even need it in this one, right? Penguin and Spawn, Neft still unleashed.
Neft is an absolute demon when he is confident. Once again, 4 items deep in the build. Compare that with 2 hands. Again, 4 items, but it's only about a tier 2 behind at least. 2 hands keeping it close, but what we're not seeing though is that fortune being shared in the results of these team fights. It's all going Nightshade EU's favor, and Neft is finding the damage in these fights. That is the big crucial factor here. Now Primal Fangtooth, another battleground. Triple Ripple, potentially, for Nightshade EU if they do take the Primal. Love this from Import though, how confident he is to walk forward on a tanky rampage. Not even afraid of the bulk of Indecisive squad in the red side jungle there.
He's not afraid, but maybe he should be, right? Because there's still the silence. There's still a lot of lockdown on Indecisive. It almost feels like that's the only way back.
Oh, Conte nearly losing his life there. Another pick. Hesodome and Behemoth utilized. Knockup comes through from Manq. Import's got to reposition. Morose dealing with Bondrewd is now enters the backline as the Abyssal Rift into the backline. Neft taken down so low. Penguin doing what he can to heal up the AD carry, and he's done enough as the Vanquisher Brock will take down Mikey, allowing Nightshade to reposition because Morose is down. Conte might be losing his life too. Bondrewd still causing problems for himself. Oh my word, deleted by a Nova shot coming through as Neft finds himself a quadra kill outside the Primal Fangtooth.
Oh, what a split fight. Bonds, like, making sure that 3 of the backline members of Indecisive can't join the fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mikey doing the same to Nightshade EU, but Bond just lives through it. He almost gets the pick onto Conte as well in that 1 versus 3, and Neft, of course, comes in, gets the pick onto Renner, and starts the shutdown, picking up the rest of those Indecisive members to walk down the mid lane.
It was a big moment when Indecisive lost their first game of the entire tournament. Now lose 2 back-to-back for the first time as well. Nightshade EU moving on to championship points in this best-of-5 series. Tang, they are looking so dominant when these games go in their favor. And again, I think I've said this so many times throughout this cast, it's just they feel so comfortable as well. They're not overforcing, they're not overplaying. Members are getting picked off, but they're able to at least diffuse those situations. And it really feels like when Nightshade get into these situations, they don't look a team like dropping any of these game states.
That's the experience coming out of these players as well, right? We have a Neft, we have Penguin, so many Fangbooth titles below them, PCC titles. We have Shin and Import, of course, winning whatever there is to win under the sun, right? So all of them just knowing that 1 loss is not going to be the end, right? And we can see it right there. Losing the first game, winning the next 2 convincingly. And as you said, championship point, 1 more for them to make it through. And now it's on Indecisive instead. Came in as the favorites, didn't lose a single game, already beat them in the winners finals in the upper bracket. But now it's a whole different story. The momentum is against them. Are the Mentors gonna stay strong?
It's a completely different ball game here. 1 core destruction away from first EU titles for Import, Jin, and Bondrewd as well. Still got 1 more game at minimum to play. Indecisive, what do you got? Well, we'll find out though. Post-game breakdown coming your way from the desk.
Thank you, gents. As always, Lance, Falcon, we've got 94 seconds to break this game down as the highlights are going to be coming through. I know you guys wanted to highlight Bondrewd on this Greystone. Falcon, give me what you got.
He just played so damn well on this Greystone. He just had the spacing in every single team fight. And honestly, although he probably didn't do that much damage, just the amount of space he created, as in this, let's look at where Bondrewd is, ulting there, swapping Mikey and 2 Handsome coming in, helping Conte, helping Morose, and that split allows Nightshade to play those team fights however they want. which is just creating this monster net carry.
Absolutely. And Lance, you were saying Neft's just going crazy, and this one didn't die a single time, and it's because no one could get to the backline. What was the strategy here for Indecisive?
I am still trying to figure that one out myself, actually. I think that this game may have been a teeny bit of a draft differential, but I know that Import kind of known to find these advantages as these longer series kind of pop out. He's very good at identifying the holes and the weak spots and like the right places to go with his draft. But for me, that game was the Neft show. That man is just on a different level, I would say, to most of the players that I've really ever seen pilot ADCs in this game. Neft is a god amongst men. Two Hands really the only person that ever is holding him even semi-accountable. And then these last two games, no BM towards Two Hands, but he really has it to Neft.
Yeah, the positioning from Two Hands in this last one on the Drongo just wasn't. It got caught out time and time again. So very interesting. We saw the Eviscerator on the Murdoch. But he's been running it a couple of times. Oh, TNT.
My God.
Something. But guys, a minimum of one more game. This is the precipice of what Import and the team have been looking for. Import, he's looking to add another title after winning the LAN. He wants even more fame, more glory. Falcon, do you think they can do it here in game number 4?
As far as they've shown today, they 100% can. I think Indecisive, they are good players. They are good enough. They've already taken a game off of Nightshade EU today. They have shown they can do it. But they're just kind of shooting themselves in the foot with these drafts. The first pick, Narbas. We can talk enough about that. But I just think that they need to consolidate these drafts. They need to have something that allows them to play like they did in game 1. Because so far in this game 2 and 3, they've been stifled from the get-go and just allowed Import and Bondrude and everyone else on the side of Nightshade EU play how they want. And with comfort comes victories.
Lance, what player should we be looking at? Is it Conte? Is it Two Hands? Who needs to rise up, be that X factor to bring us to game 5?
I think it's Morose and I think it's Mikey, honestly. I think in the game 1 performance that we saw out of them, the Gideon for Mikey had really good positioning, the good black holes. I also put Morose back on Greystone, dude. It worked so well. I think that they need to look at their draft really bad. I know that ManQ is a Narbash merchant, kind of like the Narbash one trick in EU. I don't know about Golem's gift into time warp on that hero. We'll see if they can make the necessary adjustments.
And they are gonna have to in order to get to the game 5 and potentially win the grand prize here for the PCC EU Fall Series. But before we get to that, we got to get to a break. Welcome back, Predecessor fans. It's HD Philly B, Lance Cecil, and Falcon still rocking with you through this epic series in our EU Grand Finals between Indecisive and Nightshade EU. This time, Indecisive definitively have the first pick. Lance, what are they going to do with it?
Hopefully not Narbash.
I love it. And I want to see the Greystone form, and on Moreau specifically, no more Rhino. He's just not getting it done here, Falcon.
It wasn't the same Morose we saw in that first game. He did so much better on the Greystone. I think Greystone just in a better position. Grux obviously had those nerfs come in as well, so not as strong as we did see it in the play-ins. The grounds are probably going to be the exact same we saw last game. Phase Revenant on Indecisive. Phase Rampage. It starts with an R. It's not Revenant though. So I guess they just don't want Import to be playing that. Wukong should be coming in here. Indecisive, Two Hands himself, I don't think is a massive Rev player, so Neft is more than likely now going to be piloting that. The question is, the first pick, there's a lot on the board. Greystone is the hopeful pick here for me.
Fingers crossed, but is it going to be Quang again, you think, Lance?
Honestly, it's just not Narbash. Okay, Greystone, that is the correct move. I think it's also very important here that we put that on Morose.
Oh, first pick Narbash on the other
It's not
side.
first pick. It's not first pick.
I mean, but still, it's part of your opener here, Falcon. What do you make of that?
I think this is just a pick away. I think Penguin can play any support. He doesn't really mind anything, so this is going to be fine for him. It does make me think maybe it's not going to be Revenant, because Revenant Narbash can't really do anything in the laner phase. Maybe you'll pick something like the Skylar or the Murdoch instead, just have a bit more safety for yourself. But, you know, this Renner coming through once again, I don't like it. I don't think Renner's really done anything in this series. I don't think Renner's kind of been there at all. So it feels like it's just kind of a pick that is just, well, when it's up, let's just get it. The Revenant, I mean, again, I didn't think Two Hands was going to be picking this up, but Revenant has shown a great showing. He yesterday had multiple games where he solo carried, and I think he can definitely be in a position to do that again.
Lance, why is this Revenant such a massive impact in the game?
There's this cool little thing called Hellfire Rounds, which is an augment that he has, which makes his fourth shot just do a billion D damage. It also, you know, cuts through armor, which will, they picked this before the Sevarog came up, right? But you know that at some point Nightshade's going to pick some tanks up. You know it'll be able to cut through those. He just does a lot of damage. Two Hands doesn't miss autos, and they're the most important hero to not miss autos on is Revenant, because he only gets 4 of them, and all of them are incredibly impactful.
Okay.
Another thing to add with Revenant as well is the fact that he's quite self-sufficient. He has that ultimate to put him into that realm. That means that you can take the jungler out of an objective fight, but also you can use it to escape yourself, just go into a 1v1 realm instead of a 3v1 or a 3v2. So it does give you a lot of safety in regards to that.
And that is important, especially if those folks in the duo lane are just battling it out in the 1v1, so the supports can rotate and go elsewhere. We're seeing the sticky Rick here, Lance. I'm here for it.
This lane is incredibly punishing if they get a little bit of a lead on you. One route out of the Revenant, next thing you know, you are hooked, you are silenced. So the positioning for Penguin and Neft are going to be very essential to their success early in this. I would expect Import to make some returns. Yo, actually, hold on a second. This entire series so far, it's like we had forgotten that Yurei even exists, and now here she is getting picked up at this point. She hadn't been picked or banned through this entire process right now. That hero is cuckoo bananas, how powerful it is. I actually had also forgotten it existed, and I'm very excited to see Indecisive pilot at this game.
We don't talk about Yuri, at least me and Spooky Mars don't, but I'm glad to talk about it now. This is going to be Conte in the jungle here on the Yuri. This is the X Factor pick, Falcon.
It's a pick I wasn't expecting. Conte hasn't really played this at all in scrims, has played one game, did win it. But the problem with Yue is that she needs time to scale up. She's not those pre-level 6 character which can just run around. Yes, once she's in those team fights, she has those resets, which is so damn annoying. She's so damn slippery. But in the early game, Indecisive's not going to really have a jungler, and now Import's picked the Chimera. I know you guys have a lot of thoughts on Chimera, but he is a strong character. He can build Overlord, which is a really good item at the moment, and he gets a lot of early prio. Import most likely is going to go the ambush, the extra range on it augment. But if he goes that invading augment where he gains extra AD in the enemy's jungle, he can just perma invade on Conte, and Conte can't really do anything about it.
Lance, do you think the Chimera is that the final piece in the puzzle to wrap this whole present up?
For my money, Chimera's the best hero in the game right now. I actually think it's criminal to get him in the very last pick of a draft like this, or that we haven't seen him so far into this. If that hero gets ahead, there is no catching up to him now with these Overlord changes. I love this draft from Nightshade EU.
Same. It feels like they have all stages of the game covered. You come Chimera in the early game, then you have Narbash in the mid game, and then you scale up with your Murdoch, your Sevrog, and your Gadget there. So kind of helping them through each and every phase. But Falcon, what can Indecisive do to win this game?
So Morose is now on Greystone. That is one of the big things that we asked for time and time again, and now he's finally on it. So if he can do the same impact like he did in game 1, there is a chance. Two hands, he needs some better positioning in this game. He can't be caught out. If he's in the wrong place, he's going to get ambushed cold by input. He's going to get colossal blowed by Bondrude. He has to play perfectly in these team fights. Otherwise, the damage from Indecisive is going to be basically non-existent. And finally for Conte, he just needs to get through that early game. If he can get to those 2 item marks and then not too far behind, he can get those big storms ultimates and combine it with likes of Morose or likes of the Renner, then there is a chance Indecisive can win this game.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. We heard Nightshade EU. They're going to try to ramp this Chimera. On the other side, Indecisive looking for those picks, some of those early engagements. Only one way to know, and that's to send it to Tang and TJ.
Thank you so much, Desk. Welcome everyone down to the Sanctuary map once again for Game 4 between Indecisive and Nightshade EU. Indecisive staring down championship point. Nightshade only need one more core destruction. Take a huge chunk of that $12,500 prize pool. Indecisive, Tang, gotta really get the sense here that they have thrown everything at this draft. So volatile. They're really giving it their all in this, what could be their last game of the Fall Series.
This draft kind of reminds me a tiny bit of a game we had yesterday between Ronan and Venivans, because I'm looking at this Richter again in the support role, and Manq has like no setup anywhere, right? The most he has is the Stupor coming out of the Renner. Potentially also 2 hands with the Root, but that one is a bit more tricky. But I like the idea of Manq going for the regen augment over going for the hook augments, because the hook augment in this game is not as consistent as you wanted to be, honestly. Just go for a bit more sustain, make sure that you live through those Narvish thunks. And then I like the response out of Indecisive. They know, okay, this Narvish pick, for whatever reason, I suppose it is EU, has climbed up in priority. We're just gonna pick what is good into it. So we're gonna pick up this Richter, try to play for this dual lane ourselves for once on this left-hand side.
And combining all that with a Yore. I mean, Lance said it on the desk, kind of forgot that the Yore existed, and honestly, I can't say I blame him. You get banned away, so you get any priority, but here we are, game 4. It's going to be on Conte's hands, who really has struggled in the last 2 games. On this pick, though, you need him to pop off as Mikey hits another Stupor on towards Shin, but Conte decides not to go for the gank. Instead, for an invade into the blue side, get some vision down on that side of the map.
2 hands, you know he's there. Manq, just blink, is gonna be able to escape. Good. Cooldowns being taken away. And I love the respect. Mikey in the mid lane now, getting the return frag onto Shin that did not want to invest that blink. The damage coming out of the sisters, spelling trouble for Indecisive early on.
I love how direct, you know, it's like, man, you could just blink. You know he's there. Just blink, please. At least there. But, you know, first blood does get secured. And honestly, Conte just goes for a bit of a double dip though on that mid lane. Like, he definitely was not expecting that one, at least. And Conte getting himself first blood. Himself some knowledge. Gets himself a blue buff on that left-hand side as well. Not what they were looking for. Import sniffing around, but he wasn't able to find a gank on that left-hand side either.
He got the blink out of the Richter. That can be played for afterwards, right? But you're right. This pick on the mid lane is, of course, a lot more impactful. We did see before how those lane priority changes can really impact those jungle routes as well. And especially picking something like a Yurei into a Chimera, you really want to be ahead. Lance was saying how, in his eyes, Chimera is the strongest hero at the moment in the game. But if he's behind, this Chimera is absolutely useless, right? Import needs to still be ahead, and Yurei can't be super fat, otherwise she's just gonna run circles around this Chimera.
Already moving towards the red side jungle. Bondrewd, a bit of damage on towards that 5 camp. He's going to bump into him. Import, though, for a revenge yank towards Mikey.
Good
Find though, instead goes for the invade onto the red side. Conte is not aware of this one, and Import, he's taking away one. Might be able to take away another. Conte going to show himself. Import, a little bit of a chip day away. Whispering Echoes. Take the final one there, as Import does get a successful invade off. Onklands. Left-hand side, but Mankyu 2 hands a bit too low.
Mankyu healing with that regen augment, of course. It's not under as much threat as he would be otherwise, but damage exchanged. That is always in favor of the Nabish lane. Penguin able to just pop him up, pop the song off their people, make sure that Neft stays safe on the Murdoch. We've seen him pilot this pick, I think, for the last 3 games. I think every single game, except for that one Skylar game, actually. I was wrong. He has been piloting that and has been making it work. Connecting with those long arm of the laws. Knows that, okay, these games are very slow, are very methodical. I might not be able to impact the game early on, so I might as well pick something like a Murdoch where I can find those impactful ultimates, those snipes, to make sure the team still has the ADC in the fight.
It's just a common win condition for teams featuring Neft, is just get this man involved. Long arm the law. Global range, get him involved anywhere he wants, and also with ADC as he is, to find ultimates themselves and connect those shots. Shade to look for, but honestly, this entire team playing super well. I mean, Tang, you said it yourself 2 weeks ago, how Nightshade just play together as a unit. Of course, individual members are very strong, but they win as a 5-man squad there. Mankyu very close with a Riplash, takes a funk for his troubles at least. Able to find the first hook just yet.
I feel like the Scar Blitzer's combination should be fast though in that exchange. Just make sure 2 hands root somebody up and Richter connects with the hook. I think throwing them out a blind is never a good sign. Onto on the left hand side. Hook connects onto Penguin. A bit more damage exchanged. This could be used to start up this Fangtooth. We also see the mid priority coming in from the Renner, and this one should go over.
The play from Nightshade EU, it's how they have able to get themselves into this position, but indecisive. When they have the same situation, why not do it themselves? Preshow in mid, Preshow on the left hand side. First move to a Fangtooth, and Conte will secure it, and they even had Morose moving over from that right-hand side just in case. 5 members all coming together to make sure first neutral goes to indecisive.
Yeah, I love that you caught that as well. Morose immediately walking mid lane, just making sure, right? Like, if there's a fight brewing, he can either take the mid wave or just impact the fight himself. So Morose always looking at the map. We just saw him outscaled in the last 2 games. Saw Bondrewd have a fantastic performance so far in the set. Has been on fire, playing those tanky characters. That is what Nightshade EU has been starting to do pretty much every time, right? Get Bondrewd on something tanky and then let Import be the playmaker in the jungle.
Bondrewd was able to stack a few of them camps as well, away from Conte, just to add a bit of insult to injury. But with Bondrewd low, again, Hamilton's going to say this Preshow right-hand side. First move to an objective, and the mini prime going to be started up. Import's back in base at the moment here, and Indecisive looks like going to get themselves 2 neutral objectives back to back, and even Mankyu's on the way over from base just to make sure. Indecisive again, playing as a unit here.
We also see Richter having first move over Nabish. Penguin also wanting to make his presence known, but knows that the second this mini prime falls, there's not going to be a fight happening in the river either. Hunter looking to take the 2 camp, invades by Import. Penguin is here as well.
Skewer not going to connect though. Test Dome comes out in response. A lot of CC. The blink coming out from Mankyu. Long over the law, but Imports will get the killing blow and on towards Mankyu. Even things up 1 for 1. They will trade the mini prime for a pick in the red side jungle.
Yeah, I don't know why you skewer there for Manq. Just an easy invigorate coming out of the Chimera to make sure that he cleanses himself of any status effects there. Able to outplay in the jungle 1-1. Objectives heavily in favor of Indecisive though. Import still so cocky, just walks into the blue side, still takes away the 3 camp in the face of Conte.
Import saying, Conte, you're going to look at me whilst I take your free camp away from you. You know exactly what I am doing.
The guts on this guy.
The guts, the cojones on one of the best junglers that we have in the scene right now. 1-1 though, 9 minutes, another slow burn again. But on what we've expected from both these teams, it's not about the kills. It's all about the macro. The movements and the rotations have resulted in net positive plays for both teams.
It's just been different plays, right? Import has been getting some jungle camps for himself. Also been getting that 1 frag onto Manq. Meanwhile, Conte has been playing very heavily for those objectives. Now having this mini prime for himself is really punishing Import there. Shinozo getting pushed under the turret. Conte wants to take this entire blue side himself. Blue buff about to respawn as well, and Import still has not channeled the recall.
Still sticking around. Not really got much of a red side available to him either. That invade. Conte. I mean, I said this in game 2, or I believe it was game 3, when we saw the Greystones. Like, Conte on a jungle where he can't really set up, he can't really play make, is a completely different person to Conte on something like a Yore, on something like a Zarus. A rejuvenated Conte already. Strong start for him. Import has been nullified so far.
Yeah, so far it's not been making it work, and I think a lot of it has also been in the mid lane. Mikey always first move to all of these objectives. Chimera really strong because he can just stack HB regen on those neutral objectives, but it's always been Shin forced under the turrets, ran our first move, and that makes it really, really hard for Chimera to start up these objectives, because if you're in the... Doesn't matter how strong you are, you're not going to win the 1 versus 2. You're not going to win the 1 versus 3, especially with a gold disadvantage. And that's what we've seen so far in this game. Next, Fangtooth about to spawn as well. And look at the offlane. Morose already taking the river buff, already on his way to the Fangtooth.
He's on his way to cause some carnage. This time, Bondrude will respond, though. Will move over with him. And he's actually found a position... Pincer currently on the top ropes overlooking the mid lane. Fangtooth going to spawn. Indecisive on Dawn side. Do have first move over the pit here, but they want the pick first. Mikey might be a tempting target as Morose finds himself in the backline on that Greystone. Going to be knocked about, moved away. This team is allowed though. Conte moving forward. He's an opportunity with potentially with the Severance. Soulstorm connects onto 2, but no follow-up damage. Tesladome came out and Shin gives Morose a hat. Morose going to go back to spawn to fit it in place there. Indecisive start the fight. They're the ones reeling from it.
I think actually Nightshade was the one starting it with the Colossal Blow, and Mikey just uses the Soulstorm defensively, trying to get further away, not realizing that everybody of Indecisive is there anyways. If he just channels it forward, he can combine it with the Soulstorm out of the Ure, with that Stoneforge Soul out of the Greystone as well. So big misplays coming in from Indecisive, and honestly, what a good punish by Nightshade EU. Bond finding the angle, getting this Colossal Blow onto Renna changes this entire team fight dynamic.
It was that member tank you were looking for to kind of step up. You said last game, you know, we've got to see the Renna, we've got to see why we're justifying it here, and it was a good opportunity 10 minutes into this game. It's at that 12-minute mark, caught out of position, not able to find any value in that fight. It's been miscommunication coming out. Indecisive, a team that we know can play such good clinical clean predecessor. As this series has gone on, these games have been getting a little bit scrappier, I think it has to be said.
They definitely have, no question about it. Morose, Bond fighting for their level 11. Morose is gonna get that one, so he is gonna smile after this one, but honestly, no kills obviously happening
and
there.
face plans the terrain on the other side as well, but he at least got the side.
Just for good measure, making sure that, you know, Greystone mains, they don't need too many brain cells anyways. One might argue, of course not me, so it doesn't really matter if he hits the ledge one too many times when he jumps up, but yeah, so far everything has been going back to neutral. Really important though, Nightshade EU picking up this last team fight, getting this Fangtooth and equalizing the objective score.
Objective score equalized. Kill score is only one between it. Team gold, 200, 300 gold, less than a tier 1 item here at this point. So the game is even in regards to them. So we look maybe towards the levels. It is a level lead though in the dual lane. 2 hands over Neft. A level lead for Shin in the mid lane. Level lead for Yore on the jungle. So close. Both teams kind of evening each other out across the board here. Both teams looking for that decisive fight. Indecisive really need this next fight to go their way, because we know what happens when Nightshade are able to pull ahead.
I'm looking at Conte as well. He's been making it work in the early game, but has been falling off a bit, not finding any of these angles in those team fights. Had a really good Soulstorm in that fight, just a no follow-up anywhere else, so was not able to get the frag. Seedling started up, Mankey is there, so is Conte. But Import just invigorate, making sure that Mankey's hooks are not gonna connect, even if the hit marker appears. Mike in the mid lane.
Potentially look for that Stupor, punish the Invigorate cooldown, but not going to find it. You can destroy. There's a real number on Morose having to back away. Mankey's got to be careful as Bondrude now looking forward. Conte gets the resets with that Severance, able to reposition, and Mankey goes in, skewer on towards 2. Fire over the top. That's a one-way trip forward. Hits the Riplash onto Bondrude, but Mankey has a way more than he can chew. Now Conte Soulstorm falls in free. A lot of value. But where's the follow-up from Indecisive? It's not there. Mikey finally lands another Stupor, but Conte's the one trying to get away. Import blinking forward, looking for Conte. Gonna find him with the axes. It's a double kill for Import. Now Mikey's in danger. Procs the Epop, but Seeker Destroy over the top. And Neft's bookshot puts down the mid laner.
I have a feeling that Nightshade has scaled. They just absolutely demolish in the team fight. The Richter catching onto 2, but it's the 2 tanks. They just shrug it off. The Soulstorm connects onto the backline, but as you said, there was no follow-up anywhere to be had. 2 hands on the other side of the terrain. We did see Mikey not able to pull in his own ultimate as well, and now Mankey is just gonna make it worse by falling one more time. Shaper secured, Seedlings running down the map, and so is this Nightshade EU squad.
Indecisive in danger of just falling apart right now. Mankey picked off twice, and all of that setup, those foundations being laid in the first 10 minutes are being undone one at a time. They're looking to fight and contest this mini prime. Morose taking a lot of damage inside of the pits, but he is not able to get the Stoneforge Soul off. He is going to fall, and now Nightshade EU just regrouping together. Conte, another Soulstorm, a good chunk onto Import's got to be careful, but he just hops back on towards the mini prime, hides behind Neft, able to find the damage. Conte's running out of options. Anima burst to reposition, but it's just be sent back to spawn. Double kill for Neft. Eyes now on Mikey.
Execute
to try and get away, looking for an opportunity, not going to find the execute. Bondrude wants to take his soul, but Neft wants another triple kill.
I feel like we just swapped regions just there. I'm gonna be honest. What is this? 4 kills, make it 5 actually, with Mankey falling at the beginning of the fight. This game has absolutely exploded from the slow, methodical gameplay that we've seen in the early game, and Nightshade is the victor in all of these team fights. We can see it on the tab screen. 6k the gold advantage, and just looking across the board, they are up pretty much everywhere.
Everything's coming up Nightshade right now, and another Fangtooth in their pocket. Import gonna say thank you very much here, but Indecisive just falling apart at the wayside. And Tag, honestly, I think I can forgive you for thinking we might be in a different region, because remember, North American Grand Finals will be coming up after the conclusion of the EU Grand Finals. Maybe we've swapped the regions a little bit too early. I'm not too sure. 1 kill, 10. Indecisive again. Gonna be on the ropes in this one here. 1 core destruction away from Nightshade EU becoming PCC Fall champions of the EU region. And for Indecisive now, they really... I keep saying that they need to step it up here, but honestly, this is a true mountain to climb now.
And this is not a game you can give over easily. This is 12.5k euros on the line. This is a lot of money for each of these teams, and Nightshade EU, they're so close to getting it. heavily in the lead, 1-10. The scoreline. Indecisive have been reeling from jab after jab, but NiGHDU has delivered. And after this first game, there were question marks. Can NiGHDU do it? They beat Vanivans yesterday, but today is a different beast. This is Indecisive, the team that went deathless without any losses in the upper bracket. Beat them in the upper bracket finals. And now they're on the brink of defeat. NiGHDU controlling this entire map, walking into the blue side, and Conte just gets exploded as NiGHDU claims what's rightfully theirs.
Another kill onto Neft, dropping the Indecisive jungler. The playmaker is down. Now as you look across the map, you wonder, where is this X Factor now? Where has it got to come from here? Because Nightshade now looking completely control this map, sieging this tier 2 tower. It will fall. The dual lane backs away 19 minutes in, and once more Nightshade have reached that position where they're in complete control of the game. And Indecisive, again, it was difficult the first time, nearly impossible the second time. Might just be a little bit too far already. Simple jumping onto Mikey, forcing him back. 2-level lead in the mid laners as well. What can Indecisive do?
It's just getting worse and worse. They're playing against Nightshade, right? The team that is known for their clean late game plays. The team that is known to know how to end games. That is not throwing away those leads like some other teams would. So it's just Indecisive in a really bad spot at the moment. And Conte has been having a phenomenal early game, but just getting punished. Step after this one. Import has been having his number, so aggressive in the jungle because he knows he has his team right behind him. Another tier 2 force. Morose trying to defend his very last one, and you can see NiGHDU grouping up on that right hand side.
Whiplash is going to connect onto Bondrude. Shadow Slip and also the Blink expended, but Bondrude is going to keep himself alive. Not thrown onto this one, including that ultimate there as Import leaps another Cole, and Conte added to the slaughter. Morose able to leap away as Nightshade regroup to siege this tier 2 tower. 3:21 minutes here. Shin throws down a Tesla Dome, and Manq gets caught in it. Not able to lose his life just yet. Import's not got the call. Morose, Stoneforge Soul finds value, but unfortunately just a bit more gold into the pocket of Penguin, who's able to get kill credit. Now Mikey in the Epoch stuck on a static trap. A statue knocked down by the ADC. Manq nearly loses his life to the long arm of the law, and Two Hands is basically the only one left alive.
Yeah, I'll count this Richter as that as well. Just
well.
has to run away. No, this has been a demolishing defeat so far for Indecisive. NiGHDU, they started it slow. Indecisive, they had signs of lives, but it's just so hard to play into this composition, right? We see the Nabish being picked up. Penguin providing so much healing. This siege never ends. He just keeps on topping everybody up. And Indecisive, they just get picked off one by one. Big Prime secured. Shaper still on the map. So is the Primal Fangtooth in a second. And Indecisive, they just have to do it all in a second because this siege is gonna be lethal.
The comeback has to start. It has to start now, as you say, Tang. Primal Fangtooth falls. That's free Fangtooth Monty. 8% offensive and defensive stats secured for Nightshade. Shaper on the left-hand side of the map is an easy avenue to go in towards it. This will be not just a double bubble team, but a triple rippled up Nightshade EU squad with the Shaper, with the All Prime, with the Primal Fangtooth in their pockets. It will take a Hail Mary from Indecisive to get back into this one. Nightshade needs to do what they have done all day, in fact all tournaments, close out this game cleanly.
We can see NiGHDU, they don't even want to start the Primal Fangtooth yet. They still have the wave on the right side, pushing in. It's going to take the Shaper as well, make sure that those seedlings are going to be even more annoying before they actually go for it. Mikey against Bondrude in the mid lane. It's going to be a bit trade of cooldowns. Nothing really much happening, but what it does do is Bond just make sure that everybody has to respond to him. Nobody in the vicinity. Only Conte potentially has a chance to go for the 50-50.
He does not make it to the pit. Doesn't make it in time. Primal Fangtooth secured. All 3 buffs in favor of Nightshade EU as they barrel up the mid lane. And surely it might just be a matter of time when, not if, this game goes in their favor. When, not if, we crown them as our PC Fall champions. 1 kill to 14. Instead, I'm not trying to write them off so much, but this is such a monumental lead for Nightshade EU as they siege the tit, as they siege this mid lane inhibitor.
Doesn't look like they're able to defend this either. Morose was in base, was just gonna take this for free. One pick could open everything up.
Manq does hit the Riplash, but it's onto Bondrude, the guy you definitely do not want in your backline. Colossal Blow would be utilized. Indecisive, back to the fountain. Backs against the wall as Nightshade now move in. Mid lane inhibitor down, left lane inhibitor down. Core going to be the target. One last throw of the dice. Manq, Rift Walkers forwards. He could be hit by the sun. Morose jumping down as well as Nightshade dropping aggro off the core and trying to deal with Morose. And they finally take down an offlaner. Tesdome utilized. Import jumping forward again. Force Import and force the rest of Indecisive back to the team as now the core starts to take the damage. Soulstorm with Mikey over the top, but Manq is down. And one by one, Import is going to find 2 with the call. Bondrude will lose his life inside of the Reckoning. But Two Hands gets back to the tower. Import still keeping himself alive. Core now going to be the target. 35% as Shin slowly but surely finds members. A triple kill for him, but Nightshade EU cannot finish this game. Triple kill for Two Hands.
Unless Two Hands falls, dodges the thunk, make sure he stays alive. Minion still in the core. Two Hands has to be close by to stop it. Shin blinks forward.
Shut down.
Two Hands gets the frag, but Penguin responds.
Oh my word, I can't believe the first rotation. Narbash is the last one alive to make sure the minions finish off the core. A homecoming long in the making. EU titles for Nightshade EU at long last.
They do it once more. Finally, the dream team of Neft and Import, Sin, Team Immune, and Vanivans Manimans combine to take Indecisive off their first spot. The loss less. They won everything so far, but they ended up falling to this Nightshade EU squad that looked phenomenal today. 3-1. If you didn't catch this first game, you almost would not believe it, because this Nightshade EU squad looked absolutely on fire today.
I mean, we talk about Tourney Day Narbash. How about Tourney Day Nightshade EU? Import carrying on that even worse timing. I think it's such a big moment for a lot of these players. Of course, Neft and Penguin get yet another PCC title to their name, thoroughly deserved. But Import in Bondrude finally getting an EU title for their own after getting performances in North America to finally come back and win EU as well. What a massive moment for them. GG's and a huge congratulations to them. But Indecisive again. This entire tournament run was absolutely incredible. Not dropped a single game, but 3 back-to-back losses for them to lose it.
Absolutely cinema, yeah. I mean, the script writers behind the scenes just did absolutely well, yeah. I mean, this was such a great final. I think we had the by far 2 best teams in Europe. I think it's very clear to us. And yeah, I mean, the amount of plays coming out in these games as well. We were almost scared that it's going to be a bit slower, but in the end, I think it's just really about like getting this lead early on and then just snowballing from there. It's just been Nightshade so heavily in control, and yeah, really well deserved that they get the title, the PCC Autumn winners. That does have a good ring to it.
It does. It absolutely does. And what a performance to go along with as well. That's going to be it from the TNT cast. TJ here, Tang, signing off for the last time today. We're going to throw it back to the desk for the post-series breakdown.
Thank you, TJ and Tang. Yes, claps abound for the Nightshade EU team. Well done, lads. You secured the victory, the grand prize, the spoils of war. Go to you. Gents, what a absolute banger of a series. So methodical and tactical and strategic, but so many technical skills being shown on display here for this one. Falcon, your big question mark was around the Revenant. Didn't seem to pan out here for Two Hands.
The problem with Revenant is Indecisive kind of had to have that be online. He was the main damage source in those team fights, and Two Hands just wasn't ever in a position to really play the game. He just wasn't in a position to do the damage to these massive tanks of this Chimera, of this Sevarog, and Neth on the other hand, he managed to get through Morose, he managed to get through Conte so much faster. And that difference is what created those big team fight kills. Outside of the fact that, by the time those team fights started, Nightshade was just monumentally ahead.
For sure. And Lance, it seemed just like Indecisive didn't have anything left in the tank. It's a long series. Do you think that's what went wrong for him?
I'm going to keep it a buck with you here. We had 4 games. Runa was picked in all 4 of them. She lost all 4 of them. Gadget 3-0 in it as well. As somebody who is like a mid lane aficionado and usually just kind of mostly paying attention to that role, that was one of my big takeaways from this series here, is it just looked like they definitely put Runa into a spot where she's like actually within the balance pool, and you can play characters into it, and you can outscale her if you go something like a Gadget, and sticking to that pick I think was a little questionable.
Yeah, so maybe a change-up would have helped. Maybe their mental, the change of pace, the tempo, whatever, but they tried to stick with it. It just didn't work out for them. Oh, man, what a series. Frock, and I want to also highlight Conte. He was my X factor, at least in this one, to be on this Ure. Just didn't get anything done, bursted down in each and every fight.
I mean, Conte, he got first blood. He got that kill in the mid lane on to, I believe Mikey got the kill with it, but just from there, wasn't able to really do much. Had a few decent soul storms in those team fights, but again, there was just no follow-up. Ure does a lot of damage, yes, but doesn't really have the damage needed to kill. They need some sort of help, they need some sort of assistance, and when that doesn't happen, you can have so many dashes, but at the end of the day, you're going to get caught, you're going to get shot, and your HP pool is basically non-existent as a Ure, and many times in that game, it was 0.
Yeah, look at this right here. The call into the hat just bursted into oblivion was the Ure in that engagement. Folks, we're actually going to have an interview with Bondra, the offlaner here.
Wow.
For this. Oh, we have switched to import. Sorry, my eye in the sky, my god in the headset choice.
The second choice.
We're switching to import, the captain, the jungler of the squad. I interviewed him during the LAN, so excited to get another chance to speak with him again today. It looks like we'll have him here now. Do we have the image or just the sound?
Just the sounds. I was not prepared for this, sorry.
That is okay. Import, what does it mean to you to be back-to-back champions in the predecessor competitive scene?
Oh, I mean, it's great, especially to do with these guys. Obviously, if I sound a bit hoarse, it's just because I was yelling. If you were at LAN, so. Yeah.
Fantastic. Lance.
Import, I want to talk to you about kind of the change that you guys had with the team. Going to the first, I'm going to call them the first legitimate, actual structured organization in Predecessor with Nightshade here. What has it been like playing for Nightshade as comparison to just kind of being a group of 5 guys like you were before on your previous teams? What's it been, being a part of Nightshade, and how does, I guess I'm repeating myself, how does it compare? Also, you look great today.
Thanks. You look amazing too. All of you guys on the desk look dapper. So, yeah, Nightshade's been great. It's been a great partnership. It's something that I've been interested in a while, and D-Money and the folks over there, they all know that, and it's been great to have support. Just with anything, right? It's just really nice. It's also a great step towards just making competitive Predecessor just a lot more professional.
Sure. Falcon.
Agreed.
Yeah, going on to the actual series, so obviously you played yesterday, you played today, but this was on a different patch to the play-ins. How did you find this patch, this balance patch, change the meta, change how you guys played compared to 3 weeks ago?
I definitely think the patch favored us more than anybody else. I mean, we've got Neft, and DPS carries and Stormbreaker just became a lot better. It definitely helps a lot. But I think for us, actually, the big turning point wasn't just the patch. It was also actually playing NA PCC. We learned a lot about ourselves in that PCC, right? We can't just outplay people normally. And so we had a lot of conversations after that, and we really worked through a lot of issues around that NA PCC time, which I credit this win to, basically.
We love to see it, growth in all forms. Import, I just got a silly question for you. Who's your favorite hero and why?
My favorite hero? Oh, that's actually a hard
Yeah.
one. It's probably still Kwong. He's got a special place in my heart ever since LAN.
Hell yeah, and we wanted you to be on the Kwong so badly on the desk. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it today, but I mean, just an absolute monster performance from you during this set. Lads, any final questions here for Import before we let him celebrate this victory?
I've got one more. Game 1 didn't really go your guys' way, Import. What did you identify in order to be able to make those changes and get the gentleman sweep off of them?
It's really funny because the draft did not play the way that we expected to at all. Credit to them, like they really threw us a curveball. We knew about Greystone Narbash like as a combination. It's something that Neff called out even before we started draft. We just didn't know if they would pick Narbash top 3, and the moment we saw that check and we lost to it, we're like, yeah, we just don't give them Greystone and Narbash, and you kind of saw that, right? They picked the Greystone, we picked the Narb, and things like that. So it was kind of just first game, we had to check it, and to be fair, like, I think they just played well in that game as well. Like, credit to Conte, like, I think he played better than me in that game.
Yeah, last question, I think. I don't know if you have an opinion, but obviously the bans towards you this game were nearly identical every single time, the FaZe and the Revenant. Do you think those bans were warranted? Do you think that your team kind of expected those bans to come through, and did you play around that?
We did not expect it at all, actually. That was really just the curveball. Predominantly, it's been like a lot of jungle-oriented bans. I think you saw in like the Veniven series, like when we were banning, like getting rid of Rampage and Kwong, that's what happened to us in prelims as well. We were definitely expecting a lot of jungle bans coming into it. I think them banning duo lane characters is more just showing like how good our duo lane was and how many picks that we flexed, right? For context, right, is that we only lost one game on FaZe over the last like 2 weeks ever since the patch. Like we've been winning at scrims on a really high clip, but FaZe in particular was one of our staples. So it's not surprising, but it was funny. I can say that.
All right, makes sense. So FaZe feeling very strong for you all. Once again, congratulations, Import, on your victory. I know you'll be celebrating with that, the guys and the esports organization as a whole. Thanks for joining us here on the desk. All right, with that, we have a couple of closing notes here, folks, because we're getting set for the NA side of things. That will be Mach 10 versus Flowstate, a rematch of epic proportions. But I have a few announcements here. We do have our socials. Make sure you follow them, whether you're on TikTok or Instagram or X, or you go into our Discord, right? The PCC, as well as the predecessor Discord, so you can follow the announcements for our 7 days of reveals. We have a very special one coming up for you today that you do not want to miss. And then also tune into our dev stream, which will be happening on October 8th. So we revealed the 1.9 patch, which is going to open a whole new can of worms here in the predecessor scene, and I'm all here for it. Lance, Falcon, I thank you guys for going on this journey with me for the EU side. Everyone else, we'll see you in a little bit.
From beyond the rift comes a force of unrelenting power, twisting the world to his will. Steel your courage, champions. Acheron, the Demon King, descends upon the battlefield. Acheron is an unholy predator who thrives in the heart of battle, sustaining through every strike as his hunger grows. He bends the fight to his will, dominating all within his reach before consuming his foes to fuel his rise to unstoppable power. Acheron's passive ability is Pact of the Devourer, feeding his relentless pursuit of power. Each time he strikes an enemy with a basic attack or ability, or endures a hit from theirs, he gains a stack of hunger, increasing his ability haste. When his hunger reaches its peak, Acheron becomes awakened for a short duration, maintaining his ability haste while gaining bonus damage mitigation, ready to dominate the fight. Acheron's primary ability is Hellfire, where he unleashes a nightmarish demonic eye that surges forward across the battlefield. As the eye advances, it rains down a relentless barrage of scorching fireballs, dealing magical damage and slowing enemies caught in the blast. When awakened, Hellfire becomes even more devastating, unleashing an intensified storm of infernos to overwhelm his foes. Acheron's secondary ability is Weblash, where he hurls a writhing, corrupted web that latches on to the first target it hits. If the web strikes an enemy hero or unit, the impact roots them in place and spreads across the ground, creating a slowing field that hinders all caught within it. Acheron can also unleash Weblash on nearby walls, anchoring himself above the battlefield. From this vantage point, he can cast his other abilities or slam back down, dealing physical damage and stunning enemies in the area. Try using Weblash to latch onto a wall, unleash Hellfire from above, then crash into your enemies for a crushing finish. Crushing Maw is Acheron's alternate ability, where he snaps his monstrous jaws shut, tearing into enemies in front of him. The closer they are to his fangs, the more damage they take, while stripping away their armor in the process. Each enemy struck heals Acheron, and if this ability kills, it reduces the cooldown of his non-ultimate ability. If the victim is an enemy hero, Acheron instantly becomes awakened or refreshes the duration if he already is. Try using Crushing Maw at point-blank range to shred defenses, maintain his sustain, and chain abilities for devastating follow-ups. Acheron's ultimate ability is Consume, where he unleashes a deadly vortex, pulling enemies into his monstrous maw. Any hero swept into his jaws suffers massive damage, healing Acheron the moment he clamps down to fuel his unholy power. If the target is below a certain health threshold while Acheron is awakened, Consume will execute them instantly, granting him permanent physical and magical power for the rest of the match and triggering his awakened state again. Whether striking down the vulnerable or throwing teamfights into disarray, Consume fuels Acheron's rise with every soul he devours. This world will feed me. Death from above lets Acheron chain a second Weblash, leaping from wall to wall for relentless pursuit. Vortex of Torment alters Consume to push enemies instead of pulling, while increasing its damage. Insatiable Hunger passively builds hunger stacks over time and extends Awaken's duration. Try building into items that match Acheron's unique scaling, focused on either physical or magical power to enhance different aspects of his kit. Magnify and Void Helm are great for sustain in the off lane, while Basilisk and Draconum help with ability haste and durability for jungling. Devour your foes with Acheron. Coming to Predecessor on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. The battlefield has changed forever with Update 1.8 as Predecessor enters a new era. Welcome to World Shift. World Shift Cataclysm transforms the battlefield mid-match, unleashing pure chaos and raw destruction while opening up entirely new strategic opportunities. Before the destruction begins, a new enemy stirs. Seedlings are new creatures that spawn in the river, growing stronger as the battle goes on. Destroying a seedling grants gold and experience to those who hunt them before they transform into the Shaper, a powerful new foe that when defeated, triggers the world shift, sending powerful seedlings down each lane while the battlefield collapses into chaos as a cataclysm tears the sky apart, unleashing a storm of meteors while reshaping the whole landscape around you. Paths crack open where none existed before. Meteor strikes scatter jagged rocks to block familiar sightlines. Gold plants sprout up, rewarding those bold enough to claim their bounty, and geysers erupt to launch heroes into new heights of battle. Cataclysm is only the first of several world shifts to come, each designed to rewrite the battlefield and spark new strategies in the heart of battle. World Shift marks the dawn of a new era. Experience it today in Predecessor on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC.
Pred Obsessors, welcome back in. We just finished watching Nightshade EU claim their victory for the EU portion of our fall series, but now it's time for North America, baby. God is great. We've got Mach 10 taking on Flowstate here. I'm your boy Lance Cecil, joined by Falcon and HD Philly B. I put a lot of thought into which way to point there. I used my microphone as a frame of reference for myself. How are we doing today, boys? Starting with you, Falcon.
I'm doing good. I've not been part of the musical chairs over there, so I'm still stacked on this side. But, you know, we had the EU side. That was my speciality. Now we're back in your territory. But, I mean, the games are always very interesting in NA. A lot of fighting, a lot of bloodthirst, and a lot of excitement. So these games, they should be very interesting. But I am worried considering how good Mach 10 were against Flowstate last time around.
That's great. And Philly, your thoughts kind of to kick us off the discussion here about this series we've got coming up between these two teams.
Yeah, we're going to see a different set of heroes. I'm expecting the Ure to be picked. I mean, Lakeinator's been playing that in the carry role pretty often and looking really good on it. So I'm expecting a few different heroes being selected, but I'm so excited for this rematch from the upper bracket.
This is our second rematch of winners finals. We just saw the EU one. Now it's time for NA Flowstate versus Mach 10. We did see that BKB here on Flowstate had a pretty good answer to Ure yesterday when it was Abby playing it into him. We'll have to see how this draft develops. Froggen, what do you expect for a first ban?
I still expect bans to be relatively jungle focused. I think Rampage is going to be banned away. I don't think Krang is going to have as high priority. Aquan is a character that does exist. Apparently in EU, we haven't been told that yet, though. So NA, that's going to be a high priority. Yin as well is going to be something that we have to have a look at. Might be ban worthy, might be first pick worthy. But in terms of what they're going to go for, I think it's going to be probably similar each game, but I don't know what they're going to be.
HD Philly B, somebody's got to make a prediction. What's the first ban going to be here?
Yin. No, it could be Yin. It could be the Wukong. Definitely want to get that off the board. Okay, it is the Yin. All right, you know, I'm playing NA. I follow the scene. Yin. See you later.
And it makes sense. Also a very flexible pick. Coming out from the side of M10, it's not just Lakeinator that can do that. We're going to get the Chimera off the board. We're going to get that pesky Greystone off the board as well. No Overlord enjoyers, it seems, Falcon.
There's still Overlord enjoys Gruxes and an Overlord enjoys Seraph. Wasn't expecting a Seraph ban. I imagine that's probably a targeted ban towards the side of Flowstate, maybe Kofi. But to me, they're more of a Simbi player. There is a lot of picks available for Flowstate. There is the UA, of course, if they want to go for that first. There's the Aquan, there's the Countess, which I know BKB had great success on yesterday. And of course, there's also the mid laners we haven't talked about. Howitzer is available, but they are just going to go for the standard. They're going to go for the basic. They're going to go for the Catfish, the Rampage.
Lance,
That's Catfish.
Because he's got the little like 10. I think he's like a frog man monster. But I'd be curious, Lance, to see if F8 pick up the Rena. Because we saw they were probably watching the EU tournament if they were not like warming up a little bit. They saw maybe how well it did or did not do. But Simba's very good on this character. I'm curious if he goes for it. It goes for the gadget. Right now, though, we're seeing the Grux and the Decker for Mach 10.
Which is, I think, a decent first rotation here. I haven't been huge on the Grux hype train as of late, but I know North or Nivulua, whoever they decide to put that on, can play it very well. We could also get super flexible here if we're trying to hit the splits on and put Decker in mid, put Grux in the support role. So, you know, cards kind of revealed, but still a little bit close to the chest. I just wanted to see Falcon make that face, honestly.
Yeah.
God, I hate it here.
Okay. So how do you think this impacts what Flowstate picks moving forward here as we get the reveal? It's going to be the Argus and the Sparrow.
Not picks I was expecting. Obviously, I was expecting some sort of mid lane to come through first, but ADC was something that maybe a bit later on. I expected something maybe to counter the Grux before it was banned away. Sparrow is interesting. We saw it once yesterday, didn't do very well. So I think that Kia is going to have some issues on it unless they get a bit more of a disengage. Argus can be useful, could be support, could be mid lane. We don't know entirely yet. What we do know is Mach 10 has got the howitzer, and that is a pick that has been permabanned so far today, and for good reason.
I think that is the most reliable blind pick mid laner right now. It really doesn't have any bad matchups, especially with Wraith getting some nerfs to the range on the knock, which you probably wouldn't expect to see really be pulled out at this point in a tournament anyways here. Also, completely fine to leave Gadget up and available for Simba here too. Howitzer plays fantastic into that hero. We do get the Murdoch and the Muriel bands coming through in our second rotation. How are we expecting these comps to be rounded out, Philly?
Yeah, I mean, the Muriel ban to me for Mach 10 says that they think this Argus is going to go mid lane. So they're trying to limit the hero pool. What is going to be most effective for this Sparrow in the laning phase? Because they need her to ramp. They need her to get into that late game. But also, what is going to stop the dive composition that also might be coming through because you have this Rampage? He just wants to pounce on somebody. Maybe there's a follow-up with the Zarus, etc. Because he's still on the board. So I wouldn't mind seeing the Zarus. But right now, Mach 10, they're finally picking up the carry. It's that Drongo again, which I'm still a little curious about here.
I'm curious as well. We do get BKB's Countess locked in, which I think plays very well to the side of Flowstate. I'm curious. This will reveal whether this Argus is mid or support with whatever they lock in here. Falcon, for your money, which way is it going?
I think this Argus is a mid laner. I think that it just gives you a lot of priority. I think that Sparrow is okay with Argus in duo, but I would like something a bit more defensive. Muriel's sort of been taken away, but Faye's available. Bellica. Now, that does create questions, because Simba has played a lot of Bellica in the mid lane so far. So, it can go either way until we see in game. But I think this actually is now an Argus support, and it's going to be a Bellica in the mid. I just want to mention the Countess. Obviously, BKB has done great on it, but I love Countess into Grux. I think it's a really hard lane for Grux to play into once your Countess has that first item, because of just the amount of cooldowns, just how slippery the Countess is. So I think Norfolk is going to struggle, unless it's an Acheron off lane.
Acheron locked in for the first time in PCC. We didn't see it through any of EU, like they had a gentleman's handshake not to play it or something. We are finally going to get it. Do we think that they are wise to the fact that Grux is not fantastic into Countess and they're going to put that Acheron there instead, Philly?
I think so. I mean, Acheron jungle is playable, but his early levels is really tough. Like 1 to 6 is really slow clear, so you have to facilitate him. You have to have good priority in your lanes. So I think off lane is really where he shines to be that dominant force. And against the Countess, he's just going to be punching them and going Overlord and things like that. You build him that kind of like tanky bruiser. The Grux in the jungle, though, okay. We kind of talked about it last series. It's a possibility. We'll see if they can get it done.
Falcon, give me your closing thoughts before we send this to our casters.
So my big question for is, how is the Sparrow going to play? I think with the Howitzer having the Make It Rain augment, the increased movement speed, it's going to be so hard for Hero to play in these team fights, especially he's got an Acheron diving on you, so you've got a Grux diving on you. So if Kira can play these team fights, I think we can create enough chaos in the back line to allow Flowstate to win. But if they're even at this point, I think Mach 10 can just run over them in those team fights. And individually, I'm still worried that Mach 10 can just individually outplay Flowstate from what I've seen.
We will have to see how that goes. One more question posed to you here, Philly. Argus is not something we've seen a whole lot of in the support role. We did have a swap. We saw it yesterday. They're playing with Proficiency instead of Vecron. Do you think that this is just like a more stylistic to the comfort of Proficiency since he was an offlaner before moving to support here? Or what do you think the logic behind this Argus support is?
Yeah, Proficiency is more of an aggressive player because he was playing in the off lane a lot. When you do, you have to take these 1v1 trades. You have to have that confidence, where Vecron is more of a defensive support. He likes the phase and the Muriel, right? Those kind of things that are just, you're playing behind everybody. You want to protect the carry. Where Argus, you can kind of be in front. You can just disintegrate people and toss the Dreadnovas out, kind of be a little bit of distraction to then allow the Sparrow to go in and do the damage she wants to do. So I kind of like it's a high damage lane, but it's this ball comp, really. It's just like, let's layer our stuns effectively so they can't get to the backline. But if you can be shifty here for M10, you'll be able to navigate it, especially with some of the web slinging and the hyper movement from the Howitzer. There's ways that they can circumnavigate some of these CCs coming out.
All right. Well, gamers, we've got our drafts in. We've got our thoughts from the desk ready. The only thing left is to hand it over to our main men, E Squared, to get this underway. Take it away, fellas.
Gamers, welcome to the PCC NA final, guys. You know who it is. The desk gave us a little bit of an introduction. It's your man Ego rocking with you, but never rocking alone. I got the man, the myth, the legend. F6, how we feeling today?
Feeling good, baby. We're feeling good. We're getting ready for the NA finals. I mean, hey, this is where we want to be. This is where we shot our best. I'm glad to be here with you again today, man.
Oh, man, most definitely. Honestly, I wouldn't be anywhere else. And then I know all the fans, all the Pred obsessors, that's Lance likes to call them, wouldn't be anywhere either. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Flowstate versus Mach 10. A little bit of a rematch with some different drafts. Familiar characters, that being said.
Familiar, just a little bit, but then here comes the Acheron, showcasing, like the desk said, just popping in here. We haven't seen too much of this character, but we get to see it here on game number 1 in the finals. Man, I'm excited to see how Mach 10 is able to pilot this hero against this FA team.
I'm going to be honest, I'm equal parts excited, but also afraid. This Acheron, for what we've been able to see kind of behind the lines, right, in some of these scrims, is disgusting when you put it in Norv's hands. BKB on a very comfortable hero in the Countess, maybe get a Noxia online, try to get some of that true damage through, but I'm going to be having my eyes over onto these sidelines for sure throughout this game.
Oh, 100%. I mean, with Flowstate and BKB with that performance yesterday, especially when I was on desk for that last game in 3 comp, that everybody was a little squirrely on it, but F8 was confident in it. And one of the main things for that comp to work was that contest. That contest brought them back from game number 2 and game number 3 to be able to come out here to show up here in our NA finals.
Oh, yeah, man, 100%. He absolutely wrecked. And it is kind of nice seeing this team kind of, jostle around. We saw Proficiency slide into the support role a little bit, them bounce around. And it does feel like they've solidified with this comp, and they're confident in each other and very confident in this draft, I assume, because these are a bunch of comfortable picks that they know very well.
Yeah, and I mean, there's something to also say about the player up Proficiency here. To be able to come in, help sub out, and just to be able to lock in with this team for them to still put on an outstanding performance to keep it going. So, I mean, with that being said, we still can't shy away from Mach 10. This team is a dominant force. I mean, they've just been waiting for the next opponent, the last opponent that is standing in their way to come out as champions here today.
Yeah, and it's domination, not only in history, but
right. And I mean, it's like there's just so much going on here. Don't worry about it, guys. Ego is just, just doing a little bit of a squiggle. But as we talk about it, I mean, yes, Ego, they are very dominant. I mean, it's just so much going towards how comfortable they are. They picked up Peak, which I think is probably the best replacement that they can pick up after Bartledew had to move away. He went over towards the EU side of things, but picking up Peak, I think, fits that criteria for what they're looking for inside that support role. And I think he made a huge impact to be able to keep this Mach 10 team going.
Yeah, and it's Peak on his decker as well, right? He's been waiting for this day where he can kind of just get a takeover on a character that he's comfortable with, but also, and I do use this word non-casually, lethal with in that dual lane. The pressure he can create, the opportunities, the space, the consolidation within some of these objectives like that Fang, like that Orb. It's, we called him MV Peak for a while for a reason, right? He can be a huge playmaker for this team.
100%. I mean, and let's not forget who he's laning with, the big man Lakeinator. I mean, this man has been here since the dawn of time. I'm kidding, Lake. Don't crucify me. But I mean, this man, he just knows his own game. There's a lot of times there's people who are like, man, Lake's not really doing anything within this first 20 minutes of the game, but his playstyle kind of proceeds with it. Peak likes to rotate, but Lake is going to be one of the safest ADCs inside that lane. He's going to get his farm. He's going to get what he needs to show up towards that mid to late game, and then he's going to start just popping off those rounds, and he's going to start getting those kills, putting his team in a good position, even if they're slightly behind, but God forbid they're ahead, because when he starts to rotate, that lead is just going to increase substantially.
Lake has already, devastated me personally, so I'm not afraid to say it on the first day there was light. on the second day the Pred servers came on the third day, Lake started grinding ranked, man. He has been doing this essentially forever. You can see it in not just the comfortability he has within those make or break games, but you can also see it in how he's willing to be more patient than maybe some other carries are.
Definitely a patient man. I mean, he's just out there just waiting. He knows what he needs to do. But let's not forget that mid lane matchup. I mean, Bri is our guy, right? I mean, he when he plays inside that mid role, you never know what you're going to get out of him. Sometimes you get that kind of, I'm just going to stay back, kind of see how the game goes. But there's times where he's like, you know what, I'm going to pull on the aggression here. We're just going to go run at you. And then him and Niv inside that jungle, they start to pair up and they start to dominate that mid lane and start to spread that throughout the rest of the side lanes.
Yeah, if they're able to spread it throughout the side lanes, especially with things like ceilings, with that prime and how good these players are. Great, I'll be honest, I'll give them their glaze. How great they are being able to utilize the small advantages from things like prime. They can just take over some of these games, right? A lot of these, players, a lot of these viewers, we put a strong emphasis on the jungle. A lot of these games are won through the lane, so being able to get some of that early game dominance, being able to maintain it, it's a surefire way to be able to take over.
100%. And then, Simba is on the opposite end. And he's kind of one of those players where it's like, I feel like for him, he just wants that fight. He wants to take it to you. There's times where, he goes in, he gets those kills. He's the shining light of this F8 team. But there's one thing I do worry about Simba is his positioning. Sometimes he gets a little bit too far ahead or gets a little bit too overzealous and he gets into bad spots and they're able to capitalize on that. And we know Nivela should be able to do that. But Kofi, on the other hand, though, he is a prime opportunity when it comes down to mechanics. He's going to be able to come in with those counter ganks. He's going to be able to come in and be like, you know what, don't worry about it, Simba. I'm here to at least capitalize, even if you die, to be able to get that 1-for-1 trade. And most of the time, he comes out with a 2-for-1. So they kind of end up and mitigate a lot of those risks throughout making sure the matches on the jungle rotations are there. And that's something I'm excited to see, Nivela versus Kofi, because I'm thinking of Nivela. He is a little bit more of the mastermind when it comes down towards, making sure you get your macro, micro, right? That's pretty much the M10 team. But here comes F8. This is what I think of more of a mechanical team. They're looking to outskill you. They don't need to worry about the macro, micro as much, as long as they can hit their shots, as long as they can land their abilities, and they kind of outshine that way and create some content and make these matches just so much more interesting.
I kind of want to rewind and emphasize someone that you brought up in Niv. Yeah, no, just park. I can reverse slowly. I want to bring it back to the Nivula conversation a little bit, right? Because he has been so good coming out of the jungle. When we first saw this new composition for Mach 10, I was a little bit surprised not seeing North within that jungle role, and Niv made me regret it. We have seen him time and time again be a mastermind at playing vertically, making sure the waves are in order, prowling some vision getting removed. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I just heard from production, the games are ready. Mach 10 Flowstate Game 1 coming to you quick here, as honestly, F6 is the beginning of the end. It's all on the line for this set.
Oh man, we get to see North here picking up the Acheron, throwing it into the offlane against this Countess, and this is a matchup we haven't really seen. Maybe North could show us something here to shut down this BKB Countess, but like you said, man, this is the start to the finish. This is game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, get ready, get pumped. Let us know who you're rooting for, because this is going to be an intense best-of-5 series.
I think this one's going the full 5, if I'm being honest with you. I do think that Mach 10, Flowstate, they can be relatively easily matched, but I am looking at Flowstate more so to kind of strike here early and get things burning, so they can kind of have that momentum rolling into this late game for game 1 and possibly game 2.
I mean, that's one of the things we talk about a lot, Iga. You viewers at home, if you know the E-Square, we talk about momentum and we talk about keeping that and keeping it going throughout the game. And if you don't, the other team can get theirs and it might be a bad state. But this Mach 10 team with North hitting that level 2, you're seeing they don't let that momentum shift too far. They're going to punish you at any mistake, any kind of room that you give them to move.
And I mean, we talked about it a little bit before the game, right? Look at the lane state already, the pressure for getting them out. Mach 10 has basically been able to take over a strike first at the very least within these first couple of minutes in duel as well as solo. BKB, he is going to be able to hit that level 2, level 3 though. First going to come out of North, and he's just constantly pressing the advantage. Siphon used to be able to try to get through these minions, but this is just going to be a massive loss of XP and gold.
Massive. But something that I do like from Kofi here is he understood that he was not going to have Prio in that offlane earlier on. So he started his 2 camp, went straight up to his blue side, make sure that blue was going to be contested, was not up for anybody to come over there. He loses the 3 camp, but at the same time, he was able to get the 4 camp to 2 camp with the most XP throughout the game to be able to rotate back on that red side. So I like how he switched up his jungle based off of what he's expecting inside his lanes.
You know, it's a simple rule, right? You know, I've talked to Import, you know, PCC champion now coming on the EU side a couple of times recently, and he's like, a big thing in jungle is just playing to the lanes that can win, and we already see this, knowing that solo is going to be in a bit of a struggling position. We're now going to see Kofi playing over towards the blue side for Niv, peeking over, going to be able to remove some wards, secure proficiency. Waiting in the wings, we could see a little bit of a damage exchange, but it looks like it's going to be more of a commitment going towards this 3 count.
Just trying to get some XP, just trying to steal a little bit away. Looks like he's going to be able to at least get 2 out of the 3 there, but Niv being able to catch some up. But that's a great job there. You have Prio inside of that dual lane. Late needs to be a little bit careful, but he does have Grux on that side. But they had Prio on that dual lane. They were able to push up, be able to just put some pressure, apply some, you know, congestion towards that side, letting Nivula know that he can't make a mistake in his jungle either. If you want to invade my 3, I'm going to get some back on yours.
You know, Kofi is just really showing us the fundamentals here early, right? Play to where you're going to be able to get Prio, and being able to get $5 is great. Being able to take $5 out of somebody else's pocket, especially in this competitive sense, is even better, right? Put them behind while putting yourself ahead. A good early clear, but Fang coming up relatively soon, and Seedlings now on the map.
On the map, those little creatures are a little bit scary. I mean, sometimes I look at them and it's like, oh man, what are you doing in this game? But it's going to be a little bit of a trade here. North still has that Prio inside that lane. He's going to have almost a double wave there heading in towards that side. But Kofi is going to be the one with the first attempt on the Seedling. You know, on the other side, though, Mach 10 looking to get theirs, but it's going to be a good rotation here. They might be able to close this gap and capitalize on Niv.
You say Simba, Kofi. On the wings here at Ceiling, going to get dropped to about 1,000, and it doesn't look like they want to hard commit onto this. So there's going to be a little bit of a gentleman's agreement here coming out of the river camps. Niv gets 1, Kofi gets 1, and both teams are going to get out.
Oh, gentleman's agreement, firm handshake, right? You just never let that one go. Peak, though, making his way towards the mid lane for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, expect a lot of this roaming coming out of this Decker. There's a reason why they pick up Decker for a Peak. It allows for him to roam, be a little bit more mobile, and being able to lock down. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be Linkinator. He gets the first blood as he rips him apart. My God, Eagle.
I mean, this is just what you get out of this Pelican, the support robot. We saw the initial setup with the Seismic Assault, Void Bomb, the Hail of Arrows, the slow, and then all the damage that comes after that point is basically free. What are you supposed to do outside of think about what you're going to buy? Because they're sending you to base every single time.
You have to call 911. I mean, there's something going on. It's going to be the ultimate, though, if he's coming out, and North gets the ultimate off. Not a lot of mana on BKB.
Web. It's going to hit, but it's not going to be the root. Instead, the slow BKB is going to be able to survive him. This is really exemplary of just how strong this Akarat character is, right? We saw the feast come out, and I could have swore for a moment, North, you're just dead, man. You're dead to rights here. He unleashes the ults, gets that life steal on the awakened state, and he's just able to come back and make it a relatively even trade. But at the end of the day, BKB is the one who loses his blink.
He does lose the blink there, and that's going to be crucial towards when that next ultimate comes up. But here comes the first contestation of the first Fade Tooth. It's going to be Mach 10 trying to stop F8 from doing this, but F8 has that first prio.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit late on the rotation from Bri, playing the space to the right. R2000 comes out, does a little bit of chunk, but Niv, now about 50% of his HP, has to start looking for a way out. Blink does come out as Kofi comes in hot pursuit. Bri, though, they're able to lock down the kill on to Cure, making it 1-1 on the board.
1-1, but they're still hunting down here. It's going to be North. It's going to be a full 5-man rotation onto this side, though, Eagle. And it looks like they're trying to capitalize. Going to be the side of the Fate that looks to have the advantage here.
Red Nova does come out. No CC going to be able to lock down Brian North here. Blink in, though, into the side of assault. And you know that Make It Rain is not going to be available. 2 members now playing the space over to the right side. A little bit of a conjunction, though, towards that mid-river. HP bars are getting low, but no one's there quite yet. Same can be held for proficiency, though, as Lincolnator picks up a kill.
Gonna be able to tag him there. No blink available. Looking to try and make a style play to get some style points, but just too risky. But BKB also might be in a bad spot here.
You don't have your blink up, and Dorf has his ulti. You have to take this fight now. Siphon is going to get utilized. That little bit of blood tide, not going to do a surplus of damage, even with that hemorrhage passive. BKB is going to be able to survive what kind of feels like a bit of an overextension there.
I mean, yeah, it was a little bit. I mean, I guess he's confident he's able to get out of there. Right now, the Acheron can't really kill too much, and then the Grux really doesn't have too much catch potential there. They know that the blink was utilized there on the Fangtooth side of that fight, so he did not have that up. He does not have too much mobility like we were just talking about, so I guess it was risky, but a little bit more favor on just being on the safer side, but still, no blink on the contest. Going to be able to worry about that for another 3 minutes or so, but I like that fight. I want to go back to that Fangtooth fight. You saw FA being there to make sure that we're not able to capitalize. They got the first initiation, but what I didn't like was a little bit of the overconfidence. They didn't respect Mach 10 to be able to capitalize on that blink, that proficiency used. They did not have the damage right then and there because they already used a lot of ultimates in that prior engagement. So I felt like that one was a little bit more on the riskier side, more like a 10% chance of even working out.
It feels like such a game of thin margins, right? I think you hit the nail right on the head in 2 different ways. 10% is the margin which that could have been successful, right? Because Niv had to panic. He had to blink out. Man was in the danger zone after taking a surplus of damage, but the following in of the Rampage of Kofi off the back end split up the fight and kind of put Brian in a position where he didn't have to worry about overextending, and thus far was able to get a kill. That being said, we're talking about the past and the present. Got another Fangtooth on the board here as we're seeing these teams start to gravitate towards the left. The mid, though, Make It Rain come out of the bright, going to be able to force Simba back.
Jesus.
R2000 used in combination with the Blast Mine. Listen, I'll do all the damage. You can watch. Kofi gets nothing while Lincolnator gets a kill off screen. Cure going to be looking to at least make the trade. He does as he locks down the opposing side's carry. Cure still going to be looking for more. Peak online with the CC, though, is going to be able to get a successful disengage.
Ooh, if he didn't get that ball off, it's going to be a little rough time. Kofi does not have ultimate. Going to play the space, though. Should be able to get out. He does not have the leap up. So if they do catch him, it might possibly be able to kill. But Make It Rain is down, but the damage right now is obscene coming in, though. But here's that lockdown CC. I mean, just stun after stun. But Mach 10 seem to turn their eyes off of that kill to look to try and get this mini prime. And it's going to be Nivula picking up that first neutral objective as Fangtooth is yet to be taken yet.
I love the reactivity, right? Oh, they showed in mid. Let's get on to this midi prime. We know it's clear. We can make it relatively cleanly, and the solo lane isn't going to lose much because of the wave state they left it in, right? North is just going to be able to step back in and get a surplus of gold. Great play coming out of the squad and Mach 10 to just get a little bit of something the moment Flowstate shows weakness.
Always got to try and get a little bit of something.
It's
going to be that, just a little bit more than the other team. It's going to be Mach 10 picking that up. Something I like there is being able to put it on the Grux here because, like we said, Brian, the Fangtooth is yet still to be taken, the first one off the board, and you just want to keep instead of that. So you want Nivula to kind of have this mini or prime to have that little bit of an extra strength to combat the rest of this team. Acheron doesn't necessarily need it. He's not going to be able to out-push this contest at this stage of the game. Can't take that fight. It's fairly even, but Niv is going to need a little bit of help, especially if he's looking down to take maybe some plates if they get an advantage, but it's primarily to be able to help contest this first Fangtooth.
And Niv on every single type of ward here, right? One going to be upstairs from the fall gate, just out of range, barely. See now, it's going to be able to find a reset.
What is going on here?
27 HP on the Demon King. Very similar state here for BKB. Maybe a little bit greedy here, staying to get a little bit of farm, looking towards a plate. While it seems like things have stagnated to a degree, right? Nobody wants to overextend. Nobody wants to give the team too big of a lead. But with this little bit of a late back here, Acheron is going to be able to push up this lane for free, while it looks like Fang, both teams are looking that way.
Both offlaners choose to decide to go back to lane. So if anything, this might be a 4v4 later on. But right now, currently 3v3 contestant, both junglers here. So nobody wants to make a bad move. Lakeinator, though, already with 2 kills to his name, but he also has 2 deaths. And Cure right now a little bit on the lead onto that ADC side of things. Right now, Mach 10, they really have their lead when it comes down to the neutral objectives and being able to have that 1 kill lead to their name, being able to capitalize on proficiency. I think that's really where F8 actually just even made a mistake, is that one initial play there. But I like it, man. You don't go after it. Like I said, it was like a 10% chance of even working out, but you know what? You're here to bang. I mean, show out there, show out. It's game number 1. If you're going to make a mistake, this is it. But my God, the Warlord's crying.
Blink in Warlord's crying. Now look at Brethren Cure. Shedding tears on his own in base. Niv able to get the kill accreditation there. And this does give them a possible numbers advantage to start making a play for the Fang. Kofi, though, man is waiting. Dude's a predator. Look at him. He is just lurking here as he just plays the Warden into this objective. Blink, though, now having to come out as the CC does land, shielding. Going to be able to prevent any more damage from coming through here. Lakeinator Peak, more than likely, are going to have to look for a back.
EKB is a little bit low, but here comes Bry with the rotation. He might be able to capitalize. Look at this low HP once again, but Simba is just not gonna let Norv get away. Great kill, great rotation, and there's that Mach 10 just to be, or FA being able to pick something up here just to combat that onside of the left lane. But I gotta ask Nebula something, man. Are you gonna go to your red side? I feel like Nebula has been on this left side of the map the last few minutes. He secured the kill on Cure, came back up again, and he's just still here. They really want to look at this Fang Tooth, but with that being said, they are going at it. It's already started. In the meantime, Kofi takes a reset, so this right here might be Mach 10's second objective of the game. F8 losing out on the objective board, but still trying to keep in this fight onto these kills.
No vision, so they're going to just be able to get a little bit cheeky. Seedling still going to be up before it turns into Shaper here relatively soon. Simba looking to play the space into the mid because he has been rotating vigorously, able to pick up a kill on that right side show. This feels like such an incredibly tight game, F6.
And this game is close as it can be. I mean, like I said, I think these two teams are matched up well. I mean, you're looking at people that are just trying to mechanically just outplay you on the side of Fate. On the side of Mach 10, you're seeing how they're able to capitalize here on the macro. They're playing these objectives. They're making sure they're not losing out on too much and always gaining something if they lose something on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, that's just the name of the game for competitive play, right? If you lose something, you have to get something back, because if you don't, you're going to find yourself behind and you're going to find yourself without many prospects on this competitive scene. Proficiency looking to just get back out of the fight here. Cure able to come to his assistance. Center fire. Going to be able to burn through a large chunk of the HP. Peak goes to low. Peak could be dead, but a blink, a shift, a dodge, a poor Peak giving out more smoke than a muffler avenges its carry.
That chimney is fuming. They put the coals on there, put some more fuel to that fire. Peak with the juke shoes. Cure just could not get that last auto, and that's why we call that man Peak VP. That man is an absolute player, a dog. He's got that dog in him going over there as we see the battle. Cure picks it up on Lake there. Lake getting a little bit overzealous, but it's going to be Cure saying he could take down Peak. He was just so close to blink into a little bit of juke into that blast. Is going to be able to pick that up for the side of Mach 10. What a play, but look over here at this mini prime.
Beast does get utilized Epoch in order to try to preserve his stuff into the blink to the right, but Simba going to be right there with the kill. Fight 3v1, and man, the numbers aren't looking good until they start looking great. What is going on with the supports, brother? Proficiency is going to be able to lock down the kill. You're now going to be found into the fight. North engages knockup. It's going to help him get put down. To the backside. BKB with a big kill is able to make it even.
They're
1
so
to 3. HP bars dwindling as now Lakeinator is going to be forced to back away from the fight. Same will be said for Peak. He's looking for proficiency. The kill doesn't look like it's going to be half, though, as Simba will play defense. BK now going to be looking to also get out, as we're going to see this squad and Mach 10 step up. They're hungry for the kill.
Yo, I've never seen so many low HP bars in my life. One absolute banger of a fight after another. The 2v2 over onto the side of the dual lane, and here back again by the mini prime. All forces ahead. These guys are not letting up. I think the switch has been hit, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking for an absolute fight as we take a look at the instant replay here. Absolute dominant force. Bry gets taken off quickly off the map, but here comes that reverse. I don't know how BKB got out of that, but the back end Cure just gets put into a spot. North knows he's going to die there, but being able to pick up another kill, and right there, that they just not close enough. Not enough men on Simba to secure the rest of those kills. Another fantastic fight. F8 takes the kill lead, and my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, a game one we have on our hands.
You know, it's not odd for us to say that Mach 10s, even by a slight margin, were the favorite coming into this. F8, I'm extremely impressed with. They have shown that they are coming out to play Mach 10, able to compound it objectively, that being said, and now they're going to be looking to try to compound a kill one as well. Feast comes out. That's going to be an easy kill onto Peak as BKB is going to kill his old teammate. Hey, a little bit of
get
smoke
back.
going to come your way. Hey, you could have been over on this side. That being said, numbers advantage is going to go in favor of F8 as they're looking towards the Shaper.
They have the numbers advantage without Peak. They don't have a lot of lockdown, but Mach 10, no, they can't really let this go for too much of a free, but it looks like they are. They don't want to lock this in. They're going to push these side lanes instead. And ladies and gentlemen, at 18 minutes and 43 seconds, the Shaper has finally been taken off the map. Keep in mind, we still not have even gone to the second Fang team just quite yet.
This is a good old-fashioned, let's just call it what it is. Call a spade a spade. This is an NA classic. We're seeing a lot of squabbling around these objectives that aren't resulting in the objectives going down. Instead, lives being taken, accelerating these builds now. 18, 19, 11 seconds into this game. Niv gonna come through, get a little bit of clear as their eyes are undoubtedly gonna be constantly watching this Fangtooth.
They do secure the Shaper, but what they have not done yet is gone to make their attention. As I say that, here they come towards the second Fangtooth, ladies and gentlemen. This one, Mach 10 is gonna have to give away. We see Nivil on the right-hand side of the map. This should be their first Fangtooth here on the side of F8. Both of these teams have 50% duration on their jungle or river buffs from now on, and we're still waiting for that out of combat movement speed. I do want to highlight this: the primordial Fangtooth will not be up before the big orb prime, so there's not a real lot of big double buff plays for them to make on either side of these teams, but there is still a play to make for prime. That might be the play. If somebody just goes a little bit too hard for that next Fangtooth, that's going to open up that big prime, so they're going to have to keep the vision up. They're going to have to set these lanes and be careful.
You know, you wanted to highlight something that has to do about the game on large. I want to highlight something small, something emotional, a little romantical as BKB picks up the gifted gold coming out of North in that sky. I want to highlight the reunion between Anivula and his red side jungle. Brother finally got around to clearing at F6.
Hey,
it felt like it was up
applause.
for quite a while. Dude, honestly, an emotional moment. Somebody get a Polaroid pic because that gold was just sitting there for so long, and it's not like it wasn't for any purpose. He's been making huge strides and being able to push his teammates forward with any even small junction of momentum they've been able to pick up. Proficiency, though, mid lane with Simba. They may start looking towards this mid with Kofi backing them up.
It's like BKB making that rotation, but Simba that's going to be maybe caught out, but it's going to be able to have to wrap around safe. Kira still, on the other hand, by himself, had to take a reset. Looks like Simba's going to cover that. He does have the wave clear for it. I'm hoping Kira comes to the mid lane here. That's going to be a good rotation for them to capitalize. You don't want to leave somebody with that of wave clear next to it. You know that Argus can be able to take care of these waves. Meanwhile, you put your duel inside that mid lane, trying to push out here, but North, BKB have a little fight going on once again.
Dangerous consumption going both ways, right?
Mid.
The Maw into the feast as Pure gets killed on to Bry. Niv going to be next up on the menu here as the Rhinoman might just get hunted to extinction. Backside is going to be decided. Obliterator coming out of Simba, who picks up the kill.
My man said, I got something for you, and this is going to be a obliterator waiting down line. Great rotation there, and that is what I was looking for. You needed somebody to be able to clear that left-hand side. You know he's not going to be a cure, so you put your duo in mid. What you get out of that is a T1 knockdown. You get a couple of kills, and now you get an advantage over towards the Big Orb Prime. And if you see this setup, BKB is still healthy enough to be into this fight, and on the meantime, Proficiency going to be caught out here a little bit, looking to try and get after North, but not able to get it and should be dead here.
Oh, 100%. Man, statistic, a memory. Someone put him on the t-shirt. That being said, Prime does get played ultimately. It's going to be 3 members hovering around that right side, while Lakenators will just be looking to clear down, get that gold, expedite his items. 23 minutes into this game, brother. We've been seeing a little bit of a brawl, but it feels like the wind is in the sails of Flowstate, no?
Yes, it 100% is. The way they played that was perfect. They knew Cure had the wave set up. Simba rotated just in time to be able to pick up that wave. Cure Proficiency went into the mid lane. They take down a Bry, and they push Nivula onto the back end and end up taking him out later on to take down that T1. That gave them 2 kills. They're going to have the numbers up. They're going to have Preshow over for the Big Orb Prime. Everybody was healthy. Proficiency, Acheron had to back out of there. North had no health on the side of Mach 10, so they're already down another member. So there's only 2 people left to be able to really contest that Big Orb Prime. So they capitalize on that after realizing it. BKB is healthy enough, has the presence, has the lifesteal to be able to contest anybody that wants to show up. They have the DPS with Cure. They're able to lock it down. Great zoning by Proficiency and BKB to allow the rest of the 3 members of F8 to be able to capitalize on that Big Orb Prime. They have the push advantage. Proficiency doesn't have Orb Prime, but 4 other members do. And with the 3rd Fang Tooth of the game coming up, yes, it's not primordial, but extra gold, extra XP, you get that 8% movement speed, but you also got to watch out for the push pressure that they're going to have between all these lanes, especially looking over there on off lane with BKB.
It feels a little bit like a replay of yesterday's set that we saw, right? BKB gets a little bit fed, gets a little bit confident on the Countess, and now between him and Cure, there's so much DPS, you don't know who you can, you know who you should. Preshow. That being said, Blink does come out as the Grux pool was getting awfully close. F8 though now know that Grux Niv is going to be on the right side. This Fang Tooth is just going to go down for free. That particle shredder, the damage, the DPS on these objectives is just too fast. And now they're going to be able to take Shaper as well.
What I like about the Shaper play is a perfect timing. They get a neutral objective. Their wave state is back towards their T1. This allows for them to take a reset, come back into the lane with these seedlings pushing these maps. They're going to be able to start pushing down these T2s with this Orb Prime. They have plenty of time left, Ego. They got room to play. And with the push advantage with these seedlings, it's going to be the side of M10 to be careful. They can't overpress. They still got to take care of these seedlings. But with the Orb Prime buff, it's going to be a hard task to do.
It's going to be so difficult, right? But a lot of the legacy of leftovers now, Mach 10, has been made on the precedence of them overcoming difficult situations. We got some new players, but we got some old heads who know what it takes to win from behind. And right now, Mach 10 is firmly behind. Then North get a little bit more farm. I want to see how max level getting evolved, getting awakened, I might say, on this Acheron and some of these fights. And start playing around some of these picks. You have Grux who can just go in. We saw a little bit earlier, Blink, War Chief. That's basically a guaranteed death in a lot of these situations, especially with some of these lower mobility characters like the Sparrow, like the Bellica. But we just haven't seen Mach 10 get quite comfortable, get quite proactive as we normally see them being.
I mean, they're trying, right? But what the thing is on F8 is they're being able to respond. One of the big things is Cure on the Sparrow, being able to capitalize on a lot of these kills. A lot of times he's looking for that smoke. He's fighting it, baby. He's the one that is helping create all of this fire that's going on this Mach 10 side. But with F8, big thing we talked about is BKB. He's able to create so much, but look at this. North's going to be able to pull BKB into the tower and might be able to lock in. And here comes the Neuro Disruptor, just not enough to take down North. From BKB, Proficiency had to back up. Oh my God, Kofi, I am so sorry. I am unfamiliar with your game. The boulder, the pebble is going to hit you right on the head.
Dude, hit him with the, look at my rock collection and sent that boy back to base. We literally Did not see that one coming. Kofi must be feeling good about
Not the
himself.
replay.
Bro,
Not
hitting
the
him with the
replay.
enhance is pretty diabolic. Where choice a devious lad. Ladies and gentlemen at home, are you not entertained? F8 now playing for this mid-tier 2. A lot of damage to be able to follow it up if Mach 10 chooses to stay. It looks like they're thinking otherwise, though, F6.
I think they have to here. Their ore prime is getting, oh my goodness, the movement speed, but not be able to catch up VKB. But they have to here. Their ore prime is getting run out. What they have a chance to do now is what you're seeing they're doing. They're clearing out the opposing jungle, right? This takes away a lot of farm from the opposite team of Mach 10 that are trying to get themselves back into this game. And I love this because F8 is the one here in the driver's seat and they're not letting up. A lot of times we see teams being like, you know what? We have a lead, we're getting comfortable. No, you need to keep going. You need to keep Mach 10 on the back foot here. You can't allow them to find a way into this game. You got to play for the next big ore prime. You got to set these lanes, get ready to pick that up, then go straight over to the primordial feint tooth, and that is your way to finish this game before Mach 10 gets a chance, and you got to keep going on the side of F8.
That's such a key, compartment of this, right? You can be winning, but you have to still win, right? I know 2 + 2 = 4, but we have seen teams of lower calibers, let's say, not be able to just seal the deal. You have to get to that end goal because all things are equalized 40 minutes in. And right now you're at 28. Time is dwindling. Their team fight has looked good, but all it takes is Mach 10 seeing the team fight slide in their way. And without a doubt, I think they can take control back, right? Steal back the reins of this game and strike within game 1. Response to that, though, Flowstate going to be able to bait out the objective. Big pull, but where's the damage to follow it up? Niv gets turned into a memory now. North from the back end going to be looking to change the dynamic as this fight does get split into 2. North, though, gets broken in 2. That's another 2 members down. 3 running for the hills. Rock sets up Simba.
Goodness.
Sits them down. This is a surge, an absolute massacre of a team who has entered their flow state. It is an ace going in favor of F8.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 bite the dust. There's not too much left. The timers are too long. And with this wave state, flow state coming out on top onto that fight. And it's going to be Mach 10 falling once again.
Man, they heard us yapping and casting both. You want to see us in the game? All right, we'll do it for you in convincing fashion. After the first man fell, Niv overextended maybe a little bit. He brought death to his own front door, and we saw F8 more than happy to deliver. Flowstate is going to take this game 1.
In a convincing fashion, man. I mean, it was such a close game. You go earlier on. I mean, we dive back into it. You look at that first 12 to 15 minutes of that game. It was pretty dead on. I mean, you saw even trades. You saw the wave state of all 3 lanes. I mean, they were pretty much even, and then all of a sudden one little win came over for F8. They're like, you know what, we got this. They kept rolling with it. They kept putting that pressure on. And something that I liked was the fact that they did not back off. They kept going. They kept pushing, and that's how they won that last fight. Mach 10, no, they had to make a play, but Flowstate said, nah, not today, as they timed down with game number 1.
Oh, yeah, man. That was an amazing showing out of Flowstate. I'm excited to see, though, the change that Mach 10 makes in both the P's and B's and playstyle going forward, because they've got strike, right? Everyone has a plan until they got hit in the mouth, and, man, we saw F8 just deliver a devastating blow.
Right.
Excited to see what comes next. Before that, though, we're going to be sending it back to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Thank you, E Squared. Game 1 is now in the books. Flowstate looking good. That's only the second game that Mach 10 has lost the entire fall series so far. What went so well for them in this game, Falcon?
I think they just played well. I don't think there's like an individual, a single moment that strikes me as they suddenly got in the lead. I think they just played really well in every single lane. I think BKB did so much work on this contest. I don't think this contest is going to be seen again today. I think Cure played really well outside of this play here, where Pete kind of just owned his ass there as we off he goes there. But I think his positioning was really good in this game, and I think overall Flowstate just played better.
Okay, so outside of potentially dealing with this pesky Countess, Philly, what other adjustments would you like to see M10 make to try to get themselves back to evening up this series?
Unfortunately, I have to talk about the Countess because it comes down to the offlane here, Lance. The Akron was never unlocked. Had to stay in that lane the entire game. And if he's not rotating to help you initiate in some of these fights, then he's just a waste of space. So, like, why did you pick him? So, and then you're relying on Niv on this Grux, which you and we talked about in the green room. Not that great of a pick right now, just not good in general. So, you know, they didn't have that second form of initiation, knowing that the Akron was being shut down there in the offlane. So they have to make that adjustment there to allow North, one of the best players in the business, to make an impact here. Even in this fight, you're like, okay, now's his time. He blinks in and immediately gets obliterated by Cure with the inner fire because he's such a big target, hard to miss those arrows. And so he just never came online, was never able to help the team.
Right, and I do think it's going to be important for M10 to unlock North and put him on something that can have some play and some impact potential. The last time we saw North in a grand finals of PCC, while he was offlaner, he walked away with the MVP of it, so clearly capable of having a large impact. We're going to have to be able to see if he can have that large impact when we're back from this break with Game 2.
The battlefield has changed forever with update 1.8 as Predecessor enters a new era. Welcome to World Shift. World Shift Cataclysm transforms the battlefield mid-match, unleashing pure chaos and raw destruction while opening up entirely new strategic opportunities. Before the destruction begins, a new enemy stirs. Seedlings are new creatures that spawn in the river, growing stronger as the battle goes on. Destroying a seedling grants gold and experience to those who hunt them before they transform into the Shaper, a powerful new foe that when defeated, triggers the world shift, sending powerful seedlings down each lane while the battlefield collapses into chaos as a cataclysm tears the sky apart, unleashing a storm of meteors while reshaping the whole landscape around you. Paths crack open where none existed before. Meteor strikes scatter jagged rocks to block familiar sightlines. Gold plants sprout up, rewarding those bold enough to claim their bounty, and geysers erupt to launch heroes into new heights of battle. Cataclysm is only the first of several world shifts to come, each designed to rewrite the battlefield and spark new strategies in the heart of
Welcome back in, everybody. Straight into draft with game 2. We got PCC North America Fall Series Grand Finals. Flowstate, take game 1. Philly, I'm going to toss this to you right away. Does Mach 10 do anything about Countess from BKB?
I think just don't play Akron in the off lane. Play something else that can play into Countess, because you might need those bans for some of the more priority things. Countess is not as lethal or priority pick ban as she was in previous tournaments that we had this year. I think you can play into her, just got to do a better pick, because Akron was the last pick. You knew the Countess was there. You knew it was going to go in the off lane. Just pick something else.
And then Falcon, kind of traditional bans that we've seen so far through this series. Seraph, Yin, not going to be piloted by anybody in here. And we do get this Countess ban. Talk to me about what you're seeing in these bans so far, Falcon.
So I think these are just targeted bans from Mach 10, just getting that Seraph away, getting that Countess away. Obviously, BKB played the Countess last game, Seraph. I'm not entirely sure if that's towards BKB or towards Kofi, but either way, it is quite a playmaking character, so they just don't want that on the board. Chimera also removed like last game. Rampage is available for Niv if he wants it. I think it would be a lot better than the Grux he played last game. I think Grux just kind of didn't do anything, but Greystone, no, banned Grey last game, didn't get to see any play. This is most likely going to be North, most likely going to be in the off lane. We saw it in last set with Bondrood, with Morose. Just such a strong pick right now with the Overlord changes. Just so tanky come that mid-game fights. And, I mean, it's going to be a good start, and obviously no Countess to compare it to. But Flowstate, they get some power picks from back.
I am licking my lips seeing this gadget locked in again. I love seeing the rise of my girl starting to get a lot more priority within these drafts. The Howitzer, the typical answer into it, though, will be piloted once again by probably one of his signature picks. Billy, we're moving through this draft quick. Give me your thoughts.
I'm interested to see where this Greystone goes, because North doesn't play the Greystone. I was literally just checking the Omega City logs. Like, he hasn't played it in the last, 2 weeks. Like, he doesn't play this character. Doesn't mean he can't. Like we said, he's one of the best. It's just, if you're not comfortable with it, then, is it going to fit in there? So very interesting. And then the phase being picked up. I'm curious to see what carry they go. Do they go for the Grim? That's been a good combination. Sparrow's usually another combination, but that's been picked up on the other side. Carry looking really nice on that carry right now. They banned the Murdoch. I would have liked the Grim instead.
I agree to a point. I also think that you need to be a little bit worried about this phase. This is one of the signature picks for Peak outside of that. Decker can really lock down a Sparrow too, right? You just put the lance on to her. She gets slowed, doesn't really have anywhere she can go at that point when she gets rooted. Definitely gonna have to be going this cleanse route. Also, Howitzer very capable of blowing them up. They're gonna take Bellica off the board. I think that this is a good thing. Proficiency really brought the belts out with that in the last game.
I'm surprised it's not a Decker ban, personally. I think Decker in the phase is one of the better counters with that cage. Obviously not going to be picked up either. Get that Muriel, get that cross-map ultimate online. And I honestly, if you put Alacrity onto Sparrow, that is going to be a dangerous combination in those team fights. Especially just the fact that the dual lane is just going to be such a strong poke lane. Drongo picked up again. I'm not a fan of this. I don't think Legionator did that much with the Drongo last game. I don't think he really need the silence that much in these team fights either. I would have liked to see the Grim more. I would even like to see the Skylar as well. I think the Skylar could have been a good pick. I'll get onto that in a second. But with the dual lane, I am now massively worried, because I don't think the phase Drongo have really a chance to play into this Muriel Sparrow. I think there's just too much damage on the other side.
Okay, we're changing the topic. Kalari locked in for Mach 10. This hero, kind of rising up right now, is the epitome of a snowball hero in this game. Philly, what is the thought behind this?
I love this as a last pick, because the Muriel doesn't have that much appeal. She doesn't have a lockdown. She doesn't have CC. So, okay, you could go right after the Sparrow. You could jump right on them and eliminate it. So I think that's a great way to do it. And then Akron to round us out is fantastic. I think BKB has really been one of the leading players on this hero right now. I'm very excited to see what he's got.
I am excited to see this one. I feel like they have a lot of ways to get to Cure, to blow Cure up. You got the Greystone that can be diving that backline. You've got, FaZe that can put the lance onto it. You got Kalari. You got the Make It Rain. Falcon, do you think Flowstate is going to be able to take game 2?
I think they have actually quite a strong chance. I think they have a really good front line. They got the Aquan, they got the Rampage. There's actually quite a lot of appeal that comes from Aquan, just from his E, either be the root or from the knock-up jump. The ult is also very powerful. Even if he goes the push ult, just stand next to Kira, just push them away, can't get anyone near the Sparrow. And obviously Miru has got that reversal of fortune knock-up and Giga Sealed if anyone does dive onto. So I think there is a lot to play around. And Kira, he played really well last game. I'm fine with him picking up Sparrow once again with how he did. Though saying that, obviously, Kalari, if they get ahead, that Sparrow is just going to get blown up in the team fights. You have got the face to get people out of danger if that does happen. And obviously, Greystone is just Geeka busted at the moment.
He is. Philly, what are your closing thoughts before we kick it to our casters?
My closing thoughts is I think Mach 10, I like them here in this draft. I like this dive. I like what their strategy is in this game. I'm rooting for them here.
I will continue to never pick against the gadget composition. It's time for game 2. It's Championship Sunday. God is great. Take it away, E Squared.
Gamers, welcome back. Game 2. As Lance said, Championship Sunday. Striking first, it's going to be F8. And now Mach 10 has drafted to respond. E's and B's are finished, F6. How did you feel about their new take on this play into F8?
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to change things up. One of the factors is they needed to have some damage to take Kira out of the fight quick. We saw how Kira was dominant to be able to show some force in those fights. They did, in one of those team fights, take Kira down very quickly, but they need a little bit more. They want to shut down that dual lane. They want to shut down whoever's in mid, and they know that Kalari can do that. Hopefully, he's going to be able to with Kalari. It's going to have to find out because we do know Muriel's shields are pretty strong. Obviously, no CC, but just enough to maybe get them alive.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking towards this Kalari pretty heavily throughout this game. I think Nivula is going to have a little bit of a, career Hall of Famer performance because this character is so extremely snowballing. The only thing guaranteed throughout a game is the early. And we saw F8 kind of capitalize on it with a seedling pick, constantly being proactive, still keeping things on the side of Mach 10, but when things scaled out to that mid to late game, obviously, history is history. We saw Mach 10 not be able to catch up or keep up, I should say, in that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they got that separation right. They're able to put down some leads and small little gains. Excuse me. But yeah, they were able to kind of just keep that force on. And that's what I really loved about that game. They were able to keep that force field up to be like, you know what? We're not going to break down. We're not going to shut down. We're going to keep this lead and keep striving on. Mach 10, though, we know there's a team that doesn't give up. You might have got them in game number 1, but you got to get them through every single game you play. You're hoping to get a best just 3 games out of them and just not have to fight the entire way. But if at any moment this game gets a little bit out of control for Mach 10 and F8's just on that back foot, you're going to see Mach 10 just keep that heat on that F8 did to them in game number 1.
Yeah, and there was something that Des kind of brought up very briefly that I also want to double down upon. My casting career kind of started around a player on the side of Mach 10, North. I've been casting for him for a very, very long time. It feels like I also looked up the Ometa, and he has not played very much on this character. There's a degree of something to be said about comfortability. We know his mechanics innately are going to be very good, but are you concerned at all for kind of having to pick this character up out of necessity?
No, I'm not too worried about it. I have a confidence in all these players here. I mean, all 10 of these players fought their way to get here. Mach 10, they came out number 1 seed. They know they are on top of the echelon. F8, though, I love that getting out of the mud mentality, grinding through the loser bracket, and that is why they're here. So every player, I'm fully confident in. They just got to make sure they make those plays and make it happen at the right time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with the yapping. We can see you in the comment section. Let's get into game 2. Mach 10, Flowstate. Backs a little bit against the wall here. You do got some wiggle room. Now is the time to strike. Mach 10 looking to even this setup 1-1.
Looking to even this one up. But I do feel like they have it here. You're seeing a little bit different here from Peak being on this phase. And this is something that they need to be careful of. Peak love to play phase. I feel like phase is one of those supports that you have to love to play her. You have to know how to play her. And the Peak is one of those people.
I'm gonna get a little bit on my Invisible Woman action and just be transparent. I think Peak just loves to play Pred period. There's no support he picks up or no solo laner that he plays as a support off Aurora. That we're not like, man, Peak is really just good on this character. Of course, there are some that are cut above his Decker. I would also categorize his phase as just that. And I think the safety that he's going to be able to buy his carry on this phase is going to be key, not just for the early F6, right? But for some of these middle game, late game skirmishes that we saw a couple picks not go their way in.
100%. I mean, sometimes it just go your way, right? I mean, sometimes it just is what it is, but you got to roll with those ties, and that's what you're seeing with the adjustment here from this Mach 10 team. Also, a little bit of adjustment, though, with this side of Flowstate, right? BKB being on Acheron now. We saw him play yesterday. Did not have the world's greatest showing on it. I know, but it's still okay. I think this is one of the characters he feels comfortable on, and still waiting for him to really blossom with this hero.
Yeah, that's the delineation, right, that I would like to expand on. He's comfortable on it. He has kind of found that groove where he can super excel on it. That being said, him just being comfortable might just be enough for this team comp, right? There's plenty of beef between him, the Rampage as well, coming out of the jungle, and as Lance said, the potency of this gadget has been fully realized with the comp scene. We're seeing her get picked a lot, and that's not for no reason.
No, not for no reason at all. I mean, everything has a reason to be onto the Sanctuary here, ladies and gentlemen. But still, we have a little bit of a slower start this time, especially when you consider the Kalari, a little bit of a slow farmer in there earlier on, looking to just trying to get her abilities to be able to get a potential gank off. If you don't have the lane set up the way you want it, there's really not too much for her earlier on. And the same thing with Kofi. I mean, he's just going to be looking for a potential like he does have here inside this duo lane.
North take a little bit of a positive damage trade. HP on his side does go a little bit lower, but with Div kind of floating over on this right side, BKB could find himself in the danger zone if he chooses to step out over the top side. We're going to see a double dagger coming out onto the solo, repositioning onto the backside. It's going to force Niv to utilize the blink. The mark won't be enough to kill him, and BKB has to find the back. Niv, though, looking to possibly get a little bit greedy. Dagger comes out. To be able to just stop the backer from BKB yet again.
To kill.
Dude, he's 42 HP. This is such a hellish position. Niv circling around to the front is going to give BKB the go to reset as Simba arrives.
What I like about that play there is, yes, Niv lose a little bit on his farm. I mean, that's okay, though, because look at what BKB loses. He lost one wave, and now Gadget has to cover. This should open up Howie here. He should be looking towards pushing out this mid lane. So when BKB comes out of here, he can't go to mid lane to get some farm, but still, just so close, just not quite enough. But do hold on, though, because Nivula and Greystone here with North did utilize their blinks in that engagement. So you're going to have to worry about those two when it comes to that first Fang Tooth.
I'm going to be honest, man. It's not in the best interest of the company or the viewers for us to be able to go in and listen to some of these comms. I would have loved to be a fly on BKB's wall, though, when Howitzer ran up to the tier 2 to try to still snipe him, forcing him to run back to his inhib to back, man. The things I would have given to know what he was thinking at that moment. That being said, I know what he's thinking about right now. Seedling getting taken here by Kofi and BKB.
They're looking at it. They have the prio to do it. They're able to get the first one off the board. But on the opposite end, here is Nivula Mach 10. We're seeing the same thing from game number 1. Nice little firm gentleman handshake to be able to get one seedling for each team. So XP is looking pretty flush. Still, 5 minutes into this game, we haven't had too much kill potential other than that offlane just quite yet. And both of these teams know they can't make a mistake.
Yeah, because we saw within last game a single mistake get capitalized on into what was a little bit of a steamroller coming out of F8, right? One single misplay giving them a little bit of momentum, the E squared keyword momentum. And Mach 10 was not out of the game, but just at such a significant disadvantage. That being said, though, Fangtooth is going to be up, Seedlings down, so it's going to be a couple minutes until they come up. And red sides for both sides are going to be clear here. Blue could be getting looked at here as the gank is going to be unsuccessful. Level 6, though, coming out of North, BKB just now rolled into level 5.
Oh man, it's not looking good for BKB in this lane. We also see that Nebula is on this side of the map. If North is able to get any type of presence there, it's going to be huge. But a big mistake here, though. Look at the red buff. It's going to be Nebula being able to sneak that one in. Kofi's going to be a little bit angry when he comes over and his buff is completely gone.
Me personally, I'm waiting for him to come in so he can watch me do it. Go in Viz, take his money. And now it's going to be a rotation towards the mid, utilizing that level advantage that you were able to find in the solo. Gray looking towards this gadget, though, but he's playing so far back here. It's not going to really be worth the time. So guess what? We're taking the solo lane again. BKB not going to have his blink up. Using the innate mobility coming out is not going to be enough. Guillotine used, and first blood goes to Niv.
Go ahead and lock that down. You know you try to escape. You got mobility, but I got a guillotine and I got all of this ready to go. With that E-change, Kalari's just such a good hero to chase down anybody because she just pops that up. She does a backflip, a little bit of a spin, and she's right on top of you. So great kill there. First blood going over to that Kalari, and that's what you need from an assassin-type jungler. You need to get fed, you need to eat, and that's what this Mach 10 team is doing.
You know, micro, macro, gold, XP, we're talking about all these things. I'm gonna just say it doesn't matter. Style points is where games win, and right now Nebula has been racking them up, being able to apply pressure throughout the lane, get steals, get out, and then immediate rotations onto, if not an objective, then onto this Acheron. BKB get him bullied just a little bit within this game too. He's gonna have to play it from behind to get comfortable at some point so he can make contributions to his team, these objective plays, when the grouping really starts to happen around 10 minutes.
I'm looking across the board right now, not looking good for the side of F8 when it comes across with these levels. You're seeing in the jungle, they're up. In the offlane, slightly up a bit. Acheron trying to keep on close by, but really look out into that mid lane. It's going to be Bry with that level lead, just slightly about half a level, so you're going to have to watch out for him inside this game.
And man, if this team is able to continuously maintain some of the XP leads, we could just find F8 in a very difficult situation with not being able to scale as comfortably as they want to. They're going to do a little bit of something about it. A handshake at the very least, as we're going to see F8 be able to lock down this Fang Tooth onto the right side. Niv going to be able to pick up the mini prime here. I do like this more for F8, right? But with how active Niv has been being, I don't doubt that he might change my mind.
Hey, you know, everybody's allowed to change people's minds, you know, you just got to see what the facts unfold, see what's on the table, you know, let the cards drop, see how they lay. But I mean, at the same time, they're still awfully quiet, and that's okay because this gives us a lot of time to really analyze this game and break it down for you. Niv is going to have to at least find another kill here, especially considering the fact that he wants to eat, right? We talked about that a little bit. He got the first blood. Good thing he also got the mini prime as well, so that allows for him to get that XP and gold to be able to capitalize on that. But look at the rotation here. It's going to be Bry. Kofi should be able to get this, but can they exit out? Because Niv also has his ultimate up.
Gonna be the double dagger blink does come out, make it rain, does get deployed, and a defensive utilization of the Testodome is going to be able to prevent any dreams Mach 10 had of a tower dive from coming through. Still going to be 1-0 going in favor of Mach 10.
A lot of resources spent. Kofi looking to try and go for his 2 camp, but with the numbers from this Mach 10 team, there's not too much that he can do. Big ultimate use there from the Muriel Tesla Dome and the Behemoth. So that's a lot of resources down here. They can capitalize on this. In the meantime, Kira does get some free farm into this lane, so that might be able to counteract some of the leg speed that they've been losing on the.
And if they're able to try to just recover some degree of it, maybe these fights will slide a little bit more in their favor. That being said, though, Mach 10 is playing with something extremely dangerous, not just elite confidence. They look like they've settled in a bit after game 1. If they're able to steal this game away, this is going to bring us to an all-even, right? Nothing else past or previous to that point really matters, because now it's just a standard best 2 out of 3 set. Let's see which one of us can seal the deal with the old fundamentals. We've seen before in this exact matchup a couple weeks ago, Mach 10 had what it takes. But F8 showing things may not be the same here. The game definitely not over. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, no objectives up. F6 kind of just feels like these teams are kind of taking their time and playing it cautious.
Look, man, you got 25K, 25 bands on the line. You think I'm going to try and mess up? No, I'm going to play this safe. I'm going to make sure I button up everything, dot my I's, cross my T's, how we say it over here in the U.S. I mean, you got to make sure you got everything buckled down, but I still see a lot of fight. They're trying to poke out. They're trying to take advantages. It's just not opening up too much for any of these teams right now. Mach 10 is really the only team that's right currently into this match to be able to find that opening in the off lane earlier on, but still, there's a lot of time to tell. There's a lot of farm to get, and there's a lot of predecessor to play.
There's obviously going to be a ton of pressures to play because we said it beforehand. We think this thing is going the full buys, F8 made a pretty convincing performance coming out of the game one, being able to seize that mid game, but we have seen the Mach 10 come back from worse. Let's just, call a spade a spade. This team has what it takes to win from behind, rather in a game or behind on games. That being said, look over to the right river. It looks like the ceiling may come up in time for them to be able to lock it down maybe one more time in favor of Mach 10. As now Niv is just looking over towards the two. He is wearing the robe, the bandit skin. It doesn't make sense. He's just thieving in the night. Over to the left, though, it looks like things are getting a little bit active. Kofi going to be looking to just push north. Out of his 5 backup is going to be present, though. BKB does have to be careful. HP is going to be full, but how long is that going to last with Brian on the rotation? Kofi, now about that 50% tiny rampage, looking to present you with some big problems, but it's going to be an immediate disengage onto the backside. Tesla Dome does get utilized. That's just going to be damage tick, and Hat barely offline is going to make this a no-kill damage trade.
Oh, man, that was close. The Hat was almost there. Lance would have been just screaming in the back. They'd be like, look at that gadget made a play. But you know what? Nothing happened just quite yet. A lot of opportunities, like we were just saying. There you go. What's happening across the map, but just not able to find it. F8 still lurking around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, for their first kill. They have the first Fangtooth to their name, looking to maybe capitalize something here. It's going to be the side of this Mach 10 team trying to look for a kill, but here comes Niv. Blink, not going to be able to ult him out. Does a death marker get it? And it does put him on the board. That's going to be 2-0. Mach 10 finding an early kill, looking towards this next Fangtooth.
Yeah, now this just gives them everything and more to be able to play into this thing. A lot of resources got used there off of Flowstate. I'm curious to see if this is going to just be a full give, and it looks like it's going to be. They're not even looking for kills here, as it's going to be first Fang going in favor of Mach 10. My apologies. The second Fang going in favor of Mach 10.
Hey, man, all I know is I looked at that replay. Mario was like, oh, I got this. I got the reversal of fortune. It's going to turn the tides of this fight. But here comes that death mark, letting you know that it doesn't matter where you go, I'm going to get you. And there that hit. So Nivela 2-0. That's the second objective for their team. Mach 10 is looking clean right now. If you are a Mach 10 fan, you should be excited. They look like they're the ones that want to control this game. Last game, we didn't see too much of this from them, and they are able to now do it in game number 2.
It does feel like, we know Fishy, we met him at LAN. Great dude, excellent player. Kind of feels like he forgot he was a support for a moment. Man was expecting a crit at some point there, found himself in a 3v1 situation, and then it just became anything and more just to try to survive. Blink, reversal of fortune, still ultimately ended up as a +1 going in favor of Niv, who's now looking to extend their objective lead by playing on this mini prime. Looking over towards the right, we do see that Kofi's in the general vicinity, but it's just going to be another easy pickup of the mini prime.
Yeah, you're seeing what Mach 10 is doing right now is what we call tempo. They're making sure they're on point. F8 is not able to keep up with their tempo currently because Mach 10 is setting in. They know how fast they want to move, how fast they want to go. In the meantime, on the side of F8, they're a little bit behind, so they still have to get their farm, and the Mach 10 are just making the plays that they want. F8 just cannot respond to it as they look over here and cure reversal of fortune, but not quite enough.
Rather, why are we even using the ability at this point? It's just made you a more agile +1 to the kill department. Tesla Dome does come down, but is it going to be enough to save his life? The answer is going to be, yes, Simba, going to be the sole survivor of the dual lane onslaught. Muriel, Sparrow, both going to go down.
Reversal of fortune back up at him, but just still not quite enough at this point. You might as well gonna have to leave that lane, look to push out mid because it's just upsetting. We talked about this in the draft on the desk. Highlight to the big boys over there. They're able to, we just pointed out, Nivula, he's going to be able to run at you. Yes, you have that Mural, but you do not have any CC to stop this Kalari to be able to just run at you. They're able to pick up 1-2 kills, knock him down. Luckily, they're able to get out there on the life of Simba, and that just creates so much that dual lane is not able to prosper on the side of the Fate. Mach 10, Nivula especially doing a great job, and everybody on that side of the map making sure they get those kills, making sure they keep this lead, everything that you're looking for.
Make it rain over the top, and here's BKB. No umbrella. Mark not going to be able to actually touch his HP, as the shielding from Prof is going to be enough to weather a small bit of a storm on the back end. That being said, we're seeing a confluence coming out of both of these teams in mid, and it's gravitating in towards the red side. North looking at this tier 1 tower. EKB gonna have to look back at the onslaught of damage that's running his way off the backside. It's going to be North yet again, able to close the gap, so the death mark on Niv secures the kill. And now Peak North looking to just get a little bit of damage on this tier 2, but Kofi, he's going to be there with the clear.
Easy clear, my friend. Being able to pick up another kill, Nivula being able to contest that. And look at this, they're still able to fight. This is a 3v2. Gonna have to get out of dodge. They don't want to stay too long here. Remember, you don't want to make a mistake. Great pull by Peak. North should be able to get out scot-free. A lot of ultimates used and should be thrown over towards the Shaper as they have the man up. They take down the T1, and if you look all around this map, they have complete control of this. This is a Mach 10. We know this is a Mach 10 that secured #1 throughout that qualifiers.
Yeah, they're just not letting up in any way. They're not letting you get a small win, right? The last victory we saw for this squad on Flowstate was that, you know, that lockdown of the Fangtooth, but that was uncontested. That was a trade. It's not like you just, you know, took it away from Mach 10. They gave it to you, and now 17 going on 18 minutes into this game, they haven't let up with this mentality. They've been playing so cautious, only taking things if they think they can take the win.
Hey, it look like they think they can take this entire thing at this point. If they play it like this, I mean, FA's going to have to find an answer, because right now, Mach 10 is playing how they want to play. This is great teamwork. This is what you see from those great teams, able to execute, able to come back from a loss, being like, you know what? We know what didn't work, and we know what's going to work into them this time around, and that is what I love about Mach 10.
F6. I'm going to slow it down a little bit, man. I'm going to do something to you I haven't done in a very long time.
Oh,
Striped shirt. It looks good. Golden whistle. Holy, bro, you're flyer than a Skylar. Let's say that you're the coach here for the squad in Flowstate. What are you telling your team right now to try to get them to reclaim control of this game?
Other than lock in, I mean, that's probably the first thing I'll say. We got to lock in, boys. We got to lock in here. I mean, one of the big things is what you're seeing is none of these lanes really have prior. We're being a little bit too aggressive in dual lane. We've already seen 3 ganks onto that side of the map. We know they have a phase on the side of Mach 10 there. You can't get too overzealous. That phase is going to pull that Drongo out if need be. And if it does even happen to get close enough, still, you have that shrapnel blast. But it's going to be an aggression take here. It's third Fangtooth of the game. It's going to be FA looking to secure this one. But here comes that army of Mach 10.
What's that Tesla Dome that got used? Flowstate. I mean, they ultimately do get the objective. Backside guillotine is going to be utilized as an engage tool almost. On the back, Simba's going to get left for dead. Cure. He's going to get made dev. Niv gets the kill there yet again. A trade does come out, and they could be looking for more proficiency. About that 50% threshold is going to be able to get out until Niv gets the re-engage. Security gate is going to be able to root them temporarily. The damage not going to be quite enough as Simba somehow managed to stay alive. Brethren doesn't even like that song. BKB, Kofi, and towards the mid, and Bride North going to be playing right there with them. It's going to just be an invade of the jungle at this point after locking down a kill.
You know what? Kudos to F8 to be able to at least get an objective here. They've got that second Fangtooth of the game, so looking to play around that primordial Fangtooth. If they're able to get that, that's going to at least kind of ease a little bit of this bleeding that's going on right now. But even throughout that entire engagement, they couldn't capitalize on any type of kills. Akron, BKB was not able to facilitate into that fight at all with the late rotation. North was a little bit behind as well, but that's okay for Mach 10 because they already have such a lead. And I mean, it's just they have to find a kill. They have to find a way to keep Cure alive, because right now the mural is not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's never a good situation when your support is not enough, right? Because then you're pulling away prio on certain key functions on some of these team fights, right? Yo, save me. Now the Rampage is peeling for you and he's not causing havoc onto the back line. The Acheron, per se, is having to try to just drag some degree of aggro away from you instead of just assailing these prio targets. And it almost feels like Mach 10, in lack of a better term, has been able to just free cast a lot of high value abilities, just translate damage that goes their way, because F8 Flowstate has just been not in shambles, but definitely not in a formation. Everything just seems kind of random and out of order.
Yep, they kind of just like, line up the dominoes, but just not close enough, right? They hit one down and they're still all up there. They're still yet, like I said, to find a kill. They're finding neutral objectives. They're finding small wins. But at this point, Mach 10 is finding bigger wins, and it's, yes, you want small wins when you're down, but if you're not able to stop the enemy team from securing those big wins, it's all for naught, as now Cure once again is going to be in a bad spot, is going to have to utilize all the mobility that he's had, but the rad rounds are hitting and ticking. Reversal of Fortune, though, picks up Pink, and there comes Cure getting it down, and he's going to look, but he does not want to hunt. The rotation is coming, and finally, F8 is on the board.
I'm going to tell you right now, me personally, I would have died there. You saw a little bit of this aluminum rink mentality come out. Pure got a little bit of life breathed back into him. Big kill. A lot of resources that do get utilized here. I say big kill is the support. When you're 06, any kill is a big kill. Able to put themselves on the board. Flowstate going to maybe start looking to group up a little bit, and maybe Mach 10 a little bit more hesitant about all-inning on Cure.
I don't think they're going to be hesitant, man. I mean, we talked about small wins, so you did get a small win there without giving up something else to Mach 10, so kudos towards F8. But this is still a long road. You still got to travel this down. We're at the 22-minute mark. Primordial Fangtooth will be up within the next 40 seconds or so, but the Big Orb Prime is still a play as well. Yes, you capitalize on the support, but like we just said, it's the support that you capitalize on. I mean, yeah, you got it, but it is what it is, and that's okay for the support to die in that position. The rest of this Mach 10 team, though, have a substantial lead. It's Nivula who you really want to kill.
Yeah, there's no play for objectives as well after you get it. I'm making maybe a little bit of a mountain out of a molehill, or a mountain out of two small columns of dirt. That being said, everybody got to start somewhere, man. BKB, much more in this game, going to most definitely be able to contribute here, as he's been able to scale a little bit later and Tainted into Magnify. Earth as well. A little bit of a standard build we've become accustomed to a degree of seeing on Acheron. BKB, just 0-2 though. Not as involved in some of the small skirmishes as we would like to see him, but if that's the cost of him being able to make big plays 25, 30 minutes into this game, then I'm sure they want to pay it every time, as Lakenator is going to actually start up the Shaper.
Yeah, and they have the prio to do this. Look at the map. It's going to be a late rotation here from the side of this Flowstate team. It's already down, and there it goes. Mach 10 secure the Shaper, and maybe looking for a fight in mid.
Nah, they're looking for it. They're not going to take it, though. They're
not yet.
Spectating a little bit. Let's bide our time. Shaper does go down, so any picks there are very detrimental to them, with those seedlings going to be able to push down some of these tier 2 towers, because they don't have any tier 1s left to lose. Lakenator going to be playing it relatively calm during the apocalypse. As
what's going on?
We get a view of Kofi getting taken out. Pause function going to have to be utilized here, as we have a little bit of an issue. Divine intervention. F6.
Ain't no way.
Look at these builds, man. Just taking a look at the gold. 7,000 ahead on the Mach 10.
7K. 7K, man. I mean, it's something to be looked at, right? If you're looking at the side of this Mach 10 team, they have a significant amount of lead. They have the kills. They just took the Shaper, and they have this room now to look after this Orb Prime. They have complete control of this game, right? So you got to understand that, like, F8 really has to find a really big win here for them to be able to come back. They have to maybe contest, maybe get a steal there from the side of the Big Prime, but gonna take a lot for them to get back into this game. You're looking at the builds, you're looking at Simba. He has as a chemical rod here going into Golem's Gift. He doesn't really have a lot of power. He's scaling well into the game. He has a little bit of defense. He's trying to combat with the Golem's Gift against Nivula with that Kalari, but I mean, there's just only so much you can do. Look at that build in the Malady, Vanquisher, Trident now, and now you have Nightfall as well. I mean, this Kalari is at 4 items. If you look at the rest of this Flowstate team, there's nothing that they do can contest. I mean, the only person that they're keeping up with is the support, but if you look at proficiency, he only has 2 items, still hasn't gone to his 3rd, and now Peak is going to be looking to get into his 4th item, and that's just going to be a big move, a big swing, and it's going to have to find some gold, some XP somewhere for F8 without losing one of these big objectives.
I think the best thing that Flowstate has been able to do to a degree is at least be able to slow down Niv's slow overtaking of this game, right? Because 4-0 at 24 minutes, 25 seconds into the game, not what you want to see on a Kalari, but it could be so much worse if you're seeing a relative stat block like that. Closer to like 18, 17, even 16 minutes in. Looks like the players are to be figuring out the small issue we're having here with Kofi getting stuck into a rock. We're getting an update here from our production lead. Okie doke. Okie doke. So we just heard here coming out of production, it looks like Mach 10 has agreed to let Kofi reset for free here. A little bit of sportsmanship, man. They're going to let him get the free back. This is a bug that we can't really control on this side.
Yeah, I mean, something's happened, but you know what? Round of applause on the side of Mach 10. I mean, they didn't have to do that. They're allowing for this man Kofi to back here so he can get out of the boulder that he's trying to throw at people. You know, there is definitely, I found it a little bit funny there. I was giggling a little bit because that's why I was saying, ain't no way that a rock hit the man himself with the rock. But as we get that sorted out, we're going to get back into this game, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. But I mean, like we were talking about, man, I mean, I just really think they need to find something here on F8. They got to get proficiency to be a little bit more into that back line. They got to find him into a good, safe spot. At this point, we need proficiency away from Cure, and we need Cure to kind of keep it in a safe spot until those objectives are around. When a team fight is needed, that's when we need Cure. He needs to find some farm, maybe take some of the jungle away from Kofi, and they kind of find somewhere to get your damage dealers, to get some XP, to start to be able to get some items to be able to help contest these objectives. Because Kofi, obviously on the rampage, we just need you to be tanky enough, take some resources away from the enemy team, force them to do something. But at the same time, you know, you still got to get your farm, and it's just so many moving pieces that have to go, but you got to do it if you're F8. You got to find those moves you make. You got to find a way to make it happen.
Yeah, it's a struggle of like knowing what you need to do, but being able to parse out what you can do, right? We've seen this before in the past. You need someone to be able to engage, but you also need people to be able to peel off onto the backside for Cure so he's able to translate some of that damage. You need an answer for this Kalari. Niv has been getting away with things that should be punished, man. If anything, I'm looking for the Divide to come down, put that boy in the rock instead, because he's been absolutely blasphemous with the disrespect so far within this game. And there's these so many moving parts. And at the end of the day, you can't capitalize on all of them at once, especially when you're playing from behind.
And I mean, you saw that little bit of shining light there when you're telling Kier to go for the kill. You know, he did the right thing. He got the kill. He backed up because he saw that rotation coming in from the squad, just ready to roll up, you know, but like, you know what? Did you overstep your chasing down the ADC? Nah, we're going to come and get you. So I like that. He's able to get a kill, get some gold towards his way. Now we just need to see him be able to get another kill. Hopefully, like we said, on Nivula to be able to capitalize on that shutdown bounty.
And I just heard, F6, good news for you and the viewers, man. We're going to be making our way back here into the game. It looks like everything is all readied up for us to resume the action. Flowstate recently put themselves on the board. God, put Rampage in the rock. A reset, though, going to be coming out as now things are going to get rolling.
Rolling. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I was just singing it in my head. But, you know, we're back at it. We're back down into the sanctuary. The reset has been taken. The tempo a little bit slowed down, but we're back where we left off. It's going to be a reset out of both teams. Primordial Blaze on that Fangtooth is up. We have the big orb prime. A lot of plays to be made. Something I do want to point out, though, is the T1s are down for the side of F8. They have no they don't really have a lot of room to go around here. As you can see, the deeper vision is going to be on the side of Mach 10. That's going to allow for them to be able to make a move, be able to make a call. As you're seeing them take another invade off, Kofi cannot seem to find his 2 camp and his 5 camp for some reason all game, and that's because Nebula has just been not letting up. But look at this, to our surprise, they are going to be on a wood here, so as soon as he pops up, but look at the HP already. This is a sneaky play. It's going to be the inner fire popped, already down to 4K, but here comes Niv, 3 to 2K, as almost there, they do get it on the side of FA.
Listen, I know it had to cost them everything. I love that play. You have to do something to take away the advantage from Mach 10 there. A little sneaky steal, knowing he was going to be losing that right side red in order to not only, right, deny that Fang from Mach 10, but that is 3rd Fang going in favor of Flowstate. 8% across the board now to offense and defense for this team.
This is what they needed to turn the tides. We said it earlier on. Do not tell me I'm not a fortune teller, because I said these exact words. The only thing they can do when you ask Coach Steve was they need to get this 3rd Fang Tooth to be able to get that aura, to look over, to get that small lead, to capitalize, and that is what they got. Now they have the fighting buff. This side of Mach 10 can't look to just run at these guys anymore. It's going to be a lot of damage going their way, and with the power of Muriel, this is what we're going to have for them. The reversal of fortunes weren't working earlier because they were so down bad and they were getting ganked into their lane, but now this allows for Muriel to split push. This is her bread and butter. You call me if you need me. I will be there with that reversal of fortune, and everything is looking up for the side of F8. They're still down on the goal lead here, but they have a small advantage, a small win that might be able to turn into a big one.
And I love this discipline, man, if I'm being honest. They can fight here. It's not guaranteed that things are going to go their way. They're choosing not to. Let's still try to catch up on some of this farm. You see BKB going for an invade on his own proficiency. We're going to be looking to spread out some of this global gold with these towers going down, applying that pressure that will break up the team fight. And as you said, this is what Muriel is great at. Rewinding further back into the game, though, this is why I am never in favor of the prime side of that gentleman's agreement. It's because you end up with situations like this where teams do have a comeback berth that does come out of them being able to lock down that 3rd Fang Tooth. BKB now maybe looking to play with the fight. That primordial blaze just eating through the HP of Mach 10.
Yeah, just taking them down there. I mean, it is what it is, right? That was just a play that was made. It was made within 1 minute, but we still have a fight on our hands. The big Orb Prime is up, and we still have a lot of damage on this team. It's going to be F8 inside the pit. Mach 10 looking to find anything or any way in.
BKB finds an engage. Lakinator uses every piece of utility in the world. Epoch is going to be able to prevent him from getting popped, but that inner fire, it's going to start burning, baby. Niv, though, it's going to start cut as he cuts down the carry proficiency. Able to get the kill accreditation onto Lakinator. The engage coming out of the north with Niv backing him up. It's less a matter of if they kill, but if Simba burns the blink. The answer going to be yes, as Niv is still prowling, hunting Simba. He doesn't know, but he's still in the kill zone. Engage now, coming out of the Kalari onto the backside. Guillotine does get utilized, but the damage is just not going to be there. BKB has come not to the rescue, though, until it is Simba gets the shutdown onto Niv.
Oh man, I mean, you know what? I don't mind this play at all, because yes, they were not able to win that fight. Yes, F8 is now back into a good spot, but what they did was they burned the time off of the Primordial Blaze. They also stopped them from being able to go after this big Orb Prime. Yes, they do have time and opportunity to go look back at it, but without Cure there, they don't have too much of a burst in damage. And if you look at the timers, it's just about that time before this rest of this Mach 10 team might be able to capitalize. A lot of resources already spent. Big man North is still around, so as long as he buys some time, he should be okay.
You know, I have to thank you, man, for covering there for a moment. I had to get a sip of water, because if this does break out into a team fight, I am going to go absolutely mental, not because I have an F8 bias, but because this has been absolute cinema. This team was out of the game until they got a sneaky play for the Ob. Engage, though, now going to come out, as it is going to be F8 who are going to be able to maintain and get the objective, and a kill onto the carry. Backside interfire, now going to be burned onto Hauser. Big man gets turned into a small number. Brothers are dead. North
no.
going to be able to get a little bit of get back, though, at least making it a 1-for-3 trade. Would do 8 8. Objectively, Flowstate, and now we're seeing this team just seize control of this game too.
Man, just not enough. They did not go for the bait there. I mean, North was just trying to get Preshow in mid, and what he was trying to do there was trying to bide some time. It was just so close. Maybe another 2 to 3 seconds, they might have been able to capitalize, but with the big ore prime, 3 members down, they don't have the wave clear for this. This inhibitor is going down, and with Primordial Fangtooth up next, it's going to be a rough one. They also might be able to end this game looking at how this is ending.
Oh man, play for the core. Now 50% on the threshold. Niv having to play back, and there's just nothing you can do but watch. No matter the lead, no matter the advantage, it's not over till it's over. Flowstate, come back and take game 2.
Man, that one feels bad. I'm not gonna lie to you, for a Mach 10 team, that one feels bad. I mean, you're there, you had everything, the momentum that we talked about, I mean, just unfortunately got cut short, but that is just going to have to be what it is. I mean, you saw a great play there. Within a minute of coming back, they made that execution. They did not have vision on that Primordial Fangtooth. That allowed them for the get the third one. They keep taking the fight. They go over. They win the big ore prime fight. They went back. Just enough time on the timers for them to secure it. They had to utilize the Tesla Dome there to make sure they secured that. I think that was just the little piece that they needed without Cure being there. But he ended up showing up, being able to take them down, and they closed this one out with a convincing fashion. They're up 2-0, man. They have one more game to win to take these big boys down.
Absolutely insane game. Mach 10 has to now play the best 3 games of their predecessors' lives in order to keep their hopes of being champions alive. Guys, we're going to be right back here with you with the next game, game 3 in the set. But first, we're going to be sending it to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Thank you very much, E-Squared, and a comeback for the ages. A sneaky Primal Fangtooth steal to get that third Fangtooth Mati buff onto their hyper-scaling composition, and from there it was just a rollover. What the heck just happened, boys? Tell me something. Use your brains for me.
I don't know. Generally, like, it feels like Mach 10 got paused and then their brain was still paused after the game started going, because that is just criminal. Like, Flowstate in no world should be able to do that. There should be a ward. There should be at least someone checking that. Yes, Cure did ult it, but still, that took a while. That wasn't like a 5-second rip and done. That was something that shouldn't have happened, yet did. And then as soon as that point happened, you have a gadget with a 3 Fangtooth Primal, you have a Sparrow with a 3 Fangtooth Primal, and then you just have too much damage to go into. And I don't know, Mach 10 just blunder.
Yeah, very, very difficult here, Lance. I mean, the phase just falls off, and at the 30-minute mark, it doesn't do anything. So they needed to win outright in that early game in their duo lane, and they won. Nader had 2 kills, but then was kind of quiet after that. Didn't really do much with it. Was basically non-existent in those team fights. He was target priority number 1. You saw him jumped on time and time again. And then Niv on this Kalari, once again, had a couple kills early, but then then just kind of fell off and wasn't able to get into the backline and assassinate the picks that they needed to. So just came up short here for Mach 10. I saw the vision. I wanted them to go for it, but just came up a little short.
I'm glad at the beginning of this you mentioned this Kalari pick, because I kind of want to talk about the lack of frontline that Mach 10 had. Yeah, they've got North on that Gravestone, but he's kind of diving, trying to run at Cure on the enemy team here, not necessarily standing in front of his guys. Do you think that we're going to see some sort of alteration to that pattern, maybe pick up 2 tanks in this next game for Mach 10?
I mean, it's Niv. I mean, I don't think it was generally a frontline issue. I think it was more of a backline issue where Lakenator just was getting caught out. He wasn't able to link up the phase, and the BKB just did such a good job. I would prefer something that has maybe a bit more disengage, a bit more safety. The Drongo pick myself as well, I don't think it's been that useful. I think I would like something else from Lakenator. Maybe, I know Murdoch's been banned a lot of times, but maybe trying to get that a bit earlier on to see if they can get those traps and have a bit more safety that way, and then allow Niv to continue doing what he's doing, diving with North and playing like that.
we've got 2 games in the books. We potentially only have 1 more left. We're going to see if Mach 10 is going to be able to turn this around, get us an extra predecessor, or if Game 3 will be the last one of the North American Fall Series. But we're going to have to take a short little break first. We'll be right back. We are back. Flowstate 1 game away from going back-to-back in PCC 11 into 12. We've got P's and B's ready to go. We saw a pretty dominant early 25 minutes for Mach 10 in the last game, and then just like that, a flip gets switched. They sneak the Primal Fangtooth, and Flowstate sneak out a victory. What sort of adjustments do we need to see here, Falcon?
The problem wasn't the draft, it was just their playstyle and how they played the game. I think the draft was serviceable. Again, I'd like to see the Drongo maybe changed off. The Kalai worked, but I think that's going to be a one-shot thing. I don't think you're going to get that twice in a row, at least in terms of how impactful it is. If they can get the Greystone first, that's great. I think that was a good first pick, so that's probably what's going to be the case, considering we haven't the exact same band so far.
We are seeing repeats. Philly, we've got one band spot left. Do you think it's going to be anything we've seen already? It's going to be the Yin. I don't have a whole lot of surprise in my face about that. Can't give that over to Lakeinator, especially if you're trying to close this series out.
Yeah, absolutely not. That was going to be, if they didn't ban the Yin, that would have been the biggest blunder of this whole tournament. That you have to, at this moment, when you are in the driver's seat, you have the momentum. Falcon, you were just talking about in the green room how the mental may be a little bit shattered here for Mach 10. How do they get it back?
I don't really know. I'm not a pro player. I think you just got to reset saying, lucky chance, we're still in the game. We still have as much chance to win this series as we did last game. It's just a case of we have to win 3 games in a row. Let's just start with the first game and then we can go from there.
And it only, one at a time. If you're going to claw your way back into this, you got to win 3 straight if you're Mach 10, but it all starts with getting this first one down. Flowstate, once again, getting this gadget on their first rotation. We'll see who they pair it up with. It's Rampage. This is just like the draft we just saw, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's not broken, don't fix it. Or if you can sneak a Fangs, try to sneak it again. I don't know. So we'll see if they go for the Sparrow. I'm curious to see how Mach 10 changes up. And this is what I wanted to see, Lance. When we were ending the previous set, I wanted Peak to be on the Morn because you can protect the backline a little bit more. Has a great ultimate. Love to see it.
I like this a lot. Peak pulling out the comfort heroes. We already saw him on the Decker in game 1. Now we're going to get him on his Morn. I'm sure he'll be running that Spider Augment. If you've ever seen any of the clips of this guy on the lines, it's disgusting. Also, got to talk about this Faye matchup. How does this go into the Gadget, Falcon?
I think Faye does pretty well. Obviously, you can't really have that much kill pressure outside of 60. You need that jungle assistance to really do good damage, but you have that fly type, you have that Stoneforge Soul. If you put those two onto each other, just drop them all in together, have that slow to make sure they can't escape unless they have some sort of cleanse. Add the had the Morn ultimate on top of that as well. I think this is a very strong first 3 combo. The only issue is Faye kind of needs a few items to come online. She's not going to really do anything in the laner phase, and she is susceptible to ganks as well from the Rampage.
Our next 2 bans come out. We've got the Murdoch taken off. We've got Proficiency's Muriel also being banned out. We're still looking to round these team comms off. We're going to get the Decker to potentially... Oh, actually, there will not be a face pick because we've got this more already. So what are we thinking about this Decker pick, Philly?
I like it a lot. It's good. The backline peel allows Kofi on the Rampage to then dive forward. It's really about how they're going to... wrap it all together with the offlane. Is BKB going to be on the Acheron again? Is he going to play the Yurei? Is he going to play Kwong or Aurora? That's kind of his hero pool. We'll see it. Falcon! No! The Drago is here again! What the heck?
What was it done? What, generally, you two, the last 2 games, what has Drongo done?
Not much.
Not what you can see out of Lakeinator on normal starts, but I gotta put a big tea time out on this conversation we are having because North just locked in his Feng Mao. It is game 3. Their backs are up against the wall. This is North's I'm gonna carry a game pick, and I would love to see North really pop off here. We all want more Predecessor. Also gonna round this up. BKB gonna get his hands on Acheron once again. HD Philly B, we've got all 10 picks in. I need to hear what you think about how these teams stack into each other.
I like F8's draft, and I like the way that BKB was building. He went for the full mage build. I mean, I interviewed Butters, and he said basically the shop's the limit when it comes to this character. You can build him any which way you want, and I like the fact that he went with the Tainted Scepter Magnify route on this character. And against the Fang Mao, I think he's got a good matchup here, so very curious to see how those two stack up. My money is with F8.
All right, we've heard Philly's thoughts. Falcon, give me your insight.
My two thoughts is this actually a Fang Mao offlane into an Acheron? Because if they're doing that and they knew that BKB was going to be doing that, I don't see that's going to be the case. So this is a very high chance it could actually be a Fang Mao jungle Greystone offlane. My second thing is I feel like, again, if Flowstate gets to 25-30 minutes, the game's just over. You have a Gadget, you have a Sparrow, you have an Acheron. There's just no real chance to play into that to the side of Mach 10. So they need to be proactive early. They need to get ahead with the Feng Mao and with the Drongo and the Morn as well. And from there, they just need to make sure that Flowstate don't take any objectives without them being around.
There we go. We have it from our analyst. You know how I feel. I pick the gadget comp every single time. We've got a game 3 on our way. Will Flowstate go back-to-back? Choice, put those handsome men on the stream for us.
Gamers, we are back for what could be the beginning of the end. Z-Square rocking with you today as F8 has seized control of the set, F6. How you feeling about Mach 10's chances?
You see, I know these guys. When you see this comp right here, this is comfort comp. This is, oh yeah, we're locked in type comp. But like you said, on the desk on last game, we can't have what F8 did last game with stealing that primordial Fangtooth to get the third one again. You need to be aware of that. You played an exceptional game, Mach 10 in game number 2, but you let one mishap just start snowballing down, and you can't have that again, especially when it is all on the line.
There's a quote for Mach 10 that I'm reminded of in this moment. The success of Flowstate is not final. Your failures are not fatal. It is the courage to continue that really counts. And right now, they're going to have to simply play their best 3 games, a competitive predecessor. It has to be comfortable, but it also has to be overwhelming because you know, F8, they smell blood in the water, and this is a team of champions. If you show weakness, they're going to strike.
Where'd you get that quote from, bro? Like, I feel like that was a little too deep, you know?
I think it was Churchill. I don't have it pulled up. I think it was him though.
Shout out to the EU, you know?
That's for them.
But yeah, man, I mean, I totally believe that, man. I mean, you just got to be able to play your game. You still got a chance. You know, when you're not out, you're still in it, right? I mean, it sounds simple, but it is what it is, right? So they have a chance here, come back with a reverse sweep. They just got to play their game. They just got to slow it down a little bit, make sure they're on their P's and Q's, and make sure they get everything that they want out of this game. No more mistakes. Lock it on up and lock it on in.
I'm gonna be honest, no more mistakes, no more gentlemen's agreements, bro. I am fighting you for every single Fangtooth. We saw what they're capable of doing. Okay, maybe not every single one. I'll let you have the third one if things are looking a little advantageous for me. But I'm looking to see Niv on that dinosaur every single time it comes up north, though. Looking to, you know, reassert some of the dominance he previously did have over BKB. BKB going to be forced to utilize the blink in order to get away from Niv here, who's showing face in the solo early.
Yeah, I don't know what Niv has against BKB in this offlane, but
it's a blood feud.
Third game in a row that did just not want him over there. Big mess though, but Stasis Ball just does not hit. That's just a little bit unfortunate. Both junglers getting active early is what you like to see.
You know, we spent a little bit of time talking about the perspective chances here for Mach 10. I want to talk about the reality, though, for Flowstate. Rampage Rock plus Decker Stun. Ooh, wait, man. The setup damage here is absolutely insane, and we've seen time and time again, right? Cure, brother is not shy. Social anxiety is scared of him. He'll take a 1v3 in your party. He does not mind. As long as he has some HP, he thinks he can win. And if they don't do something on the side of Mach 10 to snuff that out early, I don't doubt we just see another solid performance coming out of this duo.
Oh, 100%. 100%. But something that they have to worry about is also this Faye. She has the healing augment. If she goes into that healing build with that overgrowth, that's going to be a problem for them. She heals a lot still, and with the Morn as well. So they're going to need a lot of anti-heal to really stop these guys from sustaining themselves through that fight.
Yeah, and if they are going to be able to sustain themselves throughout that fight, it's going to be uncomfortable and uncanny. As now we're going to see a full rotation onto this full seedling. This is what I want to see. Start playing as a team early. Play for some of these picks, some of these small skirmishes. Develop a lead. As now it is going to be a little goal to kind of be shift going in favor of Mach 10. But we saw this within game 2. No. They can get a lead. It's about holding it. It's about finishing the game with it that I want to see at a Mach 10.
Correct. You got to see this all the way through if you're Mach 10. Double seedling, though, is a huge advantage, especially going over towards Niv. I mean, you're just able to come back here, propel yourself towards that level 6. Hopefully you get your ultimate earlier than Kofi can be able to get his. So, I mean, that is a huge benefit for them if they're able to capitalize on it. First Fangtooth, though, Ego is up on the board. So we got to worry about that there. Might be able to see some potential early plays on that end.
Yeah, and, you know, I've said it once already. I'm going to say it again. Bang Mao, Niv, I'm looking for you to show face. At the very least, get some exit frag kills. This is the first one, so of course don't throw away any degree of lead that you got off of those 2 seedlings. But, you know, make them earn it a little bit. You know, make them fight for it, as BKB is going to be able to successfully leash this wave onto the edge. Maintaining getting that gold will give him his level 6.
North has to be careful. Not a lot of mana there, so it's going to have to kind of play safe. He has his ultimate, but he doesn't have any mana. That's kind of just not even existent. But here comes Nebula onto the side of the map. Proficiency security to be a little bit careful. Gadget wasn't there near on by, but she's also going to have to worry about trying to go back into her lane on this, and Simba just going to have to kind of play this one a little bit safer and not get a little bit too poked out.
Yeah, and this is something that the Fae is very well known to do, right? Harvest Nettle, let's just get you poked out, as one of them is actually just going to go astray.
Oh, no.
Niv showing face. There's not going to be a word to be able to pick him up. Backside Cure, going to be a tough position, but it's going to be after Proficiency gets first blood. Niv now just going to be able to walk down this Sparrow, as it's going to be the Earth Shatter that gives him his first stack. Proficiency now just hugging the wall, looking to buy time. It's not a question of if he dies, just a question of if Niv gets the
That's
stack.
not good.
The answer is going to be yes. That's a double for the jungle. A Mach 10.
And that is 2 stacks towards that Feng Mao passive. If you want to say you want to come out of the cannon, this is what Mach 10 is doing right now. Nebula, great gank. I said you have to be careful on left lane. Maybe they just didn't hear me this time over there in Sanctuary, but a little bit too aggressive. And that's kind of the story of this dual lane for this F8 team. They get too aggressive. They get a little bit overzealous. And here you can see it once again. Great rotation. They do pick up the first blood, but Proficiency is the one to pick that one up there. That is not good for your dual lane. If it was Cure there, that would have been an okay trade. Not the best still, but it would have been okay. But great job there on Nebula to being able to capitalize on it. Yes, that's 1 kill that goes towards them, but that's 2 towards Mach 10 and 2 towards that passive.
Dude, these cracks in the foundation are how you end up with the gold gap, right? Fang going to go in favor of Mach 10, as well as the first 2 ceilings, as well as the first 2 kills, as well as this mini prime. That's going to be an easy pickup.
Man.
Dominant Mach 10 has been within these first 8 minutes. They have come to play.
This has been like almost a perfect 8 minutes if they didn't drop a kill, but with Peak, he knew he had to make a play there, keep them a foot up there onto that tower line so Nebula can make that play. So I still think that was just a sacrifice, man. I didn't even think he dies there if he really wanted to. So great job all around from Mach 10. You're seeing the life, but we saw this in game number 2, Ego. I want to be optimistic. I want to say they're not going to drop this, but they need to continue with this play style. And like we said earlier on, they gotta follow it through.
I'm going to be honest here with you, man. My perspective on the matter. I'm putting up a fence. I'm taking out the mortgage loan on that left lane because I'm moving in. I would be camping the ever-living breaks out of Cure every opportunity I have. Seedling going to get picked up here by Niv yet again, able to further expand that goalie. He already has the hammer on line F6, and he's only looking to be able to grow it out more. 2 count, 5 count, the more than likely a reset back to that left side.
Earth Shatter is going to be back on BKB with a big push, though. It's going to be forcing a lot of damage out, but BKB needs to be careful. Stoneforge Soul is still up. If he uses his mobility here, he is completely dead to right.
Okay. It's looking, yeah, all right. He's going to more than likely be able to get out here. Hamstring does come through, but the damage is just not going to be enough. North, that Stoneforge Soul could be looking for a dive instead. These prime minions are going to help this solo laner get some plates. Simba? Having to run for his life. Coming out of the river, Harvest Nettle offline. Going to be able to keep him from being assailed here as Niv has turned his eyes towards the Cyan.
He has, but we do know that Stoneforge Soul is still up. Nivula does have that Earth Shatter. This might be a big play. One more hamstring, one more Reaping Dash, just not quite enough on the cooldowns, and that's going to be able to throw it away. But with the mini prime, they have to be careful here on the side of F8.
Getting real familiar with the S key, getting real intimate with the retreat command I see over here within this lane. BKB Kofi just going to be able to backstab. Link does come out here, but Kofi, he's the writing on the wall. He's going to look for it just for a moment before backing down. All in all, though, this is still a very Mach 10 favored trade, right? They got some plate, they got some prio in the lane, and right now they're going to be feeling comfortable.
They are going to be feeling pretty comfortable, but that's okay. I mean, at this point of the game, right, Ego, like, we've already said enough about this Mach 10 team and how they're playing exceptional. A little bit of a blunder there over onto that side of the off lane, but still they're into this game because they didn't give up anything. They got a plate. They're able to get some prio onto that lane. They're able to reset. They already have 2 objectives, so they just kind of need to play with that. But with this side of F8, they're just biding their time, right? We talk about how if this game goes a little bit later on, that gadget's going to get online. That Acheron's going to be able to be in that match, and Kira is going to be able to start to pump out some DPS. And if he's not able to get tested, I mean, he's just going to be chilling and just find the rights. And last game, it was the Muriel, so you didn't have CC or like kind of anything to really stop anybody from diving that back line. With Feng Mao, you can use that containment fence after the Reaping Dash. You have a stasis ball, the Eon Blast, if you're able to connect with it. So there's a little bit more potential for Cure to just kind of find his spot, being able to still get some peel. But also, F8 has a hard engagement with that Decker.
Oh, 100%. And if, you already kind of said it, in as many words. If they're able to capitalize on getting the engages and playing around some of this Decker CC, then undoubtedly Cure is going to be able to go crazy. And I know we talked about Mach 10 for a little bit. Allow me to clear my name just in case people think they're our favorites. Flowstate Cure is an absolute creature. If you give this man any degree of a lead, we talked about it a little bit last game as his Fangtooth. Let's put a pin in it. It's going to be brought to about 50% peak. He's going to be able to sneak a little bit of a peek, no pun intended on this one, folks. I swear. Simba, though, Tesla Dome on to the right side, is able to just eat a surplus of HP on what could be a properly engaged pull in. It's going to relegate Simba to the death stream, but his team's going to be able to follow it up, get it back in blood, and they're making him bleed. 1-to-1 trade, at least for the time being, until another one falls. That's going to be 2 dead on the side of Flowstate, but BKB, it's going to bury him somewhere deep. It's a 3-2 trade going in favor of Flowstate.
Flowstate with a little bit of resurgence. Drongo, my goodness, he's going to get spotted on a ward. Acheron is going to be able to see him, but not going to be able to really contest with that HP. But my goodness, what a turn of events there. The tide has shifted towards the side of Flowstate. They pick up their first Fangtooth, now tying it up. They're still down 1 neutral objective, do not get me wrong. But if you look at that fight, if you look at the execution, it's going to be into their favors, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the tempo you need to kind of set the fight back against Mach 10. Let them know that you are not afraid, that yes, you had a great start, but we're still in this one. We're still here to fight, and we're still here to play this until the clock sings.
How quickly the tables turned on this fight, right? Guys, let's just go make a play for this Fangtooth. We're going to put down the Tesla Dome to zone, and then it just turns into a profitable team fight, which seizes the momentum, and now they capitalize on it. 13 minutes, about 18 seconds at the time in, to be able to build a seedling out. Ultimately, it's not even going to be a guaranteed handshake here, as a mini prime is going to get played, but look at this Flowstate on the rotation. It's coming, and they could be playing for kills. BKB on the push out, going to be able to stop any counter engage, as Bry and Nif are just circling, man, looking for a fight.
That push augment is so funny to me, because like you're just seeing him just turn his camera just every way, every angle, just like, get away from me, please, 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 I don't want to fight right now.
Is that your Demon King?
Is that your Demon King? Right? Yeah. I mean, but great push there, being able to secure himself, making sure he doesn't get just over on, right? But look at that, Kira gets the T1 in left lane, and like we talked about him earlier on in game number 1, he doesn't want to take a fight, but hold on, reset, take a step back. A little bit of a gambling going on here inside the mid lane, but it looks like they're not going to push this one too further. A little bit safe, but back to my point on Cure. and versus Lakeinator. Kira's going to look to take that fight with you one-on-one. Kira is very confident in himself to take those fights. Lake, on the other hand, you only really see that confidence a little bit later on into the game, and I just kind of want to see these two really battle out, because I know both of these guys want to prove something to each other. Which one is the best ADC?
It really is going to be like a conversation on March, right? Because we've had both these ADCs just have absolute show out games, right? Cure, I'm not going to say it again. Dude's a demon. Dude's a creature. He plays this game how Faker and Liga looks at other people's screens when he's dead. The movement actively makes me nauseous, but Lakeinator, I mean, he's just Mr. Fundamentals, right? He's calm, cautious, and then more than ready to take over a game if you present him with the opportunity. Someone I kind of want to pivot a little bit of the, the focus to. It's actually Simba coming out of the mid. He hasn't had the flashiest stats, man, but it really does feel like in a lot of times so far within the set as a whole, he's been just setting his team up with success with his play.
He has, man. He's just been able to just utilize that, right? A lot of times when we talk about this gadget, everybody's like, yeah, you're looking for the flashiness, but no, this is a zone controlling type of mage. You're looking to throw the hats on from long range with the Seeker, and then you have that Tesla dome and the security gate for some disengagement. Or if you feel like it, you know what, you see them in the pit, you throw that in there, you're able to lock down a whole entire zone control, right? So great job there, but look at this. It's going to be a fight for the Shaper, and it's going to be the side of Mach 10 that picks it up.
But are they going to be able to survive? This is tough answer. BKB still has full HP. Same cannot be said for Peak. After other got turned into a statistic. Stones for Soul is going to come out as their Shatter. He's going to come through, but it's not going to be able to lock down a kill. Blink coming over onto the left side of Simba. It's now going to be hunted for blood. Nib running for the hills, but they might not be far enough. Proficiency with the CC going to be off kilter. Lakeinator backside able to lock down one kill, but you know that Brethren's looking for more. Both carries still going to be alive, but for how long? Cure just looking to deal damage. Simba looking for a place to put North's body, and what ultimately is going to be a trade that keeps the kill score even, 6-6, 16 minutes in.
Yo, this game is getting tense. My goodness, I'm just like, I wanted to say something there, but I just could not get it out, right? I mean, but when you look back at that play, it's still a win for Mach 10. They're able to get the Shaper, and they're able to get these lanes pushed up. Look at their wave state. They're gonna have to answer these side lanes on the side of F8, which now opens up to what you're seeing. The second Faint Tooth for this team of Mach 10 is potentially on the threshold, giving them a little bit to go into that lead. They have that 8% out of combat movement speed. They're one step closer towards that 3 Faint Tooth Monty, that 8% aura, but at the same time, you got to keep it up. We've seen multiple occasions already from this FA team of showing light that they're not just going to let you just win this game and roll on over.
Yo, Choice, my boy, I'm going to be honest, man. Talk to our production lead. I didn't know that they were allowed to listen in to us because Mach 10 actually been taking the advice straight from the casting booth. They have been running at every single Fang Tooth this game, and even the one that they didn't get, they were sure to get some exit kills on. This was able not just to create, but to allow them to extend their gold lead out from that early game into the mid. But now as things are starting to approach that late game, right, 18 minutes in, a victor more than likely going to be crowned either way for this game within the next 10 minutes, possibly 15 if I had to guess. F6, I want to ask you, does Mach 10 still have the position, the lead, to be able to take over this game? Or are they going to have to still fight tooth and nail to overcome this Flowstate squad?
I'm not going to lie, you asked me a lot of questions. No, I'm kidding.
I do, man. I do. I'm so curious, man. It's in my heart.
I feel you. But yeah, I mean, they do, right? I'm not ever going to say they don't, but at the same time, so does F8. Right. I mean, they have a chance to get into a lead here, and they're going to be the ones in that position. And I think it's very minuscule right now that Mach 10 has this lead. I mean, you're seeing the life there, the resurgence. I mean, when we come down to it, it should be where who gets that big fight. You're looking at the team of this F8 team. You get to that late game, you start to war. You start to be a little bit scared. But at the same time, Mach 10, if they just keep pushing here, they want to close this out. If they keep going after these neutral objectives, they're good to go. They're looking at their third mini prime here. They're looking already at 2 Fang Tooths to their name. They're playing the long game. They're playing the objectives to try and close this out right when the big objectives spawn. But at the same time, F8 is just still there, still close by, still tailing, not letting the lead get too big.
Yeah, and this is really kind of an argument of if Flowstate can make this jump. Simba got hit with the pull also very low. Brother is still somehow alive. Reinforcements though coming off the back end. Lakeinator, he's going to be looking for the kill. Speedgate is going to be up for the first person to step up. As that eclipse does come through, Simba somehow is going to be able to just make it back to his team. Excellent defense. Oh, Spider Peak though. Going to be swinging through the city. Ultimately, up and bright. Get that kill. Inner fire though. Now going to be utilized in order to burn through some of these HP bars. Cure also very low. Cure also very dead as BKB can only push the enemies into his team. It's going to be a blink coming out of Akarad in order to just try to avoid the damage. Kofi having to jump. Blink, because in the blink of an eye, he's alone. That's 2 members of his team dead. And another 2 who looks like they could be if they dropped out.
Yo, talk to me, Pete. Come over here real quick. Let me see. I was unfamiliar. Not actually, no. I'm very familiar with your game. I mean, that was just a great play there. I already know what Pete was saying. He's like, no, keep going. I got this. I got Spider-Mort. I'm here. And you know, a great job there, able to keep that play alive to be able to secure those kills. Now you secure the T1 in mid lane and open this map up for this Mach 10 team. We know they like to invade. This now allows for them to get deeper vision inside the enemy's jungle. Now in that mid lane, Gadget cannot just be out there, or nobody who's looking to control that mid lane wave cannot be out of position. You don't have that T1 to be safe, and you have to play it with the rules of you can get ganked at any moment.
Listen, man, I'm familiar with Peak's game. We called him MVP for a reason. But I'm wondering if the viewers at home are familiar with his lore. A little pro quo for everyone watching. A, are you not entertained? B, Peak left Flowstate to play with Mach 10. Now down 2-0. If I'm him, I'm putting on the performance of a lifetime in order to make sure the squad I'm sitting with now can overcome the squad I left. That being said, a lot of predecessor left to be played, as once again, we're going to be seeing this Mach 10 team immediately making plays around the objectives. It's not even going to be contested, as Big Prime goes in favor of Mach 10.
Ooh, that's going to be a big game changer, ladies and gentlemen, because also what is up on the map is the Shaper on the side of the Primordial Fangtooth. This is what I call just everything happening at the right time. You're able to get Big Prime, now you're able to shift all your attention. Everything that you need to focus on is on one side of the map. The Shaper is going to be up, the Primordial Fangtooth is up as well. They're looking to be, there's some take it from TJ, be on that triple ripple. If they're able to get all 3 of these, they are going to be in a good spot. This is what Mach 10 needs to keep themselves alive in this best of 5 series.
Both these teams now going to be grouping, looking to play for the trifecta. Primal Fang going to be up untouched. Same cannot be said for Shaper. Engage now coming off the left side from Kofi and Proficiency. Peak has to get his way out, while on the right it's going to be a cascading of damage. Eclipse as well as the ulti come from Macron, used at the same time, spacing in just different forms. First kill going to go over in favor of Lakeinator, as now it's going to be a split fight over onto the left. North Blink in is going to be able to use that Stone Forge. So bright, able to pick up a secondary kill as the Tesla Dome comes down. A couple team members are going to follow suit. That's going to be 2-0 trade in favor of Mach 10.
They lose all their tankiness to get inside that objective, but at the same time, the Tesla Dome is down as well, but the Stone Forge so is. So they might be able to maybe look at a play, maybe get some frags, but I mean, it's going to be a very, very hard task to do.
Dude, Mach 10 is just coming alive here. Primordial Blaze used. Trifectum going to be seized here, as now we're looking for backs. Shaper inevitably going to be falling in their favor, but you still have to seal the deal. Everything though is looking like it's going Mach 10 for this 24-minute play for some of these tier 2s.
Shaper, Primordial Fangtooth, the Big Orb Prime, a little bit of time left on that one. You got the tools that you need here, Mach 10. You have the goal lead. You cannot let F8 get back into this game. I do not want to see it. I need you guys to lock in, and that's my coach hat for you guys. But on the side of F8, you're going to have to do something to stop these guys. They're steamrolling right now. You got to throw a little bit of wrench into that game. You got to find a way to stop them. A great thing for F8, though, if you're an F8 fan, is the tier 2s are up. The Big Orb Prime is ending here pretty soon, so they don't have a lot of push potential. The side of Mach 10, they're going to be looking for a fight for any engagement to try and at least push out one of these lanes and start to get some resources.
in order to come back, much like we saw with the last game, right, from a steamroll, you have to have the ability to stand up, which they do. You can see it, that inner fire can just be an absolute game changer. Now, Kofi, going to be a little man, presented some pretty big problems. Not going to get a lot of value out of it, though, as Kofi's going to make his way back to the lane. North coming over the top side. Going to kind of hit him with the Jordan dunk. I'm just going to go over the top, as he's going to be able to reset it to the red side with his team. Tier 2s do go down right and mid. Left going to be up, but for how long, as these neutral objectives are going to grind this game possibly to a halt?
Yeah, Mach 10 just made a very big mishap there. You see that the duo got pressured out. They had to back up. A lot of blinks utilized there coming out of that end, and that was just not what you wanted to see. Lakeinator almost got locked in there, almost got locked down. So there's a lot of spots there. So for the side of F8, this is really good for them. They're only losing tier 2s. They're still able to be in this fight. They do not have a lot of time on these buffs left. The Orb Prime has run out. The Primordial Blades. This is one last fight that they could potentially look for a Mach 10 to be able to try and get something out of it. But you got to make it right. You only got one shot at it. And if it doesn't work out, you got to back up. You got to reset. And then Flowstate is going to be like, okay, we got out of that one. Take a little deep breath. Relax. Let's start to set our lanes. Let's start to play for the next big objective. And that's going to be the Big Orb Prime. And there's a good timer between both of them. So there's a lot of plays that can be made from this team of F8.
100%, man. I'm not saying that to say it or to sink what's into a little bit of a statement. That is exactly what this team needs to do. Play for time. Get your lanes in order. You have farm literally pushing into you. At this point, I'm letting Cure have a majority of it. You have to be able to win these fights because this team has been stepping on you, and you have to have the strength to stand up, yes, but also the durability to not go down when you get a little bit of pushback. That said, North Peak maybe catching them out here on Kofi's side. It's going to be the little Rampage, though, who gets caught in the flight trap. It just eviscerated. And now his jungle is free real estate.
It is free real estate, but at the same time, they did use a lot of resources there. They should have it up by the time the Big Orb Prime spawns in. Maybe the cooldowns might not be in your favor, but something you got to watch out for here is you still have time to get back if you're a Kofi. When it comes down to F8, they got to play the space. They cannot just let Mach 10 rip this Big Orb Prime for free. There's a good thing, though. They don't notice it, but it's going to be Feng Mao on the opposite side of the map. They need to push up mid. They need to keep pushing up right. As long as they are present, as long as Mach 10 knows that, hey, F8 is around, they can take this fight at any point, that they don't want to rip this objective.
Shaper also just came up. Trifecta is going to be on board. BKB looked to play the space on the right side. Proficiency does get hit with the grab, but there's no damage there to be able to follow it up. All eyes are looking towards the Orb Prime, and now with Eclipse, all eyes are just looking for a way out. Things are looking really dark here for F8 in multiple ways. It's going to be an onslaught of charging Mach 10 members. Peak, you're going to be leading that, while North going to be resetting back towards the mid. It just might be a play for Fang and Shaper here, F6.
And you got it, right? You're looking at another triple buffed up, but it looks like they're going to actually try and play this. No, BKB, you're in the bad spot, not with the Orb Prime, but it's going to be a pickup there. And now that's a 1-0 trade. Tesla Dome is going to be popped. Not going to be enough, though, to kill this big bad North.
God, there's just so much utility used here. The life of one of your teammates, and then the Tesla Dome to follow up as well. That just gives them everything they need to go on the side of Mach 10 towards this Primordial Fang. The Blaze could be what decides this game. Kofi knows that. He's going to be playing it relatively close to the pit. And Engage coming off the backside, but it's going to be way too late. Kofi has now walked into the death pit. He just gets going to... Oh, man, he just turned into a statistic, brother. It's gone. No need for the wordplay. He's not allowed to play the game. And now we're just going to see this Mach 10 team searching for the cure. Doesn't have answers for this disease. The damage is absolutely sickening as North picks up the kill. This is spelling the end of this game 3. Mach 10 looking to walk their way in to a game 4.
Oh my goodness, what an outstanding play there. Proficiency trying to get the HP off of that Primordial Fangtooth, but it's just quite not enough ego.
Oh no, man, this is going to be game 3 going in favor of Mach 10, looking to keep the set alive. One game at a time is all you can do, so they take game 3 in convincing fashion.
just keep chugging along. That's all you got to do, one game at a time, or one objective at a time. And what you saw from Mach 10, is this what you wanted to see? Yes, that's what we wanted to see. Mach 10 staying alive, keeping the dream alive as they played an exceptional game there. There's a little bit of skeptical going on sometimes within that late game, but they're able to keep on going, keep pushing through. It's now a 1-2 series favoring F8. Still a lot of fight left in this team.
Yes, sir. And a lot of pred yet to be played, ladies and gentlemen. We know you want to get to the action, but before that, we're going to be sending it back to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Thank you again to our talented casters. Mach 10 finish a game out, much like a lot of people thought they should have done in Game 2. Falcon, what was the difference?
I think they just played better. I think they played with a brain this time. They played the map, they played the objectives. Obviously, Niv getting those early game kills is always going to be helpful on a Fang mount, even if you are going Bruiser. So overall, the game kind of went how Game 2 went, but their mid game was much better. They managed to actually translate it into those big objectives, those All Primes, those Pyro Fang Tooths. And if that happened in Game 2, this would have been basically a deja vu.
And you heard it here from our professional analyst. Sometimes all you have to do to win the game is to play better. I couldn't agree more with you, Falcon. Philly, I want to go back to the first blood that we saw, okay? Niv comes in after Proficiency had gotten, the first blood. Niv ends up cleaning 2 there, but there was pixels away from Proficiency landing that stasis ball and being able to stop Niv while he is in that Earth Shatter. Do you think that was the margin that ended up propelling Niv into this late game and kind of took the game over for Mach 10, or what else do you think it could have been?
I mean, yes, getting 2 early stacks on the Fang Mao is fantastic, but I think it's the fact that Peak was on a better support this time. Could initiate, they could collapse better. You saw the giant Mez bomb that he had to suck up 3, so that was huge. And I think that just playing more to their comfort picks was better. They also didn't lose in the offlane. The Greystone stood taller against the Akron, and then when Akron was able to get in the fights, didn't really do too much, was just got poked out and wasn't able to engage the way they wanted. I love the push hog and all the things that you can do with it, but it just didn't seem as impactful. They weren't able to combo, like you were talking about in the green room, Lance. You can't really push people into the Tesla Dome. They're just going to walk out. It's hard to layer those ultimates effectively. So the synergy just wasn't there for F8, but you can't understate Mach 10. They just ran this start to finish.
They played super well. There's a lot more to be said, but we're going to save it for our pre-desk for Game 4. We'll be right back after this break.
Witness my power! Can you taste it on the wind? Fresh glory awaits. Perish amongst the weak. Leave this to me. Come to me, fools!
We have returned with Game 4 of PCC Fall Series Grand Finals for North America. Flowstate going to be on the first pick side of this. Also, just want to mention, we have had a sub in the support role for Flowstate, going back to their original support of Vecron, getting proficiency, a little bit of time to catch his breath here on the bench as he watches bans coming through quick, coming through rapidly. It's what we've seen so far throughout this Yin and Chimera. Rockin', are there going to be any other adjustments?
Great stone, there you go. I guess Flowstate now don't obviously have the first pick. Mach 10 had the first pick. The last 2 rounds, they don't want that pick viable. They don't want that pick available. So that's going to make North play something interesting. I don't know what he is going to play. Obviously, played Aquan in the first game. Can pick that last if they do want it. Countess obviously getting off the board as well. Now, first pick, there is plenty of options. Kofi can play the Rampage again, but I think that might be something different.
There might be something different. Philly, I want to ask you, we haven't seen Ure yet in any of these drafts. We also, Sereth gets through for the very first time. Let's focus away from Ure. Let's talk about Sereth. Why are they picking this up, Philly?
Oh, Kofi and Seraph are like peanut butter and jelly. This guy loves this hero. He is just so aggressive when it comes to the timings of this character and how he pushes the tempo, the limits, and the boundaries. I love this as the first pick. This could be the game winning, the league winner, if you want to say, kind of pick here. A lot on Kofi in this match.
And we had Gadget suffer her first loss of Grand Finals on both NA and EU in the last one. This time it's going to be Bry who picks that up early in the rotation. Also, MVP, can he get back on the Morn? What worked so well with this Morn in the last game, Falcon?
Just did everything that you want to from a support, was in right places, had the plenty of CC, has that Eclipse to create that issue in the vision. So Pete, he played like the MVP we know he can be, and seeing it on again is very good. I know they picked it up very early, but otherwise it probably would have been banned away, especially the fact that Flowstate already picked their support, got that Muriel. Cure playing the Sparrow once again. I think this is obviously a dual lane that worked already for them, so it is fine going again. The Zarus is a pick, but where is that going? Because there's 2 options here. No offlaner picked, no jungler picked, and that's going somewhere between the 2.
And I'm sure that's a question that Flowstate is asking themselves as well. Do they think that's going to be the jungler? Do they think that's going to be the offlane? Philly, for your money, where's it going?
That's a good question. I think it's going to go offlane. I like Norf and Zarus together, but it's a fantastic spot because it really adds wrinkles to the draft strategy. I'm curious to see this last ban for Flowstate. What do? Do they try to ban another jungler or an offlaner? Banning a carry just never seems like a good move to me because they're all kind of good, right? So I'm like, but they might go for the Murdoch again. We'll see.
Yeah.
There it is.
A little bit of personal insight. Cure just hates playing into that hero. Thinks he's very strong. Doesn't love playing it himself, but hates playing into it. We've got the Acheron locked in, which still doesn't give a whole lot of insight to which way these 2 heroes are going with the Acheron and the Zarus. Falcon, last 2 picks coming out of Flowstate here, potentially their championship winning picks. What are we still looking for?
We need a mid laner and we need the off laner. Obviously, with these picks, it's probably going to be the Aquan in the off lane now, Zarus in the jungle. Yeah. So they kind of know what they're playing into mid lane. Obviously, Gadget, so they can just pick some sort of scaling. I was literally about to say we haven't seen Venner that much in NA, probably for good reason, but that is now going to be picked up. Know how to pick up, no Argus. They are going to go for something a bit newer. I'm a bit wary. Renner has not been in a good place today. Gadget has been in a very good place today. But we don't care about frontline here. We don't care about backline trying to peel for them, because all we need to see is 0 HP bars on the enemy team. So why not let's just go double Assassin plus Muriel?
I mean, for my money, the second best crowd control in the game is Death. The top one is AFK or DC. And they don't have a lot of CC in this pick from Flowstate here, but they do have a lot of potential to jump back, get towards whoever this ADC pick for Mach 10 is going to be, get towards this Gadget, and blow them up. However, there are beefy... It's Strongo, of course it is. There are beefy boys on this side of Mach 10. It's going to be hard to assassinate all 3 of these heroes, especially with the Beguile coming out of this Morn on MVP, to be able to kind of prioritize those targets towards him instead of going towards the Zarus, instead of going towards the Gadget. So interesting roundouts of these compositions. I know that we as a collective on this desk have kind of been hating on the Drongo pick so far, but it's what rounds out the composition nonetheless. Philly, your closing thoughts. 10 heroes picked. What do you got to say?
I like the side. This is for what Flowstate has. This is almost reminiscent of their previous team. They put in these double assassination comps and just run at you, just beat you with the technical skill. And I really like that they're doing it right here, right now. This is the statement win kind of composition. So I'm excited for them. But I think from just a more traditional aspect in terms of how the strategy and ease of play, I like Mach 10 a little bit better. My money's on them for this one.
All right, and then Frockin, quickly, who you got here?
I think Mach 10 overall have a better composition. The issue with Flowstate, yes, they have so much damage, but how are they engaging onto Mach 10? How are they going to keep on top of them? How are they going to peel the Sparrow, the Redder? Because once they are equal or maybe get slightly behind on the Seraph or the UA, there is no way that these assassins are going to do damage. Even if they go brutally, they're just not going to be able to survive the Zarus, the Acheron, the Morn. So I think there is going to be a lot of issues with Flowstate. They need to play mechanically better than Mach 10. And with how last game went, I think Mach 10 can at least equal Flowstate's mechanical prowess. So overall, the comp is going to be easier to play for Mach 10, and that's going to lead to a 2-2 Game 5.
You know me, I'm picking the gadget composition like I always do. I also just really want a Game 5 because I love me some competitive predecessor. We will find out right now. Does Flowstate take this in 4 games? Does Mach 10 force a Game 5 Ego F6? Talk to us.
Gamers, welcome back. We got a Game 4 on our hands, and I'm not going to lie to you, man. I'm going to be honest, as I always am. I want to see a Game 5, and I do think Mach 10 has drafted a composition to do it.
I think they have, man, but I also don't want to doubt this FAT Ego. You know, we love a Game 5 here and down here in PCC. But man, yesterday we saw a comp similar to this. They focused just straight out DPS into a little bit of a late game scale, all AP. You're just like, what's going on here? But they found a way to make it happen. They found a way in game number 2. And I mean, yesterday found a game in game number 3 to get themselves into the finals. So I'm not going to doubt them. I just want to see what's going to happen down here in the Sanctuary.
Yeah, I mean, you do bring up a good point, right? This is the same team who's like, yeah, you know what? We will go 5 AP characters and actually just run the gauntlet and win out this series. So if anyone can do it with this much squish, I'll say, on the side of their team, then it's definitely going to be this Flowstate composition. They seem more comfortable, you know, being able to run a little bit more risk. That being said, man, it's not going to be easy. These teams have been excellent as far as, you know, we can see throughout this set so far.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Something I do want to point out, though, it is going to be background here, replacing proficiency for this game to be into this matchup. Oh, man, and it's, once again, we're seeing the offlane matchup here being as close as it can possibly get. Nibla, though, on the side of the map, Kofi being able to answer, but both of these offlaners are pretty low, so they do need to be careful here, especially onto the side here. You're pushed up towards this F8 roster side, so you can't really go too far in.
We're going to see Kofi getting a little bit invaded here. Still, BKB will be pressing to make this a 2v2. HP advantage is still going to be going in favor here of Flowstate as 2 blinks are going to get burned out by Mach 10.
Yeah, that's not good early game on end, right? Because if you look at this Acheron, you want to kind of have to utilize that, have that blink up just in case you do get ganked by this Seraph. And we know what this Ure can do, especially on BKB. This is also one of his top signature picks. It's the Countess, and it is this Ure. I mean, we've seen time and time again where he's just an absolute force to be reckoned with here. You go when he's on these 2 characters. So I'm expecting a big game out of him in that off lane. But if you want somebody to be able to kind of shut him down a little bit north, it's probably your best bet.
Kind of feels like BKB in another life was like a high tempo jungler, right? Because when I close my eyes and I see solo laners, I see Acheron, I see Aurora and like Terra, and then you look over at like the BKB repertoire and it's like, here's your Ure, here's your Countess, and I'm like, man, you're not trying to farm, bro. You're trying to turn me into a statistic. And he's been able to do that thus far within the set. I would like to see him, you know, come alive, maybe make some early rotation towards seedling, towards mid on this Ure. And be a part of the kind of pace and tempo set for this game 4.
100%. And something I also want to point out is this mid lane matchup. I mean, we know we talk about the gadget a lot, especially this tournament. We've seen her being picked up a little bit more than usual, speaks towards where she's at in this meta. But we're seeing the Rena as well. Both of these late game scaling comps inside that mid lane is fantastic, because now you're matching late game scale with late game scale. Both of these heroes are going to be able to be doing a lot of damage inside that mid to late game.
You know what? 23% as Seedling is going to get started. First blood gets picked up here by BKB. A little bit of a solo bolo. So we're going to get a gentleman's trade on the Seedling. Kofi going to threaten Briar a little bit, put him in his place. A rotation back towards that mirror T1 be more than enough to satiate him, as Cyan buff as well is going to be going into the pockets here at BKB.
BKB out here trying to send a message. I mean, the man, every single time when it's game day, he shows up. I mean, there's just so much to say about him. I mean, yes, we even say it here on to the top of the screen. His hero pool is not the largest, but man, when he just gets out there and play, he knows where his comfortability is, and it doesn't matter. You let him get one of those heroes, he's going to be like, maybe the matchup is not right, but you're matching up against not just the hero, but the player. He gets the solo bolo, and he's definitely going to be a factor into this game. You got to watch out for those rotations when in the next 5 minutes here, because he's looking good. He's looking good into that lane, and if the Acheron can't answer this, or Mach 10 in general can answer that Ure, it's going to be a world of hurt.
There's just so many just like unfavorable trades into this Ure, right? Like you're like, all right, nice, we're gonna turn the lights off with the Morn and get things rolling. Soulstorm, okay, cool. Call it Soulstorm, Acheron. So there's just so many situations that are kind of bad, as Lakeinator gonna be able to just hold on to the blink here and walk out. Morn, excellent body blocking Niv on that left side of the map. Bang up, so I'm expecting to see a lot of Preshow coming over to this side of the map, but doesn't seem like anyone's willing to commit quite yet to result in a big kill.
I mean, both junglers are fighting for level 6 right now, right? So Kofi needs to also get his 5 camp, I believe. Nope, he does get it off this red camp. So there's going to be a big fight here towards this Fang Tooth, but Lakeinator is very low.
Vessel Rift over the top, BKB with yet another solo, as this Fang Tooth is ultimately going to get picked up here by Mach, and Coliseum, though, is going to come down. Tesla Dome in composition will be able to help these HP bars get so low, and a couple members are also very dead, one of which could possibly be Vectron instead. It's going to be a turn of the take, as Zarus is going to get skinned. Nivula gets picked up here. Kofi, kill accreditation for the peak. There's going to be Simba who strikes down the jungle.
You know what? I love that you got that Fang Tooth there, Mach 10, but you got to do something about this off lane. That is a back-to-back kill there from BKB. The man is showing out right now. And you know what? F8 did a great job. We talk about it a lot. We've said it more times that I can remember throughout these last 2 days. You got to get something if you're going to give the enemy something. They got the objective, but the lives that they lost there, F8 were able to come out on top of the kill there with it. Also taking out the jungler as well. So he's also going to be behind just as well as the Sarah. So right now, F8 is playing to make sure that Mach 10 do not get to play their game. And this one looks like to be another heater ego.
I like how narratively accurate this solo lane has been, right? Ure arrived in the game and we asked her a simple question. What are you doing here? Her answer, I'm here to smoke demons. BKB took that to heart. He's been absolutely dominating early into this game, right? We're not yet at that 10-minute mark, but 2-0, both of which solo bolos, does not, spell well for the Acheron here. North having an uncharacteristic, difficult time here.
I mean, you're going against a Ure, bro. I mean, it's like the Countess. I told you, there's 2 characters that I do not want to play against BKB, and that's Ure and Countess. Just able to put the fight onto you, you're very comfortable on the hero, and into that off lane, it's a 1v1 majority of the time. You're not going to have a fun time. And already, like I said, BKB is going to start to put in a world of hurt. You're seeing them being able to take that tempo, shift it over to the mini prime. Yes, they lost a Fang Tooth, but hey, I got an off laner right now that I don't have to worry about that side of the map.
Yeah, and if anything, I now know that I can go over and give this prime to him and that is going to be well used, right? This lane already going to be going in their favor. That being said, I do like Mach 10's response to it, right? Let's pick up this Fang. Yeah, we're going to drop a couple kills, but let's also run the gauntlet for this Seedling. Let's develop gold where we are allowed to. Ulti is going to come out, but the use of the Severance is just going to be too much. Soulstorm, I was going to be able to reset it, but too much HP here on North. I stuttered a little bit because I'm like, I don't know, this is a Uri. That could look like too much HP, but ultimately, it's going to be the Cyan buff for concession. BKB, more than happy to take this reset.
I mean, it even doesn't even have to. He gets the Cyan buff there. He's going to have Pry on that lane. He has the mini Prime. He's going to be able to play that, but he does need to be careful. Great ward there to be able to camp on his backside. Should be able to spot out, but he knows he cannot step up. There's a reason why the Acheron is staying, but with the mobility out of BKB, he should be okay, and he should be fine, because if you look at his spacing, he's over onto that far end, and if Nebula wastes any more time onto that end, that might open up some plays here for mid or for the dual lane on this Serath on Kofi.
Yeah, kind of depends on Kofi, right? Like, what is he going to do with this current map in order to try to improve it? It looks like first and foremost, he's going to do what he was doing with the Kalari. Kofi loves the jungle in your jungle. As such, he's going to step in. Zars going to step out. Luckily, he's cleared the entirety of this red side. That's now Niv is going to come through in order to try to save his solo. Blink will be forced out on the back end. Kofi locks down the kill onto North, who is having a catastrophic early game here.
Oh man, and that's what you call just, you know what, hey, the mouse game, right? You're like, hey, come look at me, I'm gonna dive tower, this is a potential kill. Nah, I got blink up, I'm gonna get out of dodge. Meanwhile, Serath with the wraparound to be able to come out and get a kill there is a huge advantage. But Niv, you look at this T1 tower in the offlane, they're going to reset, come back to it, and it's going to be a rough time. North is out of this game currently until he can get into these fights. What he has to do now is start to group up with this Mach 10 team. They have to start grouping. They're going to have to give that solo lane off here in a little bit. They're going to have to try and find wins elsewhere. Niv, you cannot be on that side anymore. You got to start to feed your other laners. You got to start to help them out to keep yourself alive into this game.
You know, for all of the fantastic people watching and kind of supporting Predecessor Esports at home, for those of you who are Mach 10 fans, now is not the time to be quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to see some of them get a little bit loud here in the comment section, because it has to be a little bit of the comeback kids now on the side of Mach 10, not just in the set, but in this game. They have lost the only thing guaranteed to them, the early game. F8 has seized control of it, at least on the aggression side. Now, it's a question of F6 of who's going to put on the cape and help try to save this game.
Hey, it's going to have to be somebody. Somebody's going to have to show out. We know later on in the game, the gadget is going to be something to be reckoned with, but we've already talked about that matchup. Vrenna is also going to be scaling late into the game, and I feel like she has a little bit more versatility with her kits and the way how that works with her passive. So I feel like that's already a win-win throughout the mid game, as long as you stay on pace with those stats with each other. And right now, the big difference into this game is going to be this BKB. Early rotation is already happening. He's looking to control that mid lane. They're starting this Fangtooth, and right now, Mach 10 knows they can't contest. This is free for them. Look at BKB already rotating. He knows they secure that. There's not much that Mach 10 can do right now. They got to find some farm. They got to do something. They got to get some sweet. And North, you got to be careful here, buddy.
It's kind of sad to say, but North has been relegated to a spectator with just really good seats. Look at this. Multiple Severances, Soulstorm coming off to the top, and it is going to be able to get a reset, though, but with the reversal of fortune coming through, you thought it was a 1v1. This is now a 2v2. Big rotation, though, coming from Brian. It's going to be able to help Niv get the shutdown. A Abyssal Rift now it's going to be turned off, and Blink being forced out of Nick could be big here, but Brian has too much HP for Simba to burst down. Mach 10 strike back, getting the kill picked up.
Big shutdown there going towards the side of Nebula. That's going to help him out, but you really kind of wanted that shutdown on somebody that can really get a hold of it, and that's going to be Acheron. But with tail aside there, being able to pick that up, BKB has to go down, but at the same time, they take down the T1. They spent a lot of resources on the right, and I'm still going to say this. You got to find opportunities elsewhere onto the map. There's still 2 other lanes that you need to focus on here, Niv, to kind of help you get into that game. I'm still a little bit worried about it. They get a huge shutdown. Kudos towards you, Mach 10, but there's still, you got to fix a lot throughout this rest of this game.
Can I step back from the current game state for a moment? Can I just step back and I throw a little theory out there? Let me be a betting man. I think Lakeinator's going to take over this game. I'm just throwing it out there. I have been seeing nothing but the death of minions over within this dual lane, and that is, as we talked about at the beginning of the set, where Lakeinator is kind of comfortable. 20, 25 minutes in, he starts making rotations to some of these squabbles, skirmishes, team fights. And we've seen he's capable of taking over. Now, that being said, in the past, there wasn't a Fed Yuri on the board, but if anyone's going to do it, we've seen Lakeinator do it in the past here, so I'm kind of hoping to see this Drongo put in a little bit of work for how many times it's been drafted. As now BKB is going to use that Severance to get out of dodge, but a quick little chase down, as now more than likely the Soulstorm is going to have to utilize Severance. Going to be reset over the top side. Severance going to get reset again. Is he actually just going to kill them? Oh my God, Reversal of Fortune comes through. Kofi is going to be able to help lock down this hill with the Vecron. Get the accreditation. I take it back. Flowstate. I wasn't familiar with your game.
You know what, you weren't, but I am, and that's what I'm saying. You gotta watch out for BKB on your Ray. He is him of the, as they're able to take that down. He understands he's got a team. Yes, you're here. You're the first initiation. You gotta kill him quick, but with the amount of sustain that he has a lifesteal. He has lifesteal in his kits. He's able to buy time. Reversal of Fortune comes off cooldown, and there it goes. The fortune has been reversed and keeps F8 on top of this game.
I just for a moment, man. And in a moment, I lived in a parallel life where you could catch the Yuri, right? Severance, but I'm Acheron. I am also mobile on top of her 2v1 situation. Then you look to the skies, and descending from it is an L. Delivered like Amazon shipping, 2-day express delivery to North yet again. 0-4-1. This Mach 10 team, man, they're struggling here early on.
They are struggling. They're going to continue to struggle because Nivula, this is my last time I'm going to tell you, you got to stop looking at that lane. That lane is completely irrelevant. You got to feed this dual lane. You already mentioned their ego. You got to get Lakeinator to carry this game for you. He's the man. He is going to get you there if you get him to that mid to late game, but he has not been having any love onto that side. You have a Zarus with a Colosseum. Force this immobile dual lane to use resources, then gank them once more time with the Colosseum up. You're going to get their blinks. You're going to get everything. If Reversal of Fortune is not up, it's just going to be even more fantastic. You got to keep pressuring that lane. You got to give the dual lane a chance to help you out into this one.
Coliseum going to come down here off of Innovative. Abyssal Rift up top, though, to put him in a tough situation. That's how the Tesla Dome is going to do absolutely zero damage. Same cannot be said for the Invade coming out of the FA composition. They see a W on the horizon. They're looking to run it down. Speedgate going to be able to slow them down at least a little bit. Big stun now coming out of the Ascendant, as now it's going to be Simba so very close to sending Bry on the descent. This FA team is taking over. Lakeinator with the cape on, big man, but it looks like instead he's just going to be a gold buff with a little bit more mobility. Lakeinator gets locked down on the kill. That's going to be a triple for Simba.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, and the man shows presence inside the lane, and you just cannot stop it. He is an absolute problem. Lakeinator, though, still able to get some kills, but it might not be enough. This is a second Fang towards this FA team. They have 8% out of combat movement speed. You already seen the rotations happen. Now you get to do it 8% faster. This is unfolding in a very bad way. Mach 10 is very behind right now. They have to do something. Got a turtle. They got a farm. They cannot let this game keep bleeding this way.
Dude, I wasn't familiar with Flowstate's game up to this point, man. We saw them make an astounding resurgence within those first two games, just to be settled a little bit within game 3. But now coming into game 4, I'm gonna call a spade here, Ref 6. It looks like Mach 10 drafted shirts, pants, and shorts. They've been spending this entire game just getting folded up by anything that F8 wants to go their way. It's a tough spot, and now I'm gonna put you in a tough spot, right? Because I made a big claim, and now I'm looking a little bit stupid for it. So I'm gonna hit you with a little Reversal of Fortune. If you're in the coaching spot here for Mach 10, outside of begging this Zarus to show a little bit of face in this duo lane, what are you telling your team to do to get them back in this game?
not changing up my coaching tech. I'm telling you the same thing that I will tell you here onto this desk, man. I'm not joking, man. Lakeinator is the one that's going to be able to carry you through this game. That dual lane is elite in the way that they play, right? I'm not saying you were wrong saying that is who's going to carry this game, but he needs help. You need to get them in a situation right
BKB.
now. Vecron's able to just utilize everything.
Oh, no.
And look at this. Yeah, BKB rotating one more time, and it's just not looking good.
Bro, Peak is looking like an all-organic gold buff off the rotation. Lakeinator, though, going to be looking to turn the tide. Never mind, excuse my French. BKB gets another +1. You've heard me say it time and time again. Tesla Dome going off the right side as now. The Coliseum is going to be able to force the decoration of the space. Vecron onto the backside is going to be a help. Niv gets shut down onto BKB, but the Abyssal Rift is going to rip apart the team fight. You're going to be able to come to life with the kill onto BKB. Big ulti coming out of North, but not nearly big enough damage. Fire's going to be able to burn bright and help burn through the HP of North, who's able to stay alive. Niv with the double.
Hold on now, Kofi looking to maybe take something down. He's going to pop that Fury. He's going to be looking off the backside. He's going to be able to get a reset here, but here's security gate. He still have to fight this. North is a little bit too low, and that is going to be a pickup as Kofi is able to get that double, and this team of Flowstate turns the tide once again, Eagle.
Dude, it was Seraph on the rotation. Kofi on Angel Wings looks up and says, God, I'm sending a couple more your way. A few more kills just continue to compound the lead that F8 has been able to develop through the early game, through the mid game, and now heading into the later stages. They're looking like they're going to just take over. I'm going to be honest, man. We're calling it a spade a spade. It looks like F8 is playing for keeps. They want that 25,000. They want the crown. They want to say that they are the PCC Fall champions. And right now, I don't know if Mach 10 has what it takes to stop them.
I mean, they're looking to repeat here. I mean, I don't think we've ever had a repeat here on PCC, but this might be the one. The way these guys are playing, once again, Peak just gets caught out. Lake trying to do damage, and this Flowstate team is not letting up right now, and these guys are playing like champions. They want to take this one home. They want that glory. They're going after the Shaper, and this is going to set those lanes up. They're able to take this a lot of gold, and Simba looking to take a fight.
Oh man, he's more than looking to take it. He is in the mix, and now Lakeinator is in base. Soulstorm gonna come down off the back, and hey, look, it's a gold buff with 6 legs. North goes down as Kofi picks up yet another kill. Stop stepping up to the team fight, because it's just resulting, and you get in put down. BKB looking to make a prime play with the rest of F8.
This F8 team just seems to be unstoppable no matter what they do. Simba was like, I got 4 people inside this mid lane, but I got a Rena ult and all this damage that I know I can output. They're able to capitalize big kills, shutting down Lakeinator in that fight earlier on. And we're looking at these guys. They got the big orb prime. The Shaper is set. The Primordial Fangtooth is next. That gives them 3. That 8% aura. They don't need it, but they're going to get it unless this Mach 10 team can stop them here.
I don't think they can. This has to be some degree of a Hail Mary, if I'm going to be honest with you. Looking at the map state, every single tier 1 is up, and not only that, it's barely injured to this degree. I'm tactically deploying my jungler and saying, hey man, hopes, prayers, let's get a burger flip and see if it goes our way while we try to take some of the sitting gold. I mean, just look at the map state. They're going to lose their tier 2 to just minions. Is now with the Soulstorm, they're also going to compound that with losing their lives. Simple with the kill gradation is now. It's going to be the Coliseum coming down. Niv looking to create a little bit of space. Peak going to be looking for a way out, but BKB it's going back to back. That's what the name means, as he gets yet another kill. Lakeinator, he's just a spectator with really good seats, and Simba secures the double. This F8 team is unstoppable.
Unstoppable. This is just unfathomable the way these guys are taking it towards M10, the favorites inside this tournament. F8 said, do not doubt us. We came from the loser bracket, but we are the ones that are looking to sit up top at the end of this tournament.
Dude, people were sleeping on this team, and you can consider this a wake-up call. All they need is one wave, one opportunity to end this game. Fame, fortune, look below, because no one is left above. Flowstate is your NA champion.
They took it to them. They knew they had the confidence. They lost that last game, but they came back in game number 4 with a vengeance. And I'm going to say it again here, Ego. BKB on your Ray or Countess. You just cannot allow that to happen. It is ridiculous that was allowed to happen into that game. That man was put onto that map to carry this game. He got one kill after the other. He set that entire right side map up to where you had to focus him for a little bit. But like I said, it was a little bit too much focus. You got to give some love to everybody on the map as the jungler. And this is the F8 team that came to dominate. BKB is MVP for my book.
Oh, dude, 100%. And I've been talking his praises for a couple months, but he, in this moment, showed the people what he can do. He got comfortable on his picks, and he got another championship on his shelf. Congratulations to Flowstate for being the first back-to-back PCC champions. They are dominant. They are your victors. That being said, all the respect in the world to Mach 10. They stepped into the ring. They put up a good fight. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a second place. That's all for E Squared. We're going to be signing off. It's been F6. It's been Ego. And we're going to see you next time as we send it back to the desk, the post-game breakdown.
Good stuff, Ego and F6. Great stuff from Flowstate and BKB winning back-to-back. We have had 12 predecessor championship circuits. This is the first back-to-back we've ever had. We've had individual players do it. An organization has never. Hats off to Flowstate. Congratulations to M10 for making it so far, coming up just a little bit short. But I want to hear from the two of you. Talk to me about this series. Falcon, you first.
I think this series is all about BKB. He solo carried that first game, forced the Countess ban from there, had the Aquan, obviously game 1 win, 1 loss, and then that last game, the solo killed North twice in the off lane without any assistance, forced the side of Mach 10 to pay attention to him, and then allowed the rest of his team to play around that. Just created so much space, as Ego said, a definite MVP in this game, and Mach 10, they just didn't have an answer to him.
And then Philly, we're going to get to more BKB because we do have an interview coming with him pretty soon. So I want you to talk about the other members of Flowstate. What went well for them? How did they play around having such a big offlaner? Talk to me about what spelled success.
For me, it's also Simba, especially in this game 4 playing on the Rena. He loves that character, just knows her inside and out. And you saw the long range stupers and the way he was able to facilitate team fights with the Abyssal Rifts, getting double kills and triple kills inside of these fights, creating that chaos to then allow his 2 assassins to do what they need to do and clean up the elimination. So Simba, the focal point of the team, keeping everybody together, the captain of the squad, you gotta highlight him. The leadership that he brings to this team cannot be understated.
It can't be understated at all. Also, shout out to Flowstate for using a 6-man roster. Both Proficiency and Vecron performing pretty well in that support role, both having a large impact as facilitating Cure to move around. 4 straight Sparrow games in a row for Cure. That for me, what that means is you have trust in your team that they are going to be able to peel for you, that they are going to be able to provide that sustain that you need. We do have the MVP of PCC 12 for North America here and ready for us today. Everybody say hello to BKB, the MVP. BKB, I want to start this off really quick before we get some interviews from the other people. You are the first organization to go back-to-back in your championships. Since PCC has become affiliated with Omega, you are the only offlaner to win it. How is that how you are feeling right now? Are you riding it?
I am definitely riding it. I just want to say thank you for the team, to the team, and also to Beck and Proficiency both stepping up and helping us get this dub. But yeah, I'm just still happy. I'm happy we won. We won pretty confidently, so it wasn't like a fluke or whatever. But yeah, I'm just super happy, man. I'm I guess proud of myself with the lifestyle I have. With everyone has their own things in their life, but with the amount I can put and the effort I can put, I feel proud of myself. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it all goes also towards back to the team, right? Like this is a team-based game. everyone was MVP. Like you mentioned, Simba, bro. If Simba didn't play like he did, I wouldn't be able to play, you know, my game, or Kofi wouldn't be able to play his game as assassin, you know. So it all comes together.
Perfect. I believe Philly's got a question for you.
For sure. First, I want to give you kudos because I know after LAN, you were on stream, we were talking, you're like, I'm dedicated to this now. I'm going to grind my butt off as much as I can, and just seeing the growth that you have experienced over the last few months to then win this again has been inspirational, and everyone should take note of that. So I want to applaud you first and foremost for your time and effort. But I like a silly question because we know you're the Countess and the Ure aficionado. Which one do you like better?
To play, I would say Ure, but probably if I had to pick, Ure is very matchup dependent, right? I don't know why maybe they didn't see the Ure pick, right, open, but I'm pretty sure they're all amazing players. They know that Ure, like Acheron, is not playable in Ure. So that's why I go for it. But regardless, they kept banning Countess. We have, like, in this PCC, 100% success win rate with her. Same actually with Muriel, I think, and almost with Sparrow, which is funny. But yeah, I prefer Ure. She's more fun, but Countess probably is more dominant hero for me.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, congratulations, BKB. I just want to quickly ask. Obviously, you fell short in the play-ons against Mach 10 and 2-0. Had to come back through the losers bracket. Is there anything you did between the play-ins and today to try and help your team, or as a team cohesively try and improve?
Yeah, that's actually a very cool question, because I would like to talk about it. So yeah, after when we lost 0-2, we got to the lower brackets. We were having some little issues in the team, you know, because we're a new team, right? We were not certain of each other in some ways, but I think what happened is that we kind of forgot all the little scuffle we had, and we just actually trusted each other. And even with like picks, right? Like Sparrow, like Cure wants to play something he can carry, right? We're like, bro, we trust you, go for it, you know? We're like, do we pick Ure here? We don't have any frontline, man. We're like, let's just do it, man, because this is we see the WinCon, we see if we win the lanes, then there is no team fight, you know. We just click the W button and run them down if we're just so far ahead. So what the switch up was that we just kind of just trusted each other more. We clicked, like in this set, and also versus Professor, shout out to Professors, we just kind of clicked, but today we even clicked more, so we'll see what happens in the future.
And it's great to see you guys clicking on all your cylinders, because when you are doing that, it spells championships for the Flowstate organization. I know a lot of people on the NA side that were following this had Mach 10 as heavy favorites. I'm sure you guys never thought that for a single second. I want to give you. Okay, no, go ahead. You open your mouth. I know you got something to say
but on the
about that.
paper, because we gotta be real with each other. On the paper, they're like one of the best players, like, you know, and they're very consistent. Like I think most of the pro players respect them, and they, on the paper, they are still the best team and most consistent, right? But when it comes to tournament day, or, you know, when we gotta step up, that's when everything is on the line, you know. When the things are on the line, that's what matters, anything in life, you know. Scrims are scrims, it can go each way. You test stuff out, maybe you want to try a new pick, but still, like, all respect to Mach 10. I still think they're one of the top teams, obviously in NA, with one of the best players. All respect to them. Same to all the teams participating, you know. Even Professor, shout out to Googly Goons too. Like, all cool people, good players.
Perfect. We have time for 2 more questions, so I'm going to let both of our analysts go through one more with you. I want Falcon to go first this time.
Oh, I'm going first. Okay, that's fine. This is something I think that hopefully a lot of people want to know. Obviously, between last PCC and this PCC, and even between the LAN, there was something we like to call the roster apocalypse that happens in NA every single time. Do you believe that all Flowstate will stay together for the next PCC?
I at this moment, I obviously would say I hope so, you know. But at the end of the day, what happens is it comes down to infrastructure, right? If there are no professional organizations, if players are not signed under a contract, right? It's just the way esports is, right? At the moment, yes, this is the only, official championship. We're all grateful. Thank you. Shout out to Ameda. Shout out again to you guys. Thank you for doing this, making it entertaining. But for no roster apocalypse to happen, we need an infrastructure. We need orgs. We need to esports scene to grow, the numbers to grow. We need marketing. And then when one org signs, like a tier 2 org, let's say, they sign up, then they see another LAN event for 50k announced, then another org is gonna sign them up, another team, so I cannot answer if we're gonna stay together. I hope so and I wish so. I'm probably gonna talk about this with my team after the interview.
Perfect. Philly.
All right. Oh man, I've been racking my brain, but I want to talk about items. Is there an item, especially on like in the offlane, that you feel is the most impactful when you're playing?
Yeah, definitely. Tainted, regardless. Mostly, well, I end up playing a lot of mage offlaners like Acheron or Countess or Shimby, and I think Tainted obviously is the best one to go for.
Okay, cool. All right,
yeah.
So you're here.
But to make it more interesting, answer: bring Phoenix back. Bring
Phoenix back.
Bring Phoenix back.
Use Phoenix on Phoenix.
I love that
BKB.
shit, bro.
I want to thank you for coming and interviewing with us. I want to give you a thorough congratulations on being the MVP of PCC 12 for North America. I'm going to give you 25-30 seconds here. Say what you want to say to the world. Give a thank you to your teammates. However you want to handle it, the next 30 seconds are yours.
All right. So first of all, thanks for all my teammates. Again, we played amazing. We all deserve it. When it comes to MVP, it's a nice title, but again, I know this is a team-based game. Nothing happens without another person. Shout out again to specifically Prof, Peak, not Peak, but Peak, which is OKC, if you know him. He's our coach. Shout out again, back proficiency to sub each other, and shout out to you guys again for making this entertaining, to Ameda Studios for making this happen. Shout out to my wife, to my kid, and all that good stuff. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy, and I'm glad I'm 31, able to still feel 18, competing, and it just feels good, guys. Yeah.
And still a luscious head of hair at 31, BKB.
Oh yeah, it's still growing it, bro. Like this is gonna be 8 years in, man.
Heck yeah. Well, hey, thank you so much, BKB. We appreciate you. Go celebrate with your team. Pop that champagne for us, man. Awesome. That is going to be the end of the competitive side of this, but we've got a little bit more information for you. Keep your eyes on Omeda's socials, predecessor game pretty much everywhere. We still have more days in the 7 days of reveals leading up to 1.9, and we actually have one for you right here, right now. If Choice can pull this graphic up for me, we have a silhouette reveal of our next hero, and it's coming right here. This is pronounced Bale the Betrayer. So that's pretty sick. Look at that big old sword he's got. What do you think? What do you think, fellas?
I'm scared. Like, how is he going to go up against Quan? Like, those two, it's going to be a clash of epic proportions. That sword is massive. This guy's going to be sweet.
A silhouette that scares the crap out of me. Falcon, I'm sorry for cutting you off, sir.
Well, you're just going to get fined there, Lance, unfortunately. I am very scared to say anything because I know that Choice is listening to every word I am saying. But trust me, this guy is going to be so damn fun to play. You're going to have to look out for him. And honestly, I think that people who maybe didn't enjoy the aesthetics of the last couple of heroes might enjoy this one.
he is looking quite intimidating, lurking in those shadows for us here. We also have a dev stream coming up on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. UTC, which will go into a full reveal of what is happening within the 1.9 update coming very soon. Like I said, continue to look at our socials. We have more reveals coming forward for you to get even more hype about the big changes coming in 1.9. I want to give a big special shout out. My guy Falcon's been with me for all 8 of the games that we did on this. Actually, Philly has been too. This desk pairing has been fantastic. All of the on-screen talent has been great. Thank you, TJ and Tang. Thank you to Ego and F6. All of our casters that participated along the entire way. Bengal Mac, Pacifist, Rit, my boys, everybody knows it. Our guy D-Dog for running our stats for us, doing some observing for us. Big shout outs to Bengal for observing. Big shout outs to Tedium for observing. And the biggest thank you to Ometa Studios for allowing us to do this. A giant thank you to Choice Plays for all of the work that he has put in. Predecessors, that wraps up PCC Fall Series. It has been electric. Congratulations to Nightshade EU. Congratulations to Flowstate. We'll see you for the Winter Series.